fielding. Bowles.
Got him! Yobioti. One for the leg spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out. That'll do.
Opportunity. Oh, that is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Koski at the back.
That's indoor cricket. Here he is. And there it is! He's entered the stats straight away.
Fraser McGirt cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Casey Stadium. It's day 6 of the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. I'm your host, Cameron Walter. We're live on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube right around the world, and what a treat we have for you this morning. It's the women's division. It's Australia up against New Zealand. It should be the two finalists, so it's a preview of the big dance. Two teams coming in hard here on day 6, and lots to play for, individuals playing for spots, and both sides trying to feel each other out ahead of the final series. I'm joined on commentary by Paul Bottrell, and yet another treat we have for you this morning, the Australian Indoor Cricket Hall of Famer and I think 4-time World Cup winning player and captain, Donna Dolby. Good morning, Donna.
Great to be here.
And good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Cam. How are you going?
Yeah, very well. Paul, why don't you take us through the lineups for today's game?
Fantastic, certainly. Well, the home team will be captained by Nicole Martin, Ashley Doble, Ainsley Knight, Adelaide Campion, Samantha Dixon, Emily Valance, Madeline Wright, and Laura Shaw. Powerful side from them. And the New Zealanders, captained by Lucille Matthews, Regina Lilly, Pam Yates, Ros McNeil, Sky Bowden, Marama Downs, Gemma Krebs, and Amberley Parr.
And the umpire for the match is Andrew Potts from Australia. Donna, you've been watching with great interest, no doubt. I'd like to get your thoughts on the competition so far.
Yeah, Cam, I've loved watching from home. It's been a great competition so far. It's really pleasing to see Singapore here. It just so fabulous to have an emerging nation. But I think the tournament obviously comes down to 3 sides, and if you were to narrow it down, it probably comes down to the 2 sides that are playing here today. So I'd imagine they're going to be feeling each other out, and there could be some games on today, and people will be testing some theories, I suspect.
And Paul, you mentioned before we came on air that looks like both sides coming in reasonably strong into this match. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. I would have expected to see both sides at this point looking towards the final, and perhaps perhaps going through the motions. Doesn't have that look about it to me. Donna, how important is it for Australia to stay unbeaten in this tournament?
Oh, I don't think it's that important to stay unbeaten at all, and I think they will be testing a few things out anyway. But momentum is an important thing, I think. It's always an interesting thing. So, I was a little bit surprised to see both sides. They look to be going pretty hard, but I think they'll be testing out some of the 3rd and 4th players at the back end of the games.
I agree with that. For me, Donna and Cam, it's a game that, in reality, a New Zealand win could be a good result for both sides. New Zealand could take the confidence from it. Australia could be a little well-timed kick in the backside. It wouldn't be the worst result for either side at this point for mine.
Yeah, totally agree. I always think that a little wake-up call during the week is very, very helpful.
Of course, these two sides have played each other twice so far. Australia the victor on both occasions. The first match by 20 runs, the second by almost the same margin, and both times the score 100 plus, the winning score anyway. So that's no doubt what Australia, batting first, will be looking to do again today. And there was no toss. It was an agreement by both sides. They decided Australia would bat and New Zealand would field, which is always interesting.
Yeah, I've seen it done a few times in tournaments. I think, one of the things New Zealand will want out of this game is a wicket in the first 12 overs, because they've gone 2 games where they haven't got one, and really before the final they'll want to know they can get into one of these partnerships and get someone out.
Yeah, absolutely, because they will need a Buster partnership to win the tournament. So, agree, Paul.
Ash Doble and Laura Shaw will open the batting for Australia. Sky Bowden has the ball in hand, and umpire Potts signals that he is ready. And live, day 6 of the Indoor Cricket World Cup. We're underway. And up single to the 3 line there to get the first runs for Australia in this top of the table clash. Straight back down the pitch to the bowler. It will be a dot ball. Watchfully played by Shaw, her first delivery. Bowden pushing that one behind the legs. And 3 runs for Australia, 2 through a leg side. Of course, they don't get re-bowled unless it is the last over of the batting partnership. Still get the runs. Driven, fingertips of the 3-line fielder. And Downs does the tidying up at the back. Another single for Australia. 2 balls remain in the opening over. Just gets through, but Australia not interested in a run. It's been a watchful over. 4 runs.
A lot of intensity from the New Zealanders early, a lot of hand clapping, a lot of support. They are clearly here to see if they can bowl a bit better than they have against Australia early and get a wicket early.
It's a wonderful shot from Ash Doble. Just outside of off stump and a down up 2 through the cover point region to close out the over and take 6 runs from it. A good start for Australia. As I said, watchfully played. Donna, we were talking before we came on air about the injury to Delane Carson. You know, some personal disappointment for her, but what does that mean for this Australian side? What's the impact?
Yeah, I'm personally devastated for Delane myself, and you know, and definitely some devastation on her behalf, no doubt. I think any side would miss a player of that experience. However, there is enormous depth in the side, and I think there's 7 people that can keep. So, well covered in the position, but don't underestimate the inspiration that this may well provide for the rest of the side to play well. She is a much-loved player in this side. I call her the king of the kids, and she's played with many of the new kids coming through, and she's very special in their eyes.
Amberley Parr, the bowler, and Laura Shaw fairly fortunate on that occasion.
Yeah, I bowled. Donna Carson, for me, the best fielder best keeper from the field in this tournament by a mile.
Yes.
Will they miss that?
As I said, I think any side will miss that, but we are well covered in keepers, and one of the hallmarks of the Aussie side is you get it there or thereabouts to the stumps, not necessarily at the stumps. Yeah. And we've always said keepers are there to make the fielders look good.
She certainly does that.
Yes, she does.
Third ball here, an opportunity early for New Zealand. Amberley Parr bowling well. Beaten.
You see the importance of a keeper there, don't you?
Yeah, a tough one to grab that. It's snuck between bat and leg, moving down the leg side. But an opportunity goes begging for New Zealand. There's a little bit of indecision from the Australians, and a diving, desperate Laura Shaw gets back into her crease. Another dot ball. Gee, this has been a good over from Amberley Parr. The first ball went for 3. She's responded well. And talk of responding well, that is some sort of a shot from Ash Doble to close out the over. And another great example there. Australia really under pressure in that over on third ball. 3-dot balls throughout it, but they still banked 7 runs from the over.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a game of patience, indoor cricket. You think the team that blinks first usually wins that game. You just wait for the ball that you can get away. And equally, if you're New Zealand, it's just about bowling those dots and ones and keeping it tight. And because pressure will build, and that's where wickets come.
Emily Parr, one of the big movers for New Zealand in this tournament for me. She's turned up and really just gone from strength to strength during the week. Great over from her, and players like her continue to develop are a big part of any hope New Zealand does have to ever overhaul this Australian side.
Ros McNeil to bowl over number 3. Short and wide and put away comfortably for 2.
I thought Ros McNeil was one of the players on the verge of this New Zealand 8 perhaps playing for a spot here. She's the partner of Mankad Matt from last night. And
Mankad Matt, that a new nickname?
May well be turning up, I think, Mankad Matt. But yeah, good player.
Shaw finds the 3 net yet again. A class bat is Laura Shaw.
Boy, it's good cricket when the New Zealanders can swing the ball as consistently as they have towards the stumps, and the Australians can bounce them over the line for 3. There's some pretty good skills on display out here.
Just see Lucille Matthews sending her 3-line fielders a little deeper. Not sure what that's achieving, to be fair. There's been one, I think, flat 3 shot the first ball of the second over. Everything else has been over their heads, and moving them 2 steps back isn't really going to solve that problem.
Yeah, I tend to agree, Cam, and if they want to defend this, I like 3-liners towards the middle of the court, but if you want to defend the nets, you just got to push them a little bit wider, don't you? I mean, I personally wouldn't do that. I think you've just got to be patient. Don was saying, be patient here, keep bowling well, and you get a chance to turn up,
Yeah.
I think in sport it's a lot easier for the favourites to be patient than the underdogs. The underdogs are always trying to make something happen. They're trying to find a way in, and that's the time when it's really easy to get impatient, Yeah,
that's good insight.
Again, Matthews sending the 3-line fielders a little deeper and pushed through point for 2. No, I mean, the consequence of that is that they're not, because they're starting deeper, they're not in that front court. So that shot just then, went square, but that comes a little straighter on the offside here. That should be going straight to Yates, who would be in there in the front court.
Yeah.
But now she's not.
Yeah, I think it depends what the mindset is here. Are they defending runs, or are they defending to create ones and create pressure?
Yeah.
And that mindset is incredibly important.
Oh, there was a great example, Cam, as well. Then that's gone around the cover and there's just no one there. Yates had to go forward, and by the time she has, the run's completed. And I tend to agree. Inter cricket's a game where the other team should force you to defend. Your gut instinct should be to try and attack. And you attack by going in the front half. And we're not seeing the Australians go aerial to the back. We're not seeing them smash drives through the back. There's just no need to defend here. They're scoring some runs because they're batting really well. And, this is still the best New Zealanders bowled against Australia in this tournament. They've got the ball in the right place. They're bowling really well. And just keep doing that.
The Australians, in the face of that bowling, found their way to 26. Here's Downs. There's another. There's probably been 2 or 3 of those, a flat drive. And again, if you're going to have a 3-line fielder deep, they need to be closer to the net if that's what you're trying to protect. They have. Let's have a look at this. Very straight front court field here. This is something different. Push down the legs. You can see Downs, the plans, obviously, to try and attack the legs here of Laura Shaw. Possibly invite a drive into these fielders. Maybe get one miscued straight to par there.
I'm not a fan of this, Cam. Downs is a really good bowler of bowling around the wicket. Here's a chance. Not out. But for that field, she's got to bowl outswing outside the leg side wide line. And when you put the ball outside the leg side wide line, it probably won't swing. So what they're asking her to do here for mine is pretty difficult, If she's going to bowl around the wicket outswing, they've probably got to have 2 on the offside for me so she can bowl the leg side line and have it swing across them.
There's an opportunity. A big dive from Shaw. If that had gone to hand and on the bails, that would have been fairly interesting yet. Bowden in good position. Yeah, the flick just nowhere near the stumps.
Disappointing from Virginia Lilly. She is a good fielder.
Now, see, that one just getting over the fingertips of Krebs, and for me, just another sign of how important it is that you're getting into that front court. The fact that she was deep didn't help that at all. If she was further into the front court, she could have got more hand on that. 2 balls remain.
There we go. You look at one of the things. It's people are who they are, and Krebs doesn't have a lot of height for that line as well. She just naturally doesn't have that on offer. I think she's made a real difference to this New Zealand side since she's come into the 8.
Another leg side. That's the second for the over. They will have the delivery again. And this has gotten big on New Zealand really quickly here. Australia on 39.
And the question for me is, if it wasn't a field set like this, would those wides have happened?
Yeah, I completely agreed on it. They're asking her to do something that, you'd need to be, any bowler would struggle to bowl that line to that field bowling outswing. Definitely she's arcing it back in, good as gold, right? But it's really hard to bowl that outswing as tight as that.
And 39 runs for the opening partnership for Australia. The perfect start from them. 1 or 2 little half chances for New Zealand that they couldn't cash in on. It'd be interesting to see how they respond. If you've just joined us, we're live from Casey Stadium on KO Sports here in Australia and YouTube internationally. I'm Cameron Walter, with me Paul Botterill and Donna Dalby. It's Australia up against New Zealand, the first game of day 6 here at the World Cup, a top-of-the-table clash for the Women's World Cup.
New Zealand will review that, and I think probably nearly half those runs have come in threes. And it does suggest to me that while they've swung the ball and they've bowled at the stumps, probably they're just a little bit full. Yep. And if they can pull the links back a foot or so, they might turn that into a 20-25. And, right now, if I was New Zealand coach, I'd be, reasonably happy.
Emily Valance and Sam Dixon batting now for Australia. Gee, how much easier is it striding out to the court for a test match when you've got 39 on the board from your first pair. Sky Bowden will bowl her second over. She'll be bowled out already. We're back underway. Right in at the legs. Tucked backward of square for a single. Sam Dixon's underway. Back to a more conventional indoor cricket field. The Lancers look strong all tournament. And that shot no exception. 2 runs.
This pair of both individually look strong.
Yeah, I think Valance looks like a very talented cricketer. She bowls with great action, gets nice and high. She's athletic as heck. She gets the ball on the roof all day long. I'm not quite sure what else she can do.
Averaging 21.5, 129 runs for the tournament at a strike rate of 184, the highest in the Australian batting lineup. I know statistics don't always tell the full story, but I think that certainly aligns with our observations.
Yeah, it certainly does. Better from New Zealand there, Bowden, top of the bails, middle stump. That's probably where they need to get at this point to see if they can get some dots and ones and build some pressure.
Driven. Oh, that's just unlucky for New Zealand. That has hit the non-striker's bat and spilled it in the back net for 5. It otherwise would have gone straight to Marama Downs at the back here. Sometimes Australia, well, they can just ride some luck. There it is.
It's okay, mate. New Zealand's just storing the luck up for the final. They're not going to use it in the semi-final. They're just holding on to it for a bit later on in the tournament. I think one of the things we do see from them, they're quite a young side, and you can see Bowden there straining for a little bit of extra pace and bowling the wide. And with due respect, that little bit of pace is going to make no difference to the other end, apart from it might come on the bat a little bit easier for them. She just needs to bowl top of the poles and move the ball around a little bit. At international level, at club level, she can probably strain for a yard and go through people. But at this level, she's not going to be able to do that. And she just has to bowl a great plan and be patient and wait for an opportunity. Luck's not a one-way thing. There'll be a bit of luck coming the other way at some stage.
Well, yeah, I wonder how much of the effort ball there was a consequence of what happened, the delivery beforehand, just out of frustration.
Yep.
Yeah, it's certainly a bad time for it to happen to New Zealand because now Australia is well on the way again,
Yeah, 12 runs off that first over. Regina Lilly, the bowler, and Set up for two fielders on the leg side there in the front court, but they've reverted to a traditional field. It's through the hands of Matthews, but straight to Downs, and a dot ball to start the over.
I think this is perhaps a bit of change from New Zealand too. Matthews, probably the best front half fielder they've got quite comfortably. Left-hander, and they've put her on the line. And I think, you know, if you can have some ball go through the line, it's not the worst thing in the world to put your best fielder on the line. It makes more sense to me than dropping players out, you know.
Particularly as a left-hander, it's a bit of a surprise. It's a heck of a lot quicker to get the ball to the stumps.
Yeah. Which moves Krebs over to the leg side line, which is also, you know, she's got a good turn and throw. I quite like the setup, and again, I'd expect Regina Lilly's a bit one of the more experienced players. I'd expect her to bowl a nice solid over here and see if she can create one chance, you know.
And just, you know, that one chance has got to be the mindset. I think if you sort of get ahead of yourselves and go, oh, we need, you know, 3 or 4 wickets here to get back in this game, well, actually, you just need one.
Yeah.
And it has to be concentrated on that.
I agreed on it. It's, I do think this has got to be starting to get into New Zealand players' heads. No wickets for the first 12 overs in both the previous games, and now getting into the 6th, and we haven't seen one. And that has to be playing on their minds. But all you can do is play the next ball, right?
One ball remains.
That'll be close.
There was an opportunity there. That's what Matthews is there to do. The big dive from Lance. I think her bat was upside down, so that arc of the bat might have seen her short of the crease. Here it is on the replay. Opportunity straight away, a little off balance. The throw needed a hit. Bat wasn't quite upside down, but that would have been tight.
Yeah, I agree. It is one of the things, don't like that at all. Lily stretching out a hamstring there, New Zealand, Matthews stretching out a hamstring, they don't need that. I've got to say, if I was Tash Williams, I'd have her out of there on the ball. There's no way I'd be putting my star player in any jeopardy at all in this game.
Agreed.
Do you think, I didn't see that, Paul, is Natasha Williams aware of did she see that?
Tasha Williams is standing right next to her, and so I think she will be. And again, they've got a great relationship, those two. They've known each other for a long time. There'll have been some communication about I'm okay, but still as a coach, I'd be watching that pretty carefully. First sign of issue, I'd be getting her out of there. Interesting, Lily, great front half fielder, and particularly low. But off the line, she took a step, and that step cost them half a metre at the top. You know, she needs to take the ball in the right position, just get rid of it. And these are the skills that specialist fielders have in indoor cricket.
Krebs continuing. It was not quite the height Sam Dixon was trying to get on it, but through the gap by virtue of the fact that she belted it. 2 runs. Matthews still stretching there on the 3 line. Keep an eye on that.
A bunch of ex-New Zealand players, ex-New Zealand ladies turned up yesterday. I'm surprised not to see them over there when they turn up. They'll certainly add some volume to this event for the New Zealand ladies. You know, they've got, I think, half a dozen ex-players in Melbourne already. Perhaps have a sleep-in first day, but we'll see them during the week, and I'll add a bit more to them as well.
Oh, the first real genuine opportunity. And it goes down.
One of those again, right? If you've just taken 3 wickets, they stick.
Yeah.
You know, if you haven't taken one for a while, they just never quite seem to. That'd be a heck of an effort if you parried that up and caught it, you know.
Oh, it would have been a sharp catch. It almost would have been better for it to find the net.
Yes.
It's the blessing and a curse of fielding in that close. If it hits you, it gives you less time to actually affect a catch. Another great over for Australia, 10 runs from it. How do you respond to this if you're the New Zealand side, Donna? You've had 39 put on you for the first 4 overs, staring down the barrel of probably another 30 or 40 runs for the second partnership. They're going to bowl their captain. That's probably part of the answer?
I think that's a very good decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'd be saying to the players is you just go back to your plans and just create the 1 wicket. 6 ball overs, 1 wicket. Next over's another wicket. You just need to build pressure, and you can stall the runs really quickly in 6 ball overs just by steady she goes. Couple of dots, couple of ones, and the odd wicket here, and that score then doesn't get away on you.
Completely agree, Donna. It's one of those things, Donna. We all know, right? We've been around the game a long time. Super easy to say, right?
Oh,
absolutely. In the moment, boy, but it's the right thing to do, right here. The New Zealand team just needs to stay calm, do what they're supposed to do, trust their plans, and wait.
It's much easier in the cheap seats than it was when I was playing.
It's to be fair, when you were playing, the opposition went normally 80 after 8, Donna.
Third ball here. Matthews bowling well after finding the first ball hit to the back net. An opportunity.
Things about it, Cam,
too much width.
I quite like this. It's quite good viewing. I mean, yeah, they're scoring a lot of runs and they look really good, but the New Zealand side's bowling reasonably good areas. They're competing reasonably hard. They're in the contest, and yeah, there's 20 more up there than would be ideal, but it's not the end of the world. They just need to, Donna said earlier, if you want to beat them in the final, you've got to bust a partnership. They've got to bust a partnership. It's going to be third or fourth if they want to get into this game.
Yep. Yeah, finals, a little bit more adrenaline. Everyone's a little bit quicker. The feel's up a little bit more. Yeah. Turn one half chance into a wicket.
And everyone, it can change, it can change very quickly.
Final ball of the partnership. Finds an edge. They scamper through for another run, the Australians. And 35 runs on the board. An imposing total forming so far here for the Australians.
The Australian coach will never say it, and I would never say it. But she may well have been quite happy if the first partnership had scored 15. They had to come out and bat under a bit more pressure because they really haven't had to bat under any pressure in any other partnership in the tournament. And she might have been quite happy to see them bat under a bit more pressure, So it's not, these are indoor cricket coaching is like putting a jigsaw puzzle together and all the pieces change sizes every time you put one on. It doesn't work perfectly. You never quite get everything you want in a game of indoor cricket. It's just part of doing it, right?
So true. You also sort of have a bit of a view at the start of the tournament and things work out very differently, and that adapting to the situation is so incredibly important. But yeah, performing under pressure is something you do want to see.
Yeah. It's one of the things, as the opposition coach, you've got to grasp onto what you can grasp onto. And if I was a New Zealand coach, I'd be talking about the fact that these middle partnerships haven't really been tested. And if we can put them under some pressure, we don't know what's going to happen. And maybe you're grasping at straws, but you've got to create some belief in something. You really do. And if you can create some belief, I think it's far easier for players to stay in plans,
Yep. Half this game is belief.
And believe hard to see if they can get in and bust the third partnership. Doesn't look like it'll be easy. Nicole Martin,
the Australian captain.
But it's another good attacking play.
Ainsley Knight and Nicole Martin at the crease. Here's Amberley Parr. Sent back. It was through the gap. But chased down by New Zealand. Enough doubt in the mind of the Australians to stay where they are. There's that patience. Well, inside the line, left alone by Martin. Third ball straight away here. Good start for Parr, following on from her excellent first over.
What goes through her mind as she comes back to the end of the market? I wonder how clear these third ball plans are. I think third ball's been been a great tournament, but third ball options, pretty ordinary in this tournament so far for mine.
Agreed. Not a lot of conversion.
Yeah. Well, at least that looks to me to the right place.
Yep.
I've seen a lot of players in this tournament bowling full at middle stump on third ball, and it's like you can knock them over any time. You don't need to be on third ball to try and knock them over. So pleased to see a little bit of variation from Amberley Parr and Nicole Martin well up to it.
Good start for Knight. A safe single into the back court. Notice New Zealand's made a change. Sky Bowden kept for the first half of the innings. It's now Marama Downs behind the stumps.
Look, there could also be a bit of a reaction to how much ball's going into the back court. Downs with great hands, but Bowden probably more mobile.
Nowhere near the ball. I can't have you do that. Thanks.
Just heard the umpire, I think, talking about the fielders getting in the way when they're nowhere near the ball, which they're not allowed to do.
Pleased to see that. It's a good thing. I hope we'll also see a few fielders, batters reminded to stay away from fielders fielding the ball.
Yeah.
Today. Been a really good over.
It was, Paul. Again, though, for Australia, positive, 5 runs from it, so a really good contest.
Yeah.
That's what we want to see.
Quality bowling.
Yeah.
They've got the pressure on. Need to follow up now.
I really hope they're going to let Downs bowl here, right arm run out, swing to 2 on the off. I think...
Doesn't look like it, Paul.
No. I just think that when you start the ball outside the leg side wide line as an outswing, it just won't swing, so it makes it really tough for you.
No, they are.
They're going to move it back.
They've heard you, Paul.
I know Tash Williams well enough to know that she is not listening to me, Cam.
I was wondering whether they might have been holding some things back, Paul.
No, I don't, it doesn't have that look about it to me, to be honest, Donna. To be honest, I think that this is a good, solid New Zealand side. I know a bit of a chance here, but a win here psychologically will be pretty important to them. I think they've chosen to go after this. They've got a couple of players out there who are...
Third ball.
Sorry, Cam.
You're right. Oh, and there was a chance. Regina Lilly was onto it in a flash. A little nudge back.
Good partnership from New Zealand so far. Looks a lot better. They've got a little bit of experimentation. I think they're trying to win the game.
Yeah. Regina Lilly's that good a fielder that I don't think you need... If you've got a leg side plan and you're bowling well to a leg side plan, you don't necessarily need 2 players on the leg side because she does so well off the net. And if you've got a player standing sort of behind square there, it takes away what she is really, really good at.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think one of the things for this ladies' side is that Regina Lilly is a very sharp leg side, and Lucille Matthews is really sharp offside. If you can bowl in the right areas and get them in the game, you can get anyone out.
Yeah.
One of a shot from the Australian skipper.
Been a really good start to this partnership from both sides, really. Good, tough cricket.
You must be really pleased, Donna, to see Nicole Martin getting to captain the Australian side in a World Cup.
Yep. Nick's been a great player for Victoria and Australia for an incredibly long time and bleeds green and gold. She just deserved this opportunity, and I'm so happy for her.
There's a wicket.
First wicket falls. A great piece of fielding it was. Drive was flat, went to hands.
Ros McNeil on the leg line with the back
McNeil
flick.
did a great piece of work here. There she is at the right of screen. Right in there at the front court. Took her time, most importantly. Great piece of fielding from Sky Bowden. That is sensational work at the back sticks. And that's what they need, New Zealand. They've created a chance. They've pounced. Can they go again?
Look, it's not like all of a sudden they're on top, but it's amazing. A couple of overs just don't go for me, as you said, 1 wicket. And all of a sudden, 7-8 after 10, and he's sort of back in the contest somehow,
Yep.
The games do change quite quickly,
That was well bowled there from Downs.
Been the best 2 overs, I think, again, New Zealand. They've got Australia hitting the ball flat in the front half a little bit. Nice sign for them. We've seen a couple of really good bits of fielding and a couple of half chances. They'll be buoyed by this, I think.
Well, that wicket, lots to like about it, not the least of which the bowling, but the position of the 3-line fielder, the fact that she didn't get it cleanly initially, took the time to get it cleanly, then disposed of it, and that piece of fielding at the back sticks, textbook indoor cricket. Ros McNeil now to bowl over number 11.
I think at times the New Zealand team look to Bowden to be the X-factor player. She's really young. They just need to let her do that kind of stuff. She's brilliant, right?
Yeah.
But you can't force it out of her.
Yeah.
She's just too young to just go and bowl unplayable overs and whack 7s all day long. You just need to let her go and play and find an opportunity to do something brilliant,
Yeah, flat, another opportunity, a direct hit, but Knight is home.
Yeah. All the young players, as good as they are, they all need time to grow into being the player that can deliver on the big occasion all the time.
Yeah, I agree. It'll be great. So it's quite a young New Zealand side here. Plenty to like about the progress they're making.
See, that was tighter than it looked live, but right call I felt from the umpy.
And if it was tight, Cam,
Should be given not out.
Yeah, but New Zealand should have been demanding that.
Absolutely.
You know, you can't just casually appeal for something that's tight. When you've just got a wicket, you know, they need to be trying to get some momentum here.
And not necessarily to convince the umpire, but to really let the Australians know that it was tight.
Yeah.
And that you're up and you're ready for it, and you're on top and you want it.
Yeah, I agree.
This is interesting. We've got two in the league again, and I like two in the league as a surprise factor with the right bowlers and the right batters. Roz is probably the right bowler, but I just think doing it all the time, it kind of takes in some respects, takes some of the pressure off.
Look, I'm just not quite sure of the point of where Pam Yates is. That, you know, what they're saying here is you can't dot down a one and run over the top of it. And I haven't seen Australia do that once in 3 games. You know, they're not going to look to dead bat on the leg side and take one, you know.
They're almost asking the player to middle it between those two fielders.
Yeah.
I guess they've got Krebs on the line there quite wide looking for that gap. Maybe that's what they are looking to do, is see Australia hit through the gap. Well done from Lucille Matthews. And take her out. But, yeah. And again, maybe this is one of the things they are testing and trialling and having a look, you know.
Absolutely.
But the only observation I'd make, I think, I question the value of the fielder as well, but what I have noticed each time they've done it is it looks to me like it actually has changed the way that Australia are batting. So
Agreed.
If maybe not necessarily an effective fielder, but certainly a good chess piece in the mind game that is indoor cricket.
And certainly in the eye line. If you're a batter, you know that fielder's there. There's no missing that. Okay.
Which is why I like it as a surprise factor.
Yeah. Yep.
One of the things you can do as a captain sometimes is put players in positions just to have a batsman think about why. You know, no real point apart from trying to make the batsman think about it.
Here is Yates. Tucked away through square leg, finds the net for 2.
That's the other part about having Yates in there. She's a left-hander. I'm not quite sure why you'd have a left-hander in the middle of the pitch on the leg side, you know. But again, they're testing whatever they're testing, I guess.
Driven chance again. McNeil direct hit. And given not out. New Zealand can't believe it. Was that live for you, Donna?
I think that was out.
Looking forward to seeing a replay of that in New Zealand Day. Yeah.
McNeil looking sharp there on the 3 line. Here it is on the replay. Again, good position. Took time. Oh, that is out by some way. Oh, just to add insult to injury.
Yeah. I feel for New Zealand there. They were building some pressure, and that's probably not where Ainsley meant that to go.
Yeah, look, great result for them. And look, it's game. Luck goes both ways at some stage in a game.
Yes, it does.
Perhaps 2 balls in a row that it hasn't gone New Zealand's way. Well, I've got to say, you know, I know it's not loved in the world, but after that run-out call for mine,
another chance.
Tash Williams needs to be down there telling Andy Potts got that wrong and making sure he's aware. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with that as long as she behaves properly and she's not abusive. She needs to remind him that, you know, she feels he owes her one.
He owes her one.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And you might not get one, but you probably won't get a second shocker straight afterwards either. You know, not that I should call it a shocker. It wasn't a shocker. Benefit for the doubt goes the bat, and I'm okay with that. But as a coach, if you're a coach and you ever want a class on how to deal with umpires, just watch Ross Gregory through a tournament. You know, first 3 days, great call, mate. Well done. You're my best buddy. Semi-final, different man, and he's brilliant at it. You know, he's.
Last ball of the partnership. And, well, that ball had a little bit of everything. In the end, it will be a dot to finish. And New Zealand built a lot of pressure early in that batting partnership, but as we were just discussing, Australia have ridden a bit of their luck. Here it is on that replay again, a direct hit. Look, I hear you, Paul, when you say, you know, there's got to be some benefit of the doubt, but that should have been given out. A direct hit, you always know that buys half a second.
Well, it also means the umpire's only got one thing to watch. Right,
Yeah.
if it hits the hands, the umpire's got to see the balls go, right?
Yeah.
But if it's going to hit a foot out, the umpire should know it's going to hit, and he's watching the bat. So, I get that,
That's life. That's indoor cricket. And, of course, Nicole Martin got up like there was never any doubt she was in the ground, in her crease. So
and
it's all about a selling act sometimes.
And in the final, there'll be a camera, and it'll
Yes.
be given out.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that'll be given out in the final.
And we all know that changes things quite dramatically.
Driven, Maddie Wright, her first delivery. Doesn't matter how many fielders you put there, she'll pick that gap and does so right now. Adelaide Campion on strike for her first ball. Regina Lilly, the bowler.
Australia's starting to ride this momentum quite well now. It's a bit unfortunate that New Zealand had a couple of things in a row perhaps not go their way, but that's an opportunity to show some character and fight.
Well, it's an opportunity there too.
Emily Parker have done a little bit better.
Yeah, I think she's looking up at the wire, so probably fair enough. There is a wire running sort of underneath the net across the top, so it might be a little bit too harsh. She's probably come off that wire at a different angle. But I really, really like that first delivery. New Zealand with this stacked onside field. Maddie Wright just hit it to the back anyway.
Yeah.
Through all of them. Wow.
Regina, they can bowl these lines, though. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, one of the things I don't mind now,
Did I just give her the commentator's curse then?
Yeah, short and wide outside off.
you'll get used to it. It happens to us all often, let me tell you. When you pull Yates back to where you are and you put Krebs up, you do create a line. And psychologically, it can be quite hard for batters. I'd have Krebs a bit straighter and make that gap a bit harder to get through. It's unlikely you're going to beat Gemma Krebs on the outside.
Look, for mine, particularly Maddie Wright, who doesn't mind hitting through a ball, I honestly don't think she's thinking about where those fielders are at all. She's going to see the ball, hit the ball, and make a judgment based on where it goes. Now, I could be wrong about that. Maddie Wright, the first World Cup in the Australian women's side. Maybe there is an opportunity there for New Zealand to get in her head. I don't know, but I've seen her play for a long time, coming up through the juniors, and one of the most solid bats going around.
Look, it's one of those things that this game is an opportunity for New Zealand to try this kind of stuff, right? And if it doesn't work, and you've been it for the final, right? But what you don't want to do is find out in the middle of the final it doesn't work.
Definitely. Krebs will bowl the 14th over. And I have to say, it's funny, I've been critical of teams throughout the week for not trying things. So I'm not going to sit here and criticise New Zealand for trying things.
Look, it does what Don was talking about. It gives Regina Lilly space, right? So they create a little wall back here if you're hitting, and it gives Regina the front half on the leg side to herself.
Oh, a little bit of confusion there. Maddie Wright had to get on a bike.
I do think that might be the first time in a while we've seen top of the bails for New Zealand. I think they've been just a little bit full. Oh, can.
Yeah, that's out too.
Oh my gosh.
That one a little harder again, as you pointed out before, because it had to be the gather. But again, that's out. Not quite as egregious, I think, because if they're out by a couple of centimetres, it's fair enough that you're not giving it out live.
One of the things.
Chance again. Oh, the throw this time's over the top of the stumps.
Don, I have a feeling if you were the captain on the court right now, you'd be making something out of these decisions, right? You'd have had a conversation with your players, you'd have had a conversation with the umpire, and this side's a bit inexperienced to know how to take this game situation and try and turn something positive out of it.
The umpire would be in no doubt, respectfully, that I disagreed with his decision, and equally the players would be under no illusion that they need to get up and convince him that it is out.
Well, I agree. This is just part of growing a, I think it's fair to say that both New Zealand and South Africa have development type sides here. Yeah. This is a good New Zealand side, but they've lost a bit of experience over the last 5 years,
Two to come from Krebs. It's off the net, it'll be a single.
But yeah, Paul, you mentioned earlier, Tash should be taking things out of the game. There's a lot to like about the last 6 overs, and Tash can use those around how this game could have turned out very different.
Yeah, I agree. I think this New Zealand side needs to do a little bit of work on this length. Now, they like to swing the ball, and I think when you're a little bit slower, you tend to bowl a little bit fuller. But I think when they've got around bails, they look a lot better when they're sort of halfway. They've spent a lot of time bowling halfway up the stumps. And for mine and any of the cricket, halfway up the stumps is, you put the ball under the batter's hands halfway up the stumps, they're going to put it in the roof net,
So a couple of rough ones for New Zealand. But Australia, other than offering up those chances, have been marching their way towards an imposing total here. 116 on the board, but 2 overs remain. An opportunity for New Zealand to try and peg this partnership back and stay in the game by way of their captain, Lucille Matthews. She will bowl over number 15, persisting with this stacked onside field. Finds an edge, ball 1.
You were talking about South Africa before. The thing I love about South Africa is you will be punished for a bad ball. Yes. And if you're slightly off your game, they could put on a real score.
Yeah, I tend to agree, Donna. And again, one thing we know about South Africa, right, they'll be back at the next World Cup, and they will be tough. I've never seen a South African side in my life give her anything for one ball in any game. They'll just fight you and fight you and fight you.
Yeah.
A lot of respect for the way they play the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got Ice in charge, and I'm sure that Johnny Wilson's not too far from their minds either, and are providing a lot of inspiration.
And a little half chance there.
One of the things you've really got to credit the Australians with, a couple of decisions gone their way and all the rest, but what they do is hit a lot of cricket balls and hit a lot of nets, and they get to the other end nearly every ball, and it's hard not to score a lot of runs when you do that, right?
Yep.
And off the wire there.
And it's harder to bowl well under the pressure all the time, that if you're a bit loose, it'll be put away.
Yeah, I agree.
Australia have been on third ball 3 times only in the innings, and that might sound like lots, but it's not. There have been 16 occasions sometimes. So
I doubt in 16 overs we've seen more than 16 dots, and that is really unusual in the modern day game.
Yep.
10 years ago that was the way it was, but these days teams bowl a lot straighter, it's a lot harder, and yeah.
Final ball for Matthews. Finishes with the leg side, and another good over for Australia. 8 runs from it. With 6 balls remaining now in the innings. Australia, the last time these two played, put on 122. So they're somewhere thereabouts. New Zealand were right in it until the last partnership.
Yeah, I think they felt that they had a real opportunity in that game for sure. And again, it's not over for both sides about it, right?
Absolutely. Yates will bowl the final over the innings. Push straight on the offside, and Amberley Parr gets a hand on that, stops the run, lets Maddie Wright know that she's there. Well fielded. Response from Maddie Wright, grabs 2. Full and wide, and Campion gets across and punches it into the ground for a down up 2. She's been quietly accumulating a good little score. By little, I mean 14 with 3 balls remaining.
Anytime you're going over a run of ball and into cricket at any level, you're batting extremely well. Pam Yates has waited a long time for opportunity to play ladies indoor cricket for New Zealand. She's hung around a couple of Masters side and hung around the squad without ever quite getting opportunities. She'll be thrilled to be here and to be have a chance to make an impact.
Through point for 2. The final ball now of the Australian innings. And 2 runs to finish. Another good over for Australia. 134 on the board. Batting first here on the morning of day 6 at the Indoor Cricket World Cup. That is some batting performance from the Australians. New Zealand, well, they tried a few things and not everything went their way. Australia will take a little bit of luck as we look at some of these highlights. There's the opening batting pair, Laura Shaw and Ash Doble. They hit a lot of threes, and Sam Dixon and Valance. There's that shot off Sam Dixon's bat at the non-strikers end for 5. A catch just dropping short of Downs there. Few opportunities. There's a great piece of fielding, one of many from McNeil on the 3 line. And that was just after a run out was given not out. And Knight rebounds with a 7 and a big effort from them. We're coming to you from the state of Victoria, of which Melbourne is the capital. It has lots of hidden laneways scattered throughout the city centre and its surrounding neighbourhoods. A popular destination for locals and visitors alike, they've become a vast outdoor gallery of ever-changing and thought-provoking street art. Melbourne, in all its areas, the sporting capital of the world. There's the Yarra River with the waterfront and the casino. A wonderful part of this beautiful country here in Australia. And for everyone here that lives in Australia, if you haven't been to Victoria at all or recently, do get on down, maybe when the rain stops. And for those overseas, when you make your way here to Australia, the state of Victoria, a wonderful part of this country, and lots to offer. And speaking of the MCG, it won't be long. In about a month's time, we'll see the World Cup final for the T20 World Cup there at the MCG. Looking forward to that clash. Now, folks, we'll just look ahead to what's coming up next here at Casey Stadium from 11 a.m. Australian Daylight Time. It's the United Arab Emirates up against the South African under-22 men's side. Lots on the line for everybody in that match. But for this match, 134 runs on the board for Australia. That's an imposing total no matter what game you're playing. Donna, Paul, do we feel like this is a total that New Zealand can chase down?
I think it's a big ask.
Yeah, I'd say it's 80-20 that they won't chase this down, but they've got to go out there and in fact, in some ways, they better just ignore the 130. Just go out there and bat.
Bat like you're opening?
Bat like you're playing for your country and hit the ball with some intent, because you should be. Call really well and have a look at 12 overs and see where you are. But there's no point in letting the 134 freak you out. It is what it is. Now it's time to go out there and really practice for a final. Yep. If you were chasing 70 in a final, what would you do? Go and do that.
It's the same as when you're bowling. You can't get it in one ball. So you play what's in front of you and play with intent.
Yeah, I agree.
Lucille Matthews and Gemma Krebs at the crease for New Zealand. Emily Valance gets us underway. Just that point about, acting like, okay, how do we chase down 70 in a final? Should they not be trying to figure out if they can chase down 134 in a final? I mean, if this is all about final preparation, bat like this is a final.
Well, possibly.
Huh? Yeah.
What they do need to do, I think, no, is not in a final or a round play game. There's just no point of freaking out about the 135. Really, this partnership's a really good partnership. They score a lot of runs. They need to go out there on a really good foundation, and having them try and hit the back net 3 times to get them into the game and getting caught 3 times is not going to help New Zealand in the least bit at all. This partnership just needs to go out and play, and New Zealand needs to let this game develop and see where they are after 8 overs. One thing again I'd be making sure my players could hear me saying this was a not out umpire. That anything that was close was going to be given not out, I'd make sure that my players heard me say that very loudly.
Yep.
because I don't want a tight call going against me at this point.
Yep.
You know,
And get as close as you can.
Yep, yeah. Look, it's a funny game. Momentum can create pressure. You bat well for 2 or 3 overs, and even a team that's quite dominant feels like they're not.
Donna,
You can
I'm not
build
sure
off that.
how often when you were playing you ever had to chase down 134. Probably not often, but does that all of that sort of align with the messaging you'd be giving your team and the way you would approach this if you were chasing 134?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no point freaking out. You can accumulate a lot of runs if you with ones and twos. You don't necessarily have to hit the back net, and I think one of the things that Australia, and Coach Wendy Kemp has done incredibly well is get players to hit the bad ball, and if that's what they do, and feel comfortable and confident that they can put it away. But you can score a lot of runs just by accumulating.
And Australia in reality hit a lot of threes being aggressive.
Yep.
But in reality, the 7 and a couple of 5s weren't particularly shots they were looking to play at the time. They didn't really go exactly where they aimed them or anything. It's not like...
And the the threes, there was no increased risk in those shots at all. They were
bounced it over the line.
Yeah.
Well, the
beautiful.
As we saw 7 from the first over, a good start for New Zealand. What Australia also had in their favour is they only lost 1 wicket, right? So they can afford to not be aggressive. So if New Zealand lose 1-2 wickets a pair, then the balance changes, yeah?
Which is why it's so important not to look ahead. Like, just play what is in front of you.
Yep.
Don't think about the score overall, and think about just accumulating runs, because the only ball you can impact is the one that's coming at you right now.
Yeah. They just need to keep doing this. This is what they've done all tournament. They've scored a lot of runs this partnership in New Zealand of all occasions now. They need them to go and score 30, 40 and keep the game alive for them.
Yeah, and I think, if you're in a final, your batting order chasing something like this is incredibly important. I probably don't know the players well enough to sort of pick what order I would choose, but I think the order becomes incredibly important.
And what about the order? What would you?
How
would you approach?
A few things. I'd sort of understand how Australia goes after teams for a start. So look at how they're going after teams and choose. If they've got patterns in their game, I'd be choosing pairs associated with where certain bowlers bowl or don't bowl. If there's weaker bowlers and they generally bowl in the same place, well, have you got hitters? Can you use them? But it's also important to score runs early and put some pressure back on, create some doubt within the Australian team's mind as to getting those runs. So this team gets off to a good start, probably goes hard again next, and then you think about what you do with the third pair.
You see a dead ball as the ball leaves the court.
And often I wouldn't be choosing pairs until 2 overs into each of the pairs when you're chasing something
You'd
like
be
this.
choosing the next pair. Is that
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, look, I really like that, Donna, and really you probably want your hitters around partnership 3 if things are going well for you. So they can set the last partnership up, and that's probably where you want to take the risk, because you're likely to get a couple of weaker overs, and if you don't, you force them into the last partnership. You
might as well be in the game at the end of it.
Yeah. And look at one thing about it, right? I'm not saying it's going to happen here, but if you score 134 and the other side's in the game with an over to go, you're feeling it.
Oh yeah. I think that is important. Like, we're here in a round game. Let's say New Zealand, let's say they're short, but if they're just short, that's a lot of doubt.
Yeah.
Because scoring 134 runs in a final will be very challenging.
Yeah, look, it's just the truth, isn't it? That there's a level of adrenaline and movement of fielders. It's just
Absolutely.
a different level at that stage. This is 9 o'clock in the morning on a weekday, right?
Yep.
It's not quite the same. And look, I think this is forget Australia, New Zealand. This is sport, right? In sport, you face challenges, and your job is to try and find ways to overcome them. And doesn't matter if it's 134 or whether you're trying to defend 60. When you just that's the challenge. You see if you can get yourself up to do it, right? Nicole Martin's going to try and put a bit of pressure on this partnership.
Following up from Laura Shaw's over. That went for 8. Here is the Australian captain. Starts with a wide. And folks are getting some wonderful insight and analysis from 2 of the best indoor cricket minds to my right and left, Paul Botterill and Donna Dolby. Wonderful shot from Krebs.
With due respect to Donna, I think we've just got a couple of the oldest indoor cricket minds.
Yep.
I'll stick with my description. Thank you, Paul.
Cheers, Cam.
Kicked back by Laura Shaw. A little bit of soccer.
I like the running here. Krebs going a fair way, but getting back. The calling's been really solid. I thought Krebs missed the first game. She came in for the second game, and I think she's made a real difference to this New Zealand side. I think they're a far better side when she plays.
It's a great shot from Matthews. It catches the side net. She has a bit of a look at her opposite number as she trots down the pitch, having sent her into the backcourt for 4.
That's a quality shot. And no increased risk at all. Just quality shot.
I like the fact she hasn't whacked it. It's a half volley. She's punched it through into a hole and taken forward. It's good cricket, right?
Kept out by Krebs. 1 ball remains, and New Zealand, well, they're on song here. 23 on the board. Skin, well, it's a possibility, but I'm not sure they'd be too worried about that. Just want to stay in touch. Oh, chance it here.
Quick Krebs, good dive.
Yeah, she responded well. The call from Matthews, she was running to the danger end initially. It took Australia just half a second to get control of the ball. Let's take a look on the replay. This is that soccer effort from Shaw. Kicking it back in. This will be the drive to the back net. Bang.
It's been more high quality cricket from both sides, hasn't it? You know, there's a couple of really good lady sides playing into cricket here, you know. 5 years later and we're back and we're seeing good sides playing good cricket. That's what we want to see. It's been a long time coming.
Yep. So half a chance here for New Zealand to take the first skin if they can put on a really good over here. They've been batting well. Would look to close out this partnership with a good over. Adelaide Campion, the bowler. Enough time and width for Krebs to find 2 through the cover point region. Australia back to this in the last over with 2 on the offside. Driven again, straight back to the bowler. Might be just disappointed with that. Matthews could have really put that anywhere.
Yep.
Tucked around backward of square for a single.
Yeah, so I think we need to see played a bit more in both ladies and men's cricket. That's an empty area, and we just, tuck nicely away. You walk through, it's a really comfortable area, and there's no need to make it any more complicated than that. Just take a little bit of space and deflect to the corner.
Driven. Good piece of fielding from Campion off her own bowling. It'll be a dot. Miscue, but in the gap for 2. And 1 ball remains now for this New Zealand opening combination. And driven into the backcourt. 5 runs for the New Zealand skipper to close out the partnership. They haven't won the first game, but gee, they've kept New Zealand in the game. 34 runs, that'll be exactly what the doctor ordered for New Zealand, punctuated by that back net shot from the captain.
It's a great start, and they just put that little bit of pressure back on the other side.
Yeah, they'll be really pleased with that. New Zealand will feel that is a really good start. The partnership started really well for the last couple of days, and just building some confidence, and now a chance for some of the middle partnerships to see if they can contribute. If New Zealand can get 35-35, and they keep the game as an open possibility for them. And I would have thought, and again, I'm an older coach, but the skins here aren't going to impact the table at all. I'd have absolutely no interest. I'd be trying to win an international game for my country.
Correct, yeah.
Get 1 skin, get 3 skins. Don't care,
If that's what makes, well, I'm definitely an older player, but I've never been too interested in the skins.
It's always about the win.
Well, if you win, if you go the win, the skins will take care of themselves as a general rule.
Yep. I remember a few years ago in the Trans-Tasman, they told us they were going to play a 4-test series and it was going to be decided on skins if it was 2-all, and I'm like, No, it's not. But we don't want to do that. We want to come here and either win or lose on the court. You know, we're not having a count back of partnerships. But they turned into a 5-game Trans-Tasman, and we lost 3-2. We probably should have taken that. But
deciding a
chess matches is what you want at this level, right?
Yeah, you've got to go the win.
Deciding a tournament on skins is a bit like deciding a tournament on who hit the most fours.
Oh, don't, Cam. Don't. I'll start talking about delaying tactics in rugby if you start talking about that game. I was at that game at Lords when we lost on boundaries.
Yeah.
I flew there the day before from New Zealand, so it was a reasonably expensive day for a loss, to be honest.
Isn't it funny how we remember where we are for those critical moments?
Yeah. Well, sport's such a big part of everyone's life, isn't it? Well, not everyone, but a lot of people's lives.
The lucky ones.
The lucky ones. Nice.
Driven to the back court for 5. Maddie Wright, the bowler. Ambly Parr grabs 5 off her first delivery after Ros McNeil starts with 2. New Zealand are up for this. Advance to it, little miss hit.
Good combination this for mine. Ambly Parr's strong and Ros is quite quick. Ambly Parr's father runs a gardening type business, and she labours on in the business occasionally. It's not her job, but she helps out. So she's pretty physical in what she does, and she's just a strong lady.
Laura Shaw all over that. It'll be a dot. 2 balls remain. 9 runs from the over already, courtesy of that 5.
It's interesting for New Zealand. It's the first time they've had a little bit of momentum. Can they ride it for 3 or 4 overs? Can they ride it for 3 or 4 balls? When you get a little bit of momentum, you get the odd free bonus thrown at you, you know?
Well, you talk about momentum. How important was that last ball from Matthews? Hit 5 just to send this pair onto the court, and then 2 balls in, they hit their own.
Yep.
Final ball of the over. New Zealand happy to soak up the dot. Well, a little bit of untidiness, uncharacteristic for Australia, and that turns a dot into a single.
Look, that's probably a little bit risky, but again, I quite like the intent from New Zealand. You know, at the end of the day, if you've got a little bit of momentum and you can keep the other side a little bit rattled, you know, you want to do that.
Yep. And you put the pressure right back on the other side now.
All of a sudden now they've got a few things to talk about in that huddle, you know. What's going in the back? Why are we bowling wides? Why are we bowling full tosses? You know, and really what a captain wants to do in a huddle is going with one clear message, you know. And probably is going in, you're not talking about any of those wides. They're probably going here right now and go, okay, let's just get back control of the game and bowl good areas. But it does give them a bit to think about.
And that's what I've thought about with this bowler.
Yeah.
Just arresting that momentum.
This bowler, Sam Dixon.
You know, do you what Umpire Potts is talking to Ambly Parr about?
I think it's just explaining that Valance has got 2 minutes as she gets some attention for something down there in the front court. While that's happening, we'll take a look at the games coming up today. I said earlier, 11 a.m. Australian Daylight Time, it's the United Arab Emirates up against the South African 22 side. Following that, it's England and the home side, Australia in the men. South Africa and New Zealand in the women. New Zealand and Australia 22 the boys, and South Africa and India in the men to close out the day. Lots of indoor cricket action to come from Casey Stadium, live on KO Sport and YouTube around the world. Here's Sam Dixon. Opportunity at the top. Parr is home. It's a single.
Donna, in men's cricket, these games are quite competitive, and at times men can get a bit testosterone-y. They can get a bit aggressive out there. The ladies seem to be playing pretty hard, but they seem to be playing a pretty good spirit while they're doing it, don't they?
Yeah. I think that's one of the hallmarks of indoor cricket and the women's competition in general, is there's just a real healthy respect and camaraderie. Yes, there's absolute competitiveness on the court, but there's no malice.
I like that, you know.
That's
what about
2 good rocks in a row, and Australia interested in the court behind. Umpire Potts not so much.
Clearly hit the ground, clearly not out, but they're going to build some pressure here because the momentum's not right with them right now, and good on them. This is understanding the game in the middle of it and what you're trying to achieve as a team, right?
So it's 3rd ball now. Oh, she got there. That is excellent cricket from New Zealand. We just missed the start of that ball, but McNeil got bat on it, but the ball didn't go very far. And the fact that Parr got home forced Australia to try to affect the out at the top. That is perfect third ball cricket from New Zealand. Would have been tight down to that keeper's end. They saw it off.
Great over from Dixon, but New Zealand surviving at the moment. If they can do that, it's a real plus for them.
Another effort there in the front court. A diving Ros McNeil is home. 2 runs to the total. And to use your term, Paul, they survived that over and got through with 4 runs.
Yeah,
well done, New Zealand.
It's really good fun to watch the Australian team at the moment. Intensity up, high fives up, the appeal demanding outs because they need one. You know, they just understand how to manage the game in this situation, and they're definitely trying to lift, and that's exactly the right thing to do in this situation. Again, they'll just bowl good areas and wait for a chance. When they get the chance, they'll clean it up and they'll pull back into the game. You know, they'll pull back into the partnership. It's really good quality cricket.
Ainsley Knight to bowl. Parr is on strike. Chance at the top. Nicole Martin can't hit the sticks.
That is a brilliant dive from a long way out.
He's got some height, Parr, and that's always to your advantage if you've got a dive to make your ground.
Interesting if she would have made it or not. Are we going to go? Been pretty tight, I'd have thought, at the top. Parr just having a moment to tuck his shirt back in and grab a breath.
This not a lot of padding under that carpet out there. It's cement floors.
There's also new carpet, right, Donna, and this stuff, as carpet ages, it becomes a bit more slippery to dive on, but this stuff, quite bristly, and it's holding when you land on it, and it is, I am sure, hurting.
You think about the cumulative effect of that over a number of days and many games.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of second skin on some grazers on that court we can't see, and a few bandages. And
I certainly have seen that a lot of the players have had to get bandages and that sort of stuff from diving. And look, it's just not an experience I can share because I don't dive ever.
Oh, damn.
2 runs again to New Zealand, comfortable. What was your rule, Paul? It's you dive or you don't play?
Don't dive, don't play.
Yep.
Couldn't agree more.
Yep.
Playing for your country, for God's sake. If you're not prepared to put your body on the line, then someone else who is prepared to put their body on the line can have a crack,
Yep.
I don't think I ever had to drop a player, I don't think anyone actually ever did not dive. They come along and tell you that they've got video proving that diving is not quicker. Like, that's cool. Don't dive, don't play.
Dot to finish the over, 8 runs from it. Another good one for New Zealand. They've found their way to 24. Looking good for another 30-plus partnership here, and that just keeps them in touch in this match.
Yeah, the diving thing as well. Diving, particularly this year, makes umpires' decisions a lot harder. You've got some legs and some body in the way, and it can make the viewing a bit tougher for them, Yeah, good effort from New Zealand here so far. Enjoying the cricket, and again, it's nice to see they are demanding a bit more out of this Australian side who are giving it, and it's good to see them lifting up.
Ash Doble is going to bowl the final over to this pair. Starts right in on the legs. Gets around behind square for a single.
So 67 halfway for New Zealand here. Be a nice little place to be at the end of this partnership. If you could be halfway into a chase like this, you'd be pretty happy.
Ash Doble, a bit of a 4th over specialist. Donna?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, really consistent. One of the first players you're putting on the court.
Yeah, I've talked a couple of times during the week, Don, about the fact that she just looked at me like one of the star players need really good players around them that are consistent. When you have other players that are consistent, star players just go out and play really well. And she looks to me like one of those players you build a team around.
Yeah, absolutely. Just so reliable. That's kind of what I mean about one of the first pick, because the team can't perform without them.
Yeah. I couldn't agree with you more. And I bet she's pretty good in the culture as well.
Yeah.
You were talking about Carson earlier on. Boy, she's inspirational. We walked past the physio bench when they were diagnosing her. Literally, they said, I think it's an MCL. It's at the ball bowl. As I walked past the physio, they say this to her, and literally there's a whole group of people staring, going, what the hell? And she's laughing. And every time I saw her for the whole day, she had a smile on her face, and she was joking around. And in that situation, you can become quite a negative distraction in a team. And I thought she was incredibly professional in that situation to keep her energy up and put something positive back, you know?
Yeah, she is a class act.
Doble goes through. Ros McNeil, right as New Zealand were well on the way in this run chase. That is a huge wicket for the Australians. Ash Doble knocking over the top of off stump. Let's take a look at this on the replay. Here's the delivery. Oh, shaping up to turn it around. A little down-up pull shot I think she was shaping up for. And
you got a bit caught in the middle for mine. Pops just hit it through the offside, but...
one ball remains. Beaten on the last ball. And we were talking earlier how the 5 off the last ball of the first pair gave New Zealand a lot of momentum heading into this pair. Well, a wicket and a dot for Australia does the reverse in this partnership. So Australia perhaps with the ascendancy, but importantly for New Zealand, they are still in touch in this match.
Yeah, I think I'll take a lot out of that partnership. They were disappointed with the wicket late, but I thought they batted pretty well. You know, that wicket probably takes them from, hoping to get 30, they're getting low 20s. But, again, it's a good lesson for them, because Ros really, that was a bit of a nothing shot. And, again, if you're going to lose concentration for a second at this level, you're going to get hurt. That's the way it works. And they'll take some learning from that, I'd expect.
Yep.
It's funny, isn't it? Sometimes when you're batting, it's just when you allow yourself that thought of, we've got this, You just relax a little bit and all of a sudden you don't have it anymore. It's supposed to be tough cricket, isn't it?
Yes, it's a fine balance. The key is to be relaxed, just not too much.
Yeah.
We just saw on the screen some of the Victoria Open ladies here in the stands supporting the Australian side. Ainsley Knight will get us back underway. That's Pam Yates who finds the net for 2. Regina Lilly now will face her first ball. Leg side there for Knight.
Boy, Valance is just a ball of energy out there, isn't she?
Some of that youth.
Yes.
That's a quality shot. That's what you call a wire. So it went right up there and hit the wire that runs along the side net. Well, they're riding a luck there, a little Yates, but New Zealand did well to get a run there. It's a good call from Lilly and a good response from Yates. Finds an edge. It was well bowled there from Ainsley Knight, particularly late in the over. But 7 runs for New Zealand. They stay on track.
Yeah, New Zealand trying to build into this partnership, and Australia just bowling really straight and making it tough for them. And another good standard of cricket quality start to a tournament, to an over. For players like Valance, young player coming into the side, she's going to be excited, right? And she's going to want to enjoy every moment of it, contribute, but just enjoy being in the group. And I'm sure some of these players were her heroes 5 years ago, 6 years ago. She'll be loving being out there and being part of it, right?
Yeah. There's quite a number of the junior Aussie players have come through into this side. There's many of them on the court now. Sort of see Maddie, Valance, Ainsley herself as well from a few years back. Addie.
Starting to see the outside edge of the bat a little bit at the moment.
Campion found the edge off that first delivery. Follows up with a no ball off the pitch.
And of course Sam Dixon. You kind of forget that he's an emerging player.
Sam Dixon in the women's side in Dubai just seems like a lifetime ago. It's just tough to remember who was actually in that side.
Her sister Megan Dixon was.
Oh, there we go. There's a memory that remembers.
I was coaching then. So,
so Sam was in the 22s in Dubai.
That's my recollection.
Yeah, and Megan was in the ladies.
But my memory is fading. There's no doubt about that.
One of the things, Donna, someone asked me about a game, somebody having the game yesterday. I said to him, mate, I've watched more games than you've watched balls. Yeah. I can't remember it all,
Yeah. Well, yeah, the pandemic in between that World Cup and this, it just feels like
forever.
A lifetime ago.
Yeah. Forever ago.
One ball remains. Five runs off the over.
This is one of those arm wrestles as a pair you like to see. This is, it's quite evenly poised at 12 runs after 2 overs, and this next over becomes the. Usually you end up with a breakout. Either you end up with a wicket with the score like this, or 8 or so comes off the over instead of the 5 or 6 that we see.
Yeah, look, it's one of the things I really like is that definitely Australia are dominant in this tournament, but we're definitely seeing competition within parts of this game, and it's a really good thing for the game. Truthfully, the game doesn't need Australia to be untouchable.
Yeah.
We need competition to make the whole thing, particularly with 3 teams in the grade. But we need it to be competitive as it can possibly be. Shot. That's a great shot.
Donna, when was your first year coaching after you retired as a player, the Australian ladies?
I coached the juniors in 2007 and then the women in 2008. So the World Cup, I think that first World Cup was 2009 in Queensland.
So if you include the juniors, just see this delivery. The throw went to the right end but was too wide. So this is the first World Cup you haven't been involved with as a player or a coach since, the first one you're involved with was in 1998.
I know, it's a long time. Are you reminding everyone I'm old?
No, but it only just dawned on me when we were talking about you coaching in Dubai that you actually get to enjoy it as a spectator.
Absolutely, that's why I had to come and see it.
Yeah.
It's interesting, I sat at home to watch the first game and I still had the adrenaline running through my hands.
Yeah.
I don't think you sort of,
You ever lose that?
You don't ever lose that, and it was lovely to be involved. I had a dinner with the team last night, a family night, and it was just really nice to be around the players again. Yeah,
we're doing it with the New Zealand men tonight, having an extended group. Last night was the second time I've watched the New Zealand men's side since '98 as a spectator, the second game ever. I was quite vocal. It's just really nice to just go and express the fact you love the team, because when you're coaching, you're quite restrained. You've got to stay well inside what you want to do sometimes.
There's half a chance there. They get through New Zealand.
Still a bit of an arm wrestle, this pair.
It is.
With this pair, both teams no one's got the ascendancy just yet.
Yeah, I think it was unlikely to be a breakout partnership for the batter with Valance bowling. I think they've actually done quite well just to keep ticking along here. If they can get another 2 here, 20, see what the last over brings.
Yeah.
They've got the skin in view as well, which they'll need 8 off the last over to get the skin. It's again, I'm not big on skins, but I am big on targets. They'll have that in mind. They'll a little thing to tick off in the chase if they can. If they keep the skin here, they'll be 82. It's going to leave the last partnership 50 odd. That's, in reality, highly unlikely. But it's still been a pretty good effort with the bat.
We have seen some big last partnership chases sort of out of nowhere. That's going to be pretty difficult to do against the Australian attack and field. But I'd really love to see that if the last pair do need 40, 50 runs, to have a dip at it. Because for mine, as we just see Shaw ball her first ball of this over, chance at the top, they get through.
Not the best diving technique in history there.
No, would have been out. Would have been out.
But she did.
Yeah.
Look, New Zealand will have Sky Bowden batting last, and she can. She's a clean hitter of the cricket ball.
And that's what I'm saying. I think why not use that as an opportunity? Okay, the game might be gone. See if you can chase big runs against this attack. Put some pressure back on them. Put some doubt in their mind going into the next game.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Yeah, me too. One of the things that's...
There's a big shot. Just half volleys into the back net. It'll be 5.
Lily puts the skin well in target. And again, one thing they might be able to do, I don't think, is try and defend the skin here. They've got to get as many as they possibly can.
And I think that just tells you they're still thinking about winning the game.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I like it. That might have been out if keeper grabbed it too.
Yeah.
Again, mental processes late in the partnerships for New Zealand. You can't get back to cover and take off at this level, right? And you've got to have the concentration to see the whole partnership through, making good decisions.
And a dot ball was okay.
Yeah, it's not the end of the woods.
Back live.
And she might have felt that she wanted to get Regina Lilly back on strike after the 5, but still, it's still not okay to get back to cover and run,
Laura Shaw puts Pam Yates on third ball. A big moment here.
Skin on the line, 2 balls to go, 2 needed, third ball all on.
Finds the net, 2 runs, and will give
Really
Regina Lilly 1 delivery to close out the partnership.
Are they going to take the 26, or
No,
are they going to try and bash the back net?
They've got to keep going.
I think you've got to keep going.
Yeah.
I think you've got to keep going as well, but I'd be interested to see what they do. It's little targets, little wins are little wins.
Called through.
That almost tells you they were in 2 minds themselves.
Yeah. It looked like that way. Yeah.
So 27 runs from the third partnership there for New Zealand. Australia certainly have their noses in front now. It'll take a big effort here. 52 runs indeed for New Zealand to win this match here against Australia. Don't forget, coming up next, 11 a.m. Australian Daylight Time, the United Arab Emirates up against the South African 22s side. Just the first of an additional 5 games coming at you live on KO Sports and on YouTube right around the world. Thanks for joining us, folks. Settle in for a big day of indoor cricket action, whether you're at home, maybe you're at work with a sneaky little phone on KO or on YouTube. That's a great way to stay in touch, and thanks for being with us. You just see on your shot there the injured Delane Carson, the former Australian player Bryony Polkinghorne, Malia Harris. An absolute wealth of experience there on the Australian sidelines helping this cause. Sky Bowden and Matama Downs will bat last for New Zealand. And when they need big runs, the last person you want to see running in at the bowler's end is Sam Dixon. Here she is.
It's one of the things, Cam. Big runs doesn't mean every ball's got to go for 7. It means you've got to go and hit your 1s and 2s and create a base and wait for your half volley, and you might get a couple of them, and you can change momentum.
I guess my point is that they're not going to get a half volley from Sam Dixon. They're not going to make it easy for them to. She's not going to make it easy for them to get their 1s and 2s.
I agree.
Yeah.
A really good opportunity here for a young closing partnership to chase a big target that just doesn't really matter. So good for them to battle through this, and if they can battle through this, see what they can do.
Well, with a score like this, there's no real pressure.
Yes.
Yeah. And so this is when you see whether you put a bit of pressure on yourself to see if you can do it. You give yourself those targets.
New Zealand get away with that. I'm not sure the throw.
Bowden in the back or the head? Because if it's the head, they probably should have a look at.
Well,
the back of the head's not a great area.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure if it hit Bowden or if it just didn't come out of Matty Wright's hand.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bowden certainly didn't react.
I mean, no complaints from about her getting hit there. If she's running down the middle of the pitch on ball 3, you might wear one. You know, it's life. You know, it's not like you've been thrown out of character. You know?
Not suggesting she'd get up and remonstrate with Wright for hitting her, but it didn't look to me like she got hit.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
No,
2 balls remain.
When it comes to those things, these games are played in pretty good spirits.
Agreed.
One to come from Sam Dixon's over.
See, that hurried her a bit.
Yeah, did it? Did it skid a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit quicker, potentially as well.
Here's that. Yeah, see, it just
didn't come
came out the back of her head.
I didn't do it. She won't enjoy seeing that in the highlights of the presentation evening. Look, a really good over from Dixon, and the New Zealand batters did really well to get through, and it makes chasing 50 really difficult, but that's all you can do in that situation against a good bowler's take what you can take, and hope you get another opportunity again. Nicole Martin, unlike it, offered them a lot to hit as well.
Sky Bowden says, however unlikely, I'm going to do it, and grabs 5 off the first ball. She just looks like she's got ice in her veins, Sky Bowden. I just love the way she approaches her cricket for such a young player.
The thing that's really good about it was a full toss and deserves to be hit to the back net for 5. It's not like she's gone, running down the pitch and swinging wildly.
And if you're getting a full toss at shin height, that's exactly where it deserves to go.
Got to go. And see, New Zealand from this point, they need 41 runs, and that seems huge. But the closer they get, the more pressure creeps into the game, and big shots like that can come. Maybe they do run it 1 and send it to the backcourt, and it comes off, and it's game on.
You're probably looking for the next over here. You're probably just, you're probably now looking to try and hit some 1s and 2s and see if you can get a bowler that's a bit more hittable than Nicole Martin. Again, if she wants to float one up to you, then fair enough. But, good on them. And I think there is only one side that can be put under pressure from here.
He would force a chance for the captain. A direct hit would have been out. Bowden up and interested in another run. Down says no.
Certainly wasn't going to overpitch to her again.
Nice ball, XD.
Final ball of the over. 9 runs from it so far. Driven straight back to Martin, and it will be a dot.
That's a miss for New Zealand. That's another full toss, and that really at this point does need to go.
Yeah, it's hitting through the ball with power and placed it. We saw earlier in the innings 1 or 2 of those just go straight. Still hit well and straight. Placed that perfectly on the edge of the V, right into the gap.
Yep.
This will be an interesting over here.
Generally, the gaps are at the tape.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a bad place to be hitting, is it?
No.
This is at this stage, New Zealand has to go here.
Absolutely.
Right? If they're going to win the game, this has got to go for 20, and they've got to go.
Go they do. Great fielding from Adelaide Campion.
Wow.
That's an unbelievable save from her. She's just saved 4 runs, diving to her right, got the ball cleanly. So often you see that ball then spill into the 3 net.
Yeah.
That kept it to 1. Downs rocks back and hits 2.
The other thing, if that had spilled away, New Zealand might have been able to sneak back for 2 and get Sky Bowden back on strike, and really they want her to face as many balls this over as she possibly can.
Interesting to see the assistant coach, former Australian player Polkinghorne, over here just chatting to Matty Wright. She's just out of view of the camera. Oh, that's it.
Oh,
Puts it outside, off stump. Bowden looking for the back net. Had to react.
I'm not sure I love the messaging of this personally. This is a bowler here who's now getting some sort of different treatment to every other bowler on the side, and I'm not sure it sends. New Zealand needs 35 off 9 balls here. I'm not sure it sends a great message to her personally. She's a good enough player to get out of this, and if she wasn't, they wouldn't have picked her in the first place.
Yeah, sometimes players, though, actually ask for someone to talk to at the back of the net as well. So
there's a wicket for her forward as well.
Well,
fair enough too, Donna. They're
Yeah.
completely different, right?
Yeah.
You know, there's a real difference between sort of turning up all of a sudden in a game and breaking what you normally do. When you break what you normally do, you send a message to a player you've got to be pretty wary of. But
agree.
if she's asked, then fair enough, you know. And it was a really important over, right? If they'd gone 7 early here, it would have been an interesting match from there on, you know.
I think as well, it may not be a reflection of the bowler, but the situation. The Australian sideline might have decided that they had something they wanted to occur. He's right. It'll be 2 to close out the over. 2 runs from it, courtesy of that wicket. But yeah, if I'm coaching a side and I want a bowler to do something other than what I know they would do by default, then yeah, I'm sending someone up there to talk to them.
Yep.
Yeah. Or if not myself.
Yeah, and I think there's always players that actually want you to talk to them. Yeah, some players just that's their thing.
Yeah, fair enough. I think maybe a message is one thing.
Yeah.
I don't know that multiple balls at the back. That looks a bit like construction to me. And
Yeah.
you know, she's a good cricketer. You know, she's here for.
Absolutely, she's a good cricketer.
Here's that piece of fielding from Addie Campion.
Yeah, that is.
Oh, brilliant! And really,
very
at that
special.
point in the game, you know, awesome at that
Critical.
point in the game. Yeah. I think when you talk about critical, Donna, New Zealand here, they need to back this 100. You know, they've played really well. They're not going to win this game, but they want to get out of here with 3 figures on the board and feel like they have batted really well.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the point here. Actually, well, the game now doesn't matter. It's about building momentum into the finals.
Yeah.
Fall safe. Ash Doble, the bowler.
Of course, Sky Bowden might have other ideas about winning that game.
Yeah, she might. It's pretty tough here, 31 off 4. Yeah, look, and staying positive is fine as well, right? I'm not saying go into your shell and do nothing. Just, you know, bank it and remind Australia that you can score 100 against them.
No, it should be out. Oh, the touch just doesn't go to the keeper. Single to Downs. Bowden currently top scoring with 19. Top scoring for the New Zealand side, I should say. Down up pull shot. And Downs will want to be careful. Australian front court fielder there, Laura Shaw, was ready for that. And a directed slap, and Downs almost would have been out, you'd think.
Yeah, you're right, Cam. New Zealand, you know, the game's gone, banking 100. It doesn't mean lose all intensity and start walking between the wickets. You know,
Yeah.
you've got to. They want to see this off positively with some momentum.
Driven, that'll find the back net. 5 runs through the bat of Downs.
That might have designs on the skin.
Yeah. Yeah, it's they need another 7 runs. If they tie it, that'll be enough. It'll go back to the previous partnership, which New Zealand did win. Finds the net for 2. It'll be 1 ball now, and Downs will have to find the back net again. A 5 or a 7 to win this last skin.
Some discussion on the Australians about whether they're going to defend this or not.
And Nicole Martin sending
Polkinghorn
the field back.
just walking back, pointing at the back net to them, telling them they are going to defend this.
Oh, well, they'd be silly not to, wouldn't they?
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course they would. You know?
Don't know if I'd be fielding right there for Nicole Martin. Yeah, it's well bowled in that situation. And that brings the over to an end. A strong batting performance from both sides, but Australia again with the edge. And again, the margin between the two sides, around about 20 runs, which is really just, when you think about it, it's 2 or 3 opportunities. It's 1 or 2 moments in a game that make the difference between the two sides. On this occasion, couple of umpiring decisions.
Couple of umpiring decisions go
Yeah.
your way.
Yeah,
All of a sudden,
but
that's
also,
sort of 6 or 7.
Also, a couple of opportunities that New Zealand just didn't take, both with bat and ball for mine. I think there's situations where they could have found a net and they didn't, or they didn't run when they could have. But certainly a couple of decisions they'll be ruining, as well as we take in some highlights from both innings in this match. Donna, your thoughts?
Yeah, no, it just sets up a great couple of days ahead of us for Friday and Saturday for the finals. I can't wait.
It's going to be magic, isn't it, the last couple of days? And I think New Zealand need to be careful here that they scored 114 and that's great. But, you know, their Australian side was good. But if they'd scored 90, I'm not sure New Zealand would have scored 114. You know, you've got to be a bit realistic about the fact that they did have some runs on the board as well. You know?
Yeah, and I think you also always sort of late in the week before the finals, you see the scores get a bit higher as bodies get a bit tighter. Fatigue kicks in. You don't have so much adrenaline in the game. When the finals come, it'll be a different story.
You see here a couple of the shots. There's that great piece of fielding from Matty Campion. And the wicket that iced the game there for Matty Wright.
That bit of fielding really saved the skin, didn't it?
Well, even the game, I mean, I know that New Zealand still needed a lot of runs, but that was a big moment. That really shut them out of the game there.
That's a big play.
Yeah.
Don't forget, folks, coming up next, 11 a.m. Australian Daylight Time, it is United Arab Emirates up against the South Africa 22 side. I hope you have enjoyed the coverage of this match. Again, Australia winning by 20 runs against New Zealand. But until 11 a.m. Daylight, I'm Cameron Walter, joined by Paul Botterill and Donna Dolby. Both of you, thank you for your company, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for yours. We'll see you next time.
Thanks very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Casey Stadium where the Day 6 of the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup continues. I'm Cameron Walter, with me Paul Botterill and Ahmed Khawaja, and we're coming to you live on KO Sports here in Australia and YouTube right around the world. Thank you so much for your company. Coming up now, it is the United Arab Emirates up against the South African 22 side. Paul, why don't you take us through the two lineups?
Cam definitely will. I've got for South Africa, captain is Franco Fourie, Gert Bassoon, Kean Swartz, Sheldon Tocknell, Tane Keita, Cole Parkinson, Marcel Cronje and Alec van der Kroot. For Emirates UAE today, we've got Akib, Izuru, Prem, Vikran, Jay, Prasath, Dilsara and Nakash.
The umpire for the match will be Michael Guest from Australia. And this is one of those unique fixtures here at the World Cup where we have a men's side up against one of the 22 side. They're playing against each other throughout the tournament and then splitting for their own finals. Ahmed, first of all, welcome to you. Welcome to Melbourne and the World Cup.
Thanks very much, Cam. Yeah, pleasure to be here. Just got in last night, but been following it online and really impressed with what I've seen. So excited to be here.
Why don't you set the scene for this game for us? What's in it for both sides?
Yeah, look, unfortunately, Cam, both teams haven't really gotten to where they would have wanted to got to. I think the stage of the tournament. Obviously, both with only a single win to their name, but I guess for the UAE, a few close losses. They've definitely competed, but unfortunately, they're sitting well down the ladder, and I think for them it's just a bit of fine-tuning in the last couple of games to set up for the plate stage. With the South African under-22s, again, it's been a pretty tough campaign. Definitely seen that they can compete, and I think there are a couple of really good players in there, but again, for them, they know they're going to be finishing third, and it's really a matter of getting the team together and getting the combinations right for a prelim against Australia or New Zealand.
And with that in mind, Paul, how would you be approaching this match if you were either coach?
Look, I'd probably have some players who I thought were definitely going to play my final sitting this one out, and I'd have the players fighting out to play that semi-final out there and proving their case to me. And what I'd be looking for from my side is a lot more consistency. I think both sides, UAE in particular, they're coming out of a 2017 World Cup. They beat my New Zealand side in either in the tournament or in the pre-game. I think it was the pre-game, and they looked exceptional. In this game, they've been very static in the field. We've talked about that several times. Even with the bat, where they look like good batsmen and good bowlers, but really they've been quite inconsistent with the bat. If I was with UAE, I'd just be looking to go out here and put in a really good, solid performance, do the basics well, and have those fringe players put some pressure on my 8. And really for the South African 22s, the same thing. They're looking to play, as Ahmed said, they're playing a semi-final soon, and they'll be starting to get ready for that. And I think both of these teams will be using this game as a hard game to get something really positive out of as they're brought into the business end of the tournament. We are getting close to the championship quarter here, Cam. We're getting close to some pretty big games.
Yeah, it will be an interesting match. We may have a slight delay. There is a leak on one of our other courts that's causing a match to be moved onto the court where the UAE was set up to watch the game, or to where their bench was sitting. So
actually, Cam, it won't be great for UAE, who are going to have to move. But it'd be actually brilliant to have 3 games next to each other. There'll be a lot more atmosphere in the building with the 3 games contained in a tighter space. Tougher for viewing. They're going to have to resolve this for crowds on Friday and Saturday, but for today it'll be great fun to have 3 games next to each other. A lot more noise close to each other, a lot more atmosphere. I literally think it'll just pull the fielding scores down, the batting scores down a little bit as the fielding side have got a lot more atmosphere around them, Of course, that middle court affecting both games because it had a side sitting on it from both games. So New Zealand men moving off and around the side for the far court, and UAE, I would imagine, are going to come down and sit, possibly just clear a little bit of grandstand for them in that bottom row on the far corner and let them have a little space down there to themselves. I can see Shetty taking them through. They need to ask a couple of spectators there just to give them some space and let them have an area close by.
So the Emirates batting first here at the World Cup. The South African 22s will get us underway. Through their captain. We're just about ready to get underway here at Casey Stadium. Again, thanks for your company, folks. Hope you can stay with us throughout this and the remaining fixtures here at Day 6 of the Indoor Cricket World Cup. Pushed through the offside for 2. The Emirates captain opens his account. What sort of runs are we looking for here, gents?
Look, I think UAE are going to be looking to be pretty positive here. I would say they're looking to get high 90s to 100. They're playing a South African under-20 side they're expecting to beat, and I think they're looking for some form and some confidence.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with Bots. I mean, they put up 80 against England, New Zealand, put up 90 against India and South Africa. So I think there's no reason why they shouldn't really be looking to put over 100 and really get their batters into form.
Dot ball there for Jay's first ball. Here he is for the second. Get some bat on it. And it'll be a run through the point region by way of the keeper's net. Quite early in the morning over there in South Africa, 2 a.m. So hello to you if you're staying up late or getting up early to watch this.
Bound to be a lot of parents over there watching this team play. Every game I'd have thought, Cam, and they're staying up through the night. As you say, welcome to them. And a nice start from your team here before we hitting some good areas.
Just under some of that pressure with the leg side. Gee, this South African side's got some height.
Yeah.
There's some big kids out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they tend to breed them pretty tall over there and generally pretty well built.
Oh, that's a great shot from the Emirates captain to close out the over. A good one for the Emirates, 7 runs from it. That's the positive start they would be looking for.
But I know you've been following this tournament from home. The South African side, aside for the future, they've got some pretty good cricketers there, perhaps just a little bit younger than the other sides.
Yeah, I think it probably hit the nail on the head there, Bots. And yeah, been very impressed with their skipper. I think he's got open men's player written all over him for the future. He's scored around, I think, about 79 runs in his 7 games, and he's definitely got heat with the ball. Also like the looks of Ken Schwartz, and he's actually travelling over to play in New Zealand over the club summer. So former New Zealand under-22 rep Joey Field's going to play for Havelock North. So yeah, just a couple of good guys, a couple of good players, and I think they just need to just get more game time in the South African setup. Cronje
will bowl over number 2. 2 fielders on the legs of the Emirates skipper. You can see he's targeting that area. It's a leg side. Full face. Looks like they went to all the effort to move that game, and it's still happening on court 1.
Like a well-oiled machine, the staff at Casey Stadium went there. They got that court cleaned up super quick, and presumably while they were doing it, somebody else has gone over there with a couple of hair dryers and dried a bit of a damp spot out somewhere.
Well, look, this is a massive complex. There's huge courts, not just indoor cricket, but lots of other sports, and a massive team here. The YMCA that run Casey Stadium is trying to continue short and wide outside off stump, and it's 2. So when you hit the panic button, they've got staff there real quick to come and help, and they do a great job here at Casey. And thanks to Josh Shadler and his team here at the Y, who do a brilliant job, as we said, at Casey Stadium.
It's the sign of a team that's doing a good job, Cam. You don't see them.
Yeah.
You know, everything's just done. They have been wonderful, haven't they?
Absolutely. 2 balls remain in this over. A little bit straighter, a little bit of movement in the air.
That's actually a lot better. Probably for that first sort of almost dozen balls, they haven't really been bowling too much at the stumps and easy on the drives, half volleys or too short. So it's actually good to see them bowling directly at the wickets.
Akeeb looks a better player with a bit more space, doesn't he?
Yeah, kind of guy that likes to free his arms a bit as a skipper.
Oh, that's a real aggressive call. You don't see that come off too well, but he made contact. It went straight back to the receiver, but he got on his bike early. A great run for the Emirates. Let's take a look at it, Paul.
I'd like to see it because he dives with his bat upside down and may well be in the air when the bails come off. Oh, he's probably in by far enough, it doesn't matter. Not a great technique, though.
Yeah, you're right. And what's interesting is he only turned that as he dived. It was the right way up until he dived.
Which just shows he hasn't played a lot of cricket with replay screens. If you've played a lot of cricket with replay screens, you know not to do that. If you haven't, you never get taught that stuff, right?
Yeah. Of course, the video umpire will be available for finals. We're looking forward to the impact that will have on these games.
Is that semi-finals onwards?
Yes, Schwartz continuing. Starting his over. Good touch there in the front court. Single. He's still been doing a good job at keeping that strike turning over. There's a couple of instances. That one, the previous delivery, the last delivery of the previous over, an aggressive call. That one, a little bit of fortune. Schwartz. Gee, he bowls wide of the crease, doesn't he?
He does. I think when I look at Akeeb, I often think if he was in another side, he'd be one of those players. He's just a really good, solid player you can build a side around. He makes very few mistakes. Technically pretty good. Bowls good areas.
Oh, it's up and taken. Not cleanly initially, but he did enough to get it up into the air and stayed in control. Grabbed a simple catch in the end, and South Africa strike with their first wicket. Let's take a look at that on the replay. You'll see here the driving on the up, hit high on the bat, straight to the 3-line fielder. Tough to judge that because it didn't come off as quick as he thought. Popped it up in the air and secured the catch.
Yeah,
good
great
fielding.
catch. Akeeb coming into his vision as well at that time. I think you should be pretty disappointed in that. South Africa at that point just starting to stretch and look for a wicket, and to just pad a ball off the middle of your bat to a fielder in the air is, they just need to be a little bit. They're good cricketers. They just need to be a little bit more disciplined than that.
Down up, pull shot, 2 runs.
You always want to make the opposition earn the first wicket of the innings.
No leg side to finish what was otherwise a good over. No runs from it. And with that wicket, the Emirates have some work to do in this last over.
Bit of a pattern, I think, emerging for them. They seem to get off to these sort of good starts, develop it over a couple of overs, and then undo it with what Bots has really pointed out. It's a soft dismissal. Other than that, they were hustling pretty hard between the wickets. They were hitting the nets. Good aggressive calling. So it's just a bit disappointing. These are the differences between a 19 and a 20 and a late 20s to early 30s.
Von der Kroot to bowl the 4th and final over to the partnership now.
Certainly seen here enough to think the South African under-22 side could win a semi-final, Cam. This is 4 decent bowlers in a row, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. All height, all bowl with a good bit of pace. Comfortable 2 through the cover region.
Yeah, generally they've bowled pretty good. I think just saying a little bit of an outdoor line here, just need to tidy this back up a little bit straighter, does Van der Kroot. But Still looks useful with the ball.
All right, so they're sending an extra fielder onto the leg. So there's one at short square leg. Well, in fact, he's behind square. And it was fallen outside off stump.
It's a very interesting setup, isn't it? He's pretty much pointed towards the front of the court as opposed to pointing his way towards the batsman. So perhaps looking for maybe that extra bounce and trying to get it off the net instead.
Yeah, they're looking for a deflection off the face of the bat onto the back net, aren't they? And boy, you've got to bowl a good line to do that.
Yeah, and we've talked about it in previous games, Paul. I'm just not a fan of that. I think the fielder should be facing the bat. Oh, it's a great contact there. Yeah.
It's one of those things, Cam. We've talked about it a lot because they've done it a lot, and I can't remember one wicket coming from it.
That's right.
And they'll have a theory.
Well, especially in this setup, right? So the other fielder there is too straight. So if it goes to the right of that backward square net-facing fielder, it's not going to be taken by anybody. It's just going to go into the net. The fielder might as well not be there for anything played forward of square.
Yeah, when you face that way, what you really do is you really minimise the area that you can cover, right?
Yeah. Final ball of the partnership. And it's a no ball. And finds a side net for 3. Just wait for the call. Front foot, no ball.
It's interesting to watch him there, Ken. While the bowler walked in, the point fielder actually walked in and then turned back towards the batter. So at release, he wasn't facing the back net, which is he just walked 2 steps towards the net and then turned back and had a look at the batter. So watch him here again. If you can catch him in the corner of the camera, I think you can.
It's the top right of screen. Still
not on that side.
Yeah, body position still certainly towards the net.
And we just watched the ball go round him. You know?
Yeah. It's just, it seems to be a South African tactic across some of their sides, and it's just one I'm not a fan of. But what works for them works for them. 23 runs from the opening partnership for the Emirates. It's a good tussle at the moment here in this World Cup clash. The Emirates up against the South Africa 22 side. We're live from Casey Stadium. If you've just joined us, I'm Cameron Walter alongside Paul Botterill and Ahmed Khawaja. Thanks so much for your company. And not a bad start. Both sides will be reasonably happy with where they're at.
Yeah, I think so. You know, that late in the over, they got a chance, the UE side, just to push that partnership out past 20. They will be pleased with, I think, as Shetty and Prem come out. But the South Africans bowled pretty well. And what they haven't done is what I would call construct an out. And they'll be looking in this partnership to get the ball in an area, to force a batter to hit it to a fielder and have that fielder completely out. Now, they're young, but that's really what the cricket sides are trying to do. And you get the odd bonus, but they just need to construct a few more outs and possibly just have a look at that point fielder and what he's trying to achieve. And I reckon what's happened is somewhere in a big game in South Africa, someone's done that and taken an amazing out. A bunch of people have seen it and everyone copies it, but it doesn't mean that in any other circumstances it's the best thing in the world.
It's not a percentage play by any way, shape or form.
Doesn't look it to me.
No. Cleeta, the bowler.
Oh, sounded a little bit woody down there to me.
Yeah, I think the keeper's reaction tells us. Here it is on the replay. Yeah, big edge. That would have been a screamer of a catch if he took that.
Taking those down there, you're a very fine keeper.
Squeeze backward of point. Does catch the side. No, it has to hit the keeper's net. 1 run. Beaten outside off. Playing across the line of the ball.
Kid looks another good prospect, doesn't he?
Yeah, been impressed with the bowling. That one full on the legs. Put it in the onside net for 2. Driven to the back net for 7. The throw had to hit. Shetty piles on the runs.
Nice and positive from Shetty. And Forey, you never know it because you turned away, but Forey had enough time to line that up and hit. Shetty would have been well short if he'd hit. Another interesting field from the South Africans here with one fielder on the leg side and him nearly on the pitch. Obviously, Keita trying to bowl very straight to that field.
There's a big shot. He read the movement well. Yeah, you're right there, Paul. He probably had more time than he thought, in particular because Shetty ran wide of the pitch. Just robbed himself of half a second.
Yeah, the batsmen, the UAE, they're pretty happy hitting through the line, and I think maybe South Africans been a bit guilty of bowling a bit too full, and especially if it's not swinging, then you're going to concede more of these types of runs at the back. Shetty's more than comfortable playing those shots.
Parkinson to bowl, non-drive. A little bit of hesitation there from the Emirates batters, but they get through for 2. Oh, that is some sort of a shot. Prem had no business hitting it there. Just manufactures a 3. Beautiful.
Yeah. They can look really good for periods of time, can't they, the UAE? They'll be looking to really take them into this partnership and get a really big partnership and build some confidence as they go towards these semi-finals.
This time on the offside, Shetty finding the net, 2 runs. Emirates looking quite comfortable this over.
South Africans trying to level. South Africans trying to lift.
Trying to tuck it around behind square. It hit on the legs. It'll be a dot ball. Stumbled, and I'm not sure the field reacted in time. If they'd seen that, they could have gone to the top and had him in some trouble there.
It's the second time I've seen Prem get up after diving, and he looks like he's played a few games of winter cricket in the last few days. He is slow to get up. Looks a little sore to me.
Last ball. It's up, and it falls safe. A dot ball to finish the over. A little opportunity there, a couple of opportunities in the over. 8 runs from it in the end for the Emirates. There he is, he stumbles. Ball in hand, throw to the top.
Really a chance. But one of the things that the UAE are doing, I think, is they've got a lot of inter cricket over there. They play a lot of leagues, they play a lot of games, but there's still some inter cricket smarts that they're missing. Prem at the non-strikers end is 3/4 of the way to the net. And it's just not a great place to back up. You want to try and get to the middle because you see the ball go past the bat earlier and you can turn earlier. When you get out a little bit further, all you do is you get yourself a lot of traffic in your way you're trying to run through. And look, they're just little things, but these are little things that will just lift you another level as they watch some videos of these games and learn from them.
Talking little bowl over number 7. Shaping away, sent back is Shetty. That would have been out. South Africa just need a direct hit there. It'll be 3rd ball, so an opportunity now for the South African 22s.
First one of the match.
Some room outside off stump, just guides that backward of point for a single, and they safely negotiate the 3rd ball situation. Be a single.
Shetty and Prem looking like a couple of very good players here, aren't they? They're just full of composure, hitting the ball late, calling quite nicely. They're building a really good partnership here for UAE.
Just want to focus on the point you made a minute ago, Ahmed. First, third ball of the game. It's not that unusual, but it does highlight how well they're turning over the strike here, the Emirates, and or being let off with the odd wide.
I think that's one of the things that it highlights to me is that the South Africans, every bowler looks like a good bowler, but I can't tell you I think they're bowling good areas. And if they were just to pull their line back and bowl a little bit straighter, I think they'd bowl a few more dots and bring third ball in. At the moment, they're bowling a bit of an outdoor line.
Yeah, I think, and that's probably just a good example of that right there. It's either too full or it's a bit too wide outside off. Great for outdoor, but we've kind of established that these guys like to loosen their arms and give themselves a bit of room. And I think it's just been a bit too much of the same, really. A lot of not enough variety and not enough bowling at the body, really. That's how been allowed to trouble them so far.
So 23 on the board after 3 overs for this partnership. In position here to really push past 30 for the pair and set up a good total.
It's quite an interesting partnership, isn't it? Shetty hit the 7, and without that they were on 16 off 17 balls. So they're going at 1 a ball. You sort of felt like they're probably hitting enough balls to be hitting a few more twos and be a little more advanced than that.
Van der Kroot, his second over, the 8th over for the innings. Comfortably guided into the net there from Shetty.
Another, good pace, but just length outside off stump and frees his arms and bangs it into the top net. And if he could bowl that a little bit, swing that back or hit a little bit of seam, bowl a bit straighter, he could be a real handful. There.
Chance at the top.
Should have been out, shouldn't it?
Yeah. There's a couple of those they've let go, South Africa. And again, the dive, not straight down the middle of the pitch.
Yeah. Matt Henderson was supposed to go to Dubai at the start of the year and do a high performance session for them over there. He was supposed to stay 3 weeks, but because of the border restrictions on New Zealand, he only turned up the day before the first game. So what he did was coach him through a series, which is great, but some of this technical stuff he would have murdered in a day. A quality coach in a day with these guys would make a big difference from the stuff. Our non-striker again. You won't see many players from the developed nations running over there.
Two balls remain in the partnership. They've moved to 28. So South Africa with just 1 wicket so far, the 22s. Opportunity there. He was in no man's land, was Prem. South Africa can't finish the play.
I'm about to lose a couple of friends in South Africa, but boy, if the UAE could do with a coach to go and give them a week and give them some help.
Yeah.
Just look at the South African side. I think, boy, there's some good cricketers there. They could do with just a little bit of tactical guidance.
And 2 runs to finish. And the Emirates bank 30 for the second partnership here in this World Cup clash against the South African 22 side. And you were saying earlier, Paul, you take that 7 out of the equation. They really only were sort of scoring at a run a ball. But for me, the impressive part about it again is no 2 dots strung together, although other than the 2 between the 6th and the 7th over.
Yeah.
So just good strike rotation. They find the net every now and then. They get their singles, took a back net shot, and a partnership of 30 runs.
No, I like the partnership. I've got to say, if you bowl just out, underneath and just outside the hands of good cricket players, if you ask any Indian cricket player where he wants the ball just outside of stump on a link so he can drop his hands on and put in the roof net. And they've bowled maybe 8 to 10 balls there in the partnership. And, it can't be an accident. It's a deliberate sort of approach, and they, coming towards semi-finals, they could do with a little bit of work on just bowling a little bit straighter.
Bolt, do you think that they could also benefit with some variation? I haven't really noticed any slow balls or any cutters, and these are the things that can kind of pop off the pitch a bit.
Yeah, it's a very traditional South African approach where you bowl quite quick and seam up, hit the deck quite hard, and look, all of that's really good, but yes, I think a bit of variation would help. And South Africans will tend as a variation just to swing it both ways, whereas New Zealanders will tend to roll the fingers over the ball and try and get a little bit of something else going on.
Basson the bowler, Prasath and Isaru at the crease for the Emirates. We're back in action. Starts right in at the legs.
And gets a dot forward. As soon as they get tighter, they look a little bit more. They get a chance. They do a bit more.
First runs for Prasath. Another good call. Calling has been pretty good. 1 run.
Yeah, the calling has been really good throughout, hasn't it, Cam?
A big shout. But Isaru's home.
Interesting time for indoor cricket, Cam, for mine. I want to more after this ball.
Oh, send to the back net, a chance, a direct hit this time. The South African captain comes up with a big play right when they needed it. A desperate dive this time in the middle of the pitch, but no dive's going to get home when he can get a direct hit flick off the back net. Let's take a look at this. Nothing wrong with the shot. There to be hit. Got a big piece of it. Bang. Good elevation. Great position for the South African captain and flicked with power.
Yeah, great bit of work, great skill, and South Africans deserve a great wicket there. A response that suggests UAE absolutely thrilled with it. A little bit cross bat there. Look, UAE, they've got the two centres they've got there, have both got new ownership recently. They've got a new centre being built. They've just been given the Junior World Cup. They've got people over there that are prepared to invest in the sport. Huge 12 months for them, and they need a little bit of development in this side because this side can be world class and be fighting out the top the championship semi-finals to the plate semi-finals with just a little bit of guidance and help.
Yeah, I think I've sort of seen in some of the scores, obviously, and they push New Zealand pretty hard, and they push a couple of other teams pretty hard, and I think these sorts of things that they've got the basics there, right? But I think also you said sort of like Matt Henderson could come over and work on these things, and they're not hard things to iron out, are they?
No, it wouldn't take long at all. And look, as a coach, you could go over there and spend a couple of days and teach them some stuff, and then do a video session once a fortnight and look on the video and follow it up.
Here's Parkinson. Prasath grabs 2. Isaru grabs 2. I've got to stop relying on the umpire scoreboard. He punched 2 against Prasath. I should just look.
Look, this partnership so far, what we are seeing is the South Africans, just bowling a little bit straighter. Parkinson, probably the slowest of their bowlers, but he's just bowled straight and given himself a chance. Oh, he's got him again.
Oh, very tight.
Oh, almost a
very tight call.
Yeah.
Very tight call.
He's got his radar on now. Fowrie. And there it is. Past the hand. Again, good position. And what I like about it is with power, and that's well and truly out.
That is out.
I tell you what made life difficult for the umpire is the bowler was standing right between him and the stumps. So very difficult, especially with these rubbery stumps for the umpire to actually tell when the bails were off.
Yeah, the stumps are interesting, aren't they, Cam? Because they don't make a lot of noise, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like sort of wooden stumps, you hear it. That gives you another.
Or the old plastic stumps, you hear the ball.
Yeah.
So in that case, I can understand why that's given not out. He can't see when the bails came off. 2 balls remain.
The only thing I'd say about that, Cam, was it was a direct hit. And with a direct hit, you have some idea when the bails come off because you can sort of see the trajectory and there's nothing else to watch. He should really at that point only be watching the batter because it either hits or it doesn't hit. There's no one to get in the way.
Well, yeah, look, I agree, and I think it was out enough that he probably could have called it out, but what I'm saying is I just can understand why he wouldn't.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. And again...
Oh, that's out! It is, there it is. Right into the leg and into the net. Guest took his time. Fair enough, but nothing wrong with that. Let's take a look at that on the replay. In the air, it's in the air. It's off the foot. He's kicked it up.
That's out.
Straight into the net, and as easy as you like. I tell you what, if that was a deliberate kick and it looked to me like it was, that is a quality play.
He could have made it look a bit better if he hadn't tried to go for the run out there. Yeah. I don't think he knew he'd caught it, to be honest. Cam, but, great bit of play from South Africa and getting some reward now, and giving the ball in some good areas and finishing off. And to be fair to them, Guest puts his finger up for that 5, and all of a sudden this partnership is -5. That's a big turnaround. So the South African 22 is coming screaming back into this, and.
Peter, the bowler.
Seems to be a bit of a risk-reward going on with this pair in particular. Obviously, you've got a 7, you've got a 5. They're pretty happy to hit it hard and straight down the line, but it's also cost them a couple of wickets in the process. Well, there he goes again.
Yeah.
I don't think we should underestimate the skill of what Forey's done either. He's managed to hit the stumps from ball going away and coming back at him without really being able to view them a couple of times in a row. That's a tough thing to do.
Got every piece of that, Paul, sent to the back net for 7. Just listen in here, I'm not sure.
I was ready.
I wonder if Guest was telling him he was in danger of being penalised for damaging the ball.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about. Squeeze through square leg for 2. 2 to come in the over.
Game well on the balance here for mine.
He has another big piece of that. It hits the top net, falls safe. Kamara. He's looking to go downtown. Driven, flat, safe. Oh, worth a shout. He's back. Finishes the over. Courtesy of that 7, 10 runs from it. A big one for the Emirates, and they've set themselves up nicely here to at least post another 20-plus partnership. But as you said, Paul, the game certainly is in a balance here. No one really has the ascendancy thanks to this little fight back from South Africa.
Yeah, it's absorbing view, isn't it? The South Africans here have bowled a little bit straighter, and they've created a little bit of what that's done is the UAE players have headed a bit straighter. That's created some big, as Ahmed was saying, some big risk and some big reward.
The final over of the partnership now. Schwartz to bowl. Driven, that was a suicidal run. And we've seen Fury flick and hit the sticks a few times. This time he knew he had time and he went to the stumps, whipped the bails off, and Isaru well short of his ground, as you'll see here on the replay. There's never a run here. The smart cricket from the South African captain. took all the time he had and affected the out.
This is the thing that UAE keep doing, right? You just wonder what position Israel decide to run. You know, you just call no and no damage is done, right?
Yeah, this seems like club stuff really to me, bunt and run. And it's just needless at this stage of the innings.
I'll tell you what, for a partnership that's scored 13 so far, they have hardly missed the middle of the bat.
It's just been some decision making, hasn't it?
Yeah, a couple of good run outs, a couple of bad calls.
That's
great
through to the
shot.
back net. Excellent placement. Didn't overhit that. Grabs 5.
Holds his hands and just waits on it and just punches it through. It's a great shot.
Same again. Driven well. And kept off the back net by a diving South African skipper. 3 runs, 1 ball remains. And a smart call of no this time. That closes out the partnership. 21 runs from it. Can you believe? Still 7 runs from that over despite the loss of the wicket. So up and down batting, but a 21-run partnership, and the UAE, well, they're in a good spot here heading into the final 4. I feel like they can get to 3 figures, folks.
No question about it, mate. They certainly can, but still a really absorbing contest. And you do look at this young South African side. I think there's some stuff, some future for them. And he just said, I agree with what Ahmed said earlier. For Captain Fury, looks like he's a future open men's player for South Africa for sure. And I thought it was a far better bowling performance from South Africa as far as the line they bowled. But the UAE players got a lot of bat on, a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be any issues with the technical ability, the batting, the stroke making, especially in their last 4 overs. Good summary actually. It's just the decision making which is off, and these are things that can be worked on. They could be a real force.
Here's Cronje.
It's great to see these countries developing. You look at India with the 2 best players out, still every chance to finish 3rd in this competition. They could knock over any side. It's great to see more sides coming through and playing great cricket, isn't it?
Sure is. Dilasara and Nakash are at the crease for the Emirates. Left alone is a no ball. Helps himself to 2 for the first runs off his bat for the innings on the offside.
Nakash hasn't played a lot in this tournament, has he, Cam?
No, it's the first time I've seen him out there. He's played 3 games.
Yeah, relative newcomer to indoor cricket on the side. So his brother is on the sideline in this game, Nashwan Nasir. So kind of got him into it. He's a useful player.
Hooker length.
Well, he's on 3rd ball pretty early in this partnership. We'll see how he deals with this, eh?
Didn't see this non-striker running right on the net. Beaten. They have to affect the out at the top, and they do. Good answer from the keeper, a good throw. And Fury, who's pretty clean there at the back sticks, he's not going to miss those. The first wicket in this partnership falls. A good piece of bowling from South Africa. Here it is. Trying to drive on the up. Keeper, to be fair, I think probably was out at the keeper's end as well.
Definitely.
Double play.
I think it's just, I think we're obviously just talking about him being relatively new, but that's just an experience, isn't it? Tried to really hit the screws out of that one, but he just, not thinking about the bigger picture and really just trying to turn the strike over and not get -5.
Yeah, it's third ball. Get that on ball, get to the other end is what it's about. There's no need to be too expansive when you haven't hit one yet.
So if Nakash was out at the keeper's end, he should not be facing this delivery. It's a couple of times we've seen this happen in this tournament. That was the end of the over. Here's Tocknell. He's out at the keeper's end. He should be at the non-striker's end now.
Yes, I'm guessing Michael Guest has ruled that. He looked like he was stumped really. So yeah, you're quite right. Shouldn't be on strike right now.
And it's not a huge deal, but as we see there, if you've just been put on third ball, just been beaten and just lost a wicket, you don't want to be facing another ball.
No, and it's one of the things that I'd suggest to you, in my opinion, the cricket umpires at these levels are very, generally speaking, detailed around rules, and you'd expect them to get this kind of detail right. This is the kind of thing they're really good at normally for mine. I guess one of the things for them as well,
It's a great dive. He's back home. Michael Guest has had a good look at it, I think, possibly looking for a bouncing bat.
I think so. I think that bat was possibly in the air when the ball hit the stumps. Definitely even late. A lot of that bat was...
Geez. Meters out here. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah. I mean, how are you giving that out, really?
From where Michael... You can give it out from where we are, right?
Yeah,
but from where Michael Guest is, you can't see that very clearly, right?
Yeah.
Tocknell looking good with the ball again.
Comfortable 2, third ball safely negotiated. And a dot ball to finish, 5 runs from the over.
You feel like this under 22 side from South Africa has had a year where Australia and New Zealand have put together 2 extremely good sides, and they probably look a little bit average because of that, but you watch them as a cricket side on their own and you think this is a really sharp side. If there was England here, if 3 other nations had under 22 sides here, I think this side would have been a lot of them and looked $1 million, and having a different experience of their World Cup, there's some good cricketers out there.
Passon will bowl the penultimate over. 2 fielders on the legs in the front court. An opportunity, the little touch there too high. Had to keep out to bring it down. Single. Comfortable 2 for Nakash. Some better calling from these two. They'll be on third ball again. It's the 3rd time in this partnership. Interesting, you see the keeper sort of leaning to his right as the ball is bowled. Doesn't seem to me, as they get through that third ball situation, that doesn't seem to me to be the most stable position. I know he's keeping for the bowler.
He's setting up pretty much as if he's going to bowl it full and outside off.
Yeah, but even then, if the keeper's expecting that, they'd take a step out there to be wide, still maintain that balance. The fact that he's leaning over there I've not seen it before.
I'm going to give you a theory. I can't tell you I know this to be true or not, but what he is doing is loading up over his power leg, which means when he catches the ball, he could drive up quickly and get a release. That's the only thing I've got on it. I'm doing my best for him.
And no doubt he'd appreciate that. Basson's over comes to an end. 4 runs from it. And the South African captain, he bowled the first, he'll bowl the last.
Hasn't he been impressive in the field today?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, covered a lot of ground here at the back. Couple of no-look flicks. Smart play with a run out, getting to the stumps.
Some players, the ball just go in the middle of their hands all the time. He's one of those. It's how you see talented kids from mine. Talented kids, that they just have an ability to put everything in the middle of their hands and look like they have time, and he just does that.
And that's out. It's gone straight up, comes straight down off the net and into the hands of the keeper, who had the bails off in a flash.
I don't think he knew where the ball was. He just needed a really strong call from his non-striker.
Gee, it's a good effort to almost get back there. That hurts. The UAE were building well to at least get past 90. That looks, a tough ask now. Beaten outside off. Nakash can't get anything on that one. He'll face the last ball for the innings. Let's have a look at this one. It's right on the crease. And too much width. Well bowled. Last ball. Oh, that's not a bad shot for someone new to indoor cricket, is it, Ahmed?
Absolutely.
Down up 2 to close out the innings. A 10-run partnership, a better one for South Africa. They've pegged back the Emirates, who've posted 84 here in this World Cup clash between the Emirates and the South African under-22 side. We might take in some highlights, folks. It was all Emirates early in the innings, but a good fight back late from South Africa to peg this score back. There's the well-judged catch there in the front court, the first wicket. Suspect this one goes the journey. And interesting, the turn and throw there from Fury misses, but the flicks later on do not. But here it is. Watch the flick, and flicks with power. It wasn't just a little lob, he flicked with power. That's that little kick into the net. Here's another one. Oh no, there's the 7. Yeah, this suicidal run, bang. Again, lots to like about that. Got the ball cleanly and got to the stumps. And a nice Yorker there to finish. A good contest here at the Indoor Cricket World Cup. We're coming to you live from Casey Stadium. Let's take a look now at the Mornington Peninsula in Victoria. Famous for its laid-back charm. You can breathe in the fresh sea air, sample innovative local cuisine and soak up the relaxed alfresco lifestyle of the Mornington Peninsula. Just an hour from Melbourne. It's home to boutique wineries, craft breweries and distilleries that sit along award-winning restaurants and local produce stores. A gourmet hinterland complements the coastline with more than 200 world-class wineries and fine dining experiences celebrating the best local produce. Get a taste for Victoria's top drops on a journey through the Mornington Peninsula where you can discover cool climate Pinot Noir along the coastal region. It's bound on one side by the open ocean, providing surfing options aplenty, while the beaches of Port Phillip Bay provide tranquil waters for snorkeling, paddleboarding and swimming. And I keep saying this, I'll say it again, an absolutely beautiful part of the world. If you do get the opportunity to visit the Mornington Peninsula, I absolutely recommend that you do that. The state of Victoria hosts here in Australia to the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup, and our thanks once again to the Victorian state government for their support of this and all cricket events. Now, I didn't catch this, folks, but there is a penalty here. When did that occur? I'm not sure when that occurred. There's a 5-run penalty on the scoreboard for South Africa, and I don't know what it's for.
Yeah, neither. I just noticed that come up straight after the
Was it
UAE
time?
innings.
Was it time?
I presume so, because I'm not sure about you, but I didn't see any discussion held between the umpire and any of the players to indicate that it would be for anything else. So
yeah, it looks like, I'm just having a look at the innings clock. It's stopped at negative 20 seconds, so it might have, or negative 30 seconds. It might have run over. So they have to start the last over before that clock reaches 0, or be in position to start that last over. So we didn't catch that live, and I'm not sure if the umpire actually said anything about it, but that appears to be what the penalty's for. I certainly can't think of any other instance where South Africa earned a penalty. So what that means is they'll start on negative 5, and they'll need 90 runs to win the game. Well, a total of 85.
bit of a bonus actually for UAE, because they would have been very disappointed with those last few overs actually to fall below 90, and now the skin essentially turns into being 29.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen it, certainly on one of the broadcast games, that a team's taken a little too long. It didn't feel like the innings was dragging on to me. It didn't feel like that at all.
There was one moment when an umpire guest was talking to a couple of players. I wonder if something's happened that we haven't seen off screen at that point.
Yeah, here's Nakash to open the bowling. And Cronje and Basson at the crease. Cronje gets us underway with a single. And the negative 5 at the moment is, did you see this delivery? Will come off the captain, is my understanding. So he's obviously hasn't batted yet, but it will be reflected on his partnership. So the scoreboard, The scoreboard looks a little unusual at the moment live, because it's showing 1 for the skin. The scoreboard here in the venue, that is, it's showing 1 for the skin, which is accurate. But the total is on negative 4. So you'll just have to bear with us here.
Yeah, so we might
on third ball.
We might not actually find that out then until deep into the game, actually, depending on where he bats.
Yeah, and that might mean that, let's see, and that's out. South Africa went back, playing for the wide. They either didn't know it was third ball or just assumed it would be a wide, and it certainly wasn't. So the Emirates strike again.
Yeah, look, it's been a good over so far by Nakash, hasn't he? He's got the ball swinging. That ball definitely left as a wide by the South Africans and turned around on ball 3, and it's a tough area out there, because if you get it wrong and you stop, that is out. Ooh.
So if I'm South Africa, I'd be, if points would matter, I'd be sending the captain in last, because that's the lowest skin. The 5-run penalty would have the least impact in that skin, but they may not have that luxury. Final ball of the over. Short and wide. Chance at the top. The throw is at the receiver. I'm not sure where that's hit him. He's reacted.
His face, but that is
he looks in some discomfort here. Yeah. I think that might have hit him right in the face. So we might have a short delay here while he gets some attention. Looks like he's pointing to his mouth. Here's the throw. And look, there's a run out on, so I understand it. And bang, yeah, that's right in the mouth. And gee, that hurts even more when it's friendly fire, doesn't it? He looks okay. Might have drawn a little blood there on the lip.
We're going to take him out.
Well, if he's bleeding, he can't stay on the court.
Yep, and if it's bleeding, he can come back in, right?
That's right. They can get a blood replacement player. So we're listening to the umpire here while the medic, Luke, goes to let him know what's happened.
Okay. So just a blood replacement. All right.
Well, it was an impressive first over. Nakash had the ball going both ways, bowled some good areas.
the moment it's just a blood replacement. Okay, so he hasn't been ruled out. And so he reckons City want to come back. So they'll put him in blood up and they say they can bring a player on, and then they can replace him. Okay.
So you hear it from the umpire. Emirates will be able to bring a player on, but I'm not sure that they know that. Maybe they're waiting for
there's
a
no
player.
players around.
You see someone sprinting down. I don't know where he was. Maybe having a bathroom break. He's not even in his uniform. And this is something that you just need to be experienced at. Well, you need the experience, but if you're a bench player, you've got to be ready. You always need someone warm. You certainly need them in their playing kit. He's not on the bench. He's had to sprint from the other side of the centre. He's had to sprint and get changed so that he could come on the court as a blood replacement player. Now that's just poor form.
Yeah, that is poor form. And again, South Africa, with the penalty -8, UAE on a bit of a roll here. The last thing you want to do is extend the break. What you really want to do is have your player really get on with it because you've got a little bit of momentum, And they're going to have to restart from here now. Now the blood replacement, Cam Ahmed can field on the back stung, but can't wicket keep. Is that correct?
Correct. That's right, yeah.
And so just to confirm as well, so if Prem doesn't come back on, South Africa will get a pick of the bowlers?
That's right.
For those 2 overs?
Yeah. Dilsara gets us back underway after that delay.
Cannon, that's out. Is that out? Well, my view was just a little bit obstructed, but I thought that was pretty good.
I didn't have my eyes on that. Fortunately, our broadcast team did. Let's have a look. He's way down there. The turn and throw.
Well, should be live now. Oh, they've just missed a chance there as well. Hit to Chetty on the offside. The back foot from Chetty goes just wide with both batters well in the middle. Chetty looks up.
He's already taken one player out of the game.
Cam, the replacement rule, there's 2 different rules depending on the situation. Sometimes after 14 overs, you pick the bowlers that bowl 15, 16, and sometimes after 12 overs, you bowl 2 bowlers who bowl in the last partnership. If it's a blood replacement, which one will it be?
Well, it depends whether the person who's been replaced has bowled an over or not.
Okay.
Yeah, so see this delivery? The 2 runs. So if they've bowled an over already, then the fielding team can elect it when that second over occurs in that final partnership.
Okay.
If they haven't bowled, then the batting team picks the last 2 bowlers of the partnership.
Cool. And
the fielding team can pick the order. That's my understanding of that rule.
No doubt Michael Guest will be all over that. He'll have a great understanding of it. So, one thing we haven't seen much from UAE, for mine, someone needs to dive under that ball and catch it.
Yeah.
And they don't seem to commit to the ground in the field very often at all.
Short and wide put away. It'll be 2.
Sports trainer getting ready to leave him back on. He's chatting away with another physio, just having a bit of a look. No fun being opened up around the mouth, no matter who you are. It's and he will be aware that ball's glanced often to do that. And if that had done a little bit more than glanced, that would have been pretty uncomfortable, I would have thought. There's a Ruda bowl as UAE bowling some good deliveries in a game that just feels like it could do with a couple of continuous overs here to get a bit of momentum back into it, a bit of pattern back into it.
Starts with a wide. See, South Africa, they back up quite far, don't they?
Yeah, they do. I thought Guest called that a no ball. That was a wide. I wonder if it was front foot. Maybe he called it wide ball. Maybe he said wide ball.
Yeah, I think he said wide off the pitch, was it?
It's definitely a wide in the scorebook.
Oh, great.
All of a sudden, we've got everyone back on the Emirates bench. I have to wonder where they were.
Maybe they're doing a 3-for-1 special on water, something like that. Maybe they've gone off. You just get the feeling that they may well have been over watching Singapore play New Zealand.
Yeah. It's a no ball. This one's for exclusion zone. Let's listen in. They're not questioning it. He's just pointed straight to the player.
I think that does require an explanation as to why he's called him. Presumably it's for being in the exclusion zone.
He pointed at him, yeah.
Could be the jumping rule from yesterday. Well, that would be -5 according to the rule they quoted for that.
Two runs to Basson. Comfortable shot. That's another wide. Making life a little easy for the South Africans at the moment. They're really letting them back into this skin here. The Emirates, the South African 22s will need 12 runs from the final 8 deliveries of the partnership. Chance just doesn't go to hand. There's 2 of them.
The break for the blood bin, and it just feels like this game is just lurchy. It just needs to just settle back in for a few balls and see some good cricket played by both sides and get back into some form of role. Not much been taken in the field at the moment. Oh, and some good balls being bowled. My gosh.
Nearly cut him in half there for 10 runs from the over. Let's have a look at this one on the replay, folks. It's nearly hit the top of leg stump. Keeper didn't really want to know much about it, did he?
You do not want to face that. That has bounced quite quickly. And
Prem comes back onto the court. The umpire's caught him down. I think wants to inspect it. There's no blood. We'll just listen in.
Your shirt. No blood on your shirt? No? No, you're right. Just one check.
Just making sure there's no blood on his shirt, as you heard there.
Yeah, good to see that he's okay and it wasn't too serious. But I think you're right, just before that ball, which was an absolute ripper, by the way, and that's where they need to be bowling, I think, on the body, coming back in. Just game had just been ambling a bit. It kind of gotten, let South Africa back into the game almost.
Well, the Emirates captain is going to try and take control of this game here. Sharp delivery. And I think you were about to refer to the fielding, Paul.
Yeah, Key bowled well, but nice to see an Emirates fielder on the circle jumping and grabbing the ball. I mean, they've been very stationary in that area.
Creates third ball.
Great bit of work. Bowler feels supportive when that happens.
Opportunity. Yeah, again, maybe a little bit of inexperience there. He had right away. Should have got that in his arm and thrown that.
Yeah. At the same time, the South African there did the right thing. Got bat on ball, got to the other end. That's what you do on third ball. That's it. Get a body in the way, and all of a sudden you get the body in the way, you get an opportunity. And this is the first time I've seen this from Emirates UAE in this tournament, where they've got a front half field here actually creating a little bit of pressure. Because the bowling's good. A little bit of pressure from the field, they become a handful.
We have talked about that front court field, fielding up close and just standing there. So, you know, that introduction of bit of movement, bit of jumping. That's Nakash, who we haven't seen on the broadcast court before. So
Boulder, good over too. Struggled a bit with the bat, but Boulder really good over.
So 2 balls remain. The skin is in play here. South Africa will need 7 runs. And what's happening here?
Another disruption to play.
You can't just stop and get a drink in the middle of an over, can you?
No, I think the other batter's going to the corner for something. But Michael Guess is an experienced umpire. He's not going to let them just have a drinks break in the middle of his over.
It must be the bat.
Yeah, follow with the bat.
Yeah.
Boy, this will go down as possibly the longest partnership in 6-ball over cricket. Well,
importantly for Emirates, the clock stops for these sort of delays. So not going to have the same problem that South Africa's 22 side did.
I lost a couple of minutes for the first injury break.
No, stopped. The clock was stopped. If it's a serious injury or HIO, clock stops. Is Akib again into that field.
At that.
Yeah.
That's the point fielder this time. And all of a sudden a little fielder comes over and gives a little touch. That is, honestly, it's the first time I've seen 3 Emirates fielders fielding and moving in the front half at the same time in the entire tournament. It's nice to see. Looks like someone's had a word with them about something.
Last ball. And well kept off the net. It'll be a single. So 19 runs for the opening partnership for the South African 22 side. There's this effort there. You look at some of the highlights, and the scoreboard might look a little weird for you folks. 19 for the first partnership, at 14 for the total. Now, the reason that's happened is there's a penalty applied to the South African under-22 side for taking too long to bowl their overs, and that penalty is not yet reflected in a skin because it needs to be applied when the South African under-22's captain bats. And he hasn't batted yet, so it's negative 5 runs in the ether at the moment, but we will see that apply to a skin eventually. So Nakash, who bowled the first over and a good one. Toknell and Klita at the crease for South Africa. We're back underway. It's hit flat under the jumping front court for 2. But Emirates grabbed the first skin. Beaten. Get through for a single to get off the mark. Had a little grunt of frustration from Toknell. Got 2, but he knows that's not where he wanted to put it. Just side the line there. Fair delivery.
Nikish has been reasonably impressive in the fielding innings here.
Bean again, just hanging the bat out there. It'll be third ball to start the 6th over, so the score will have to change. Nakash finishes with figures of 1 for 2. 6 stop balls he bowled. It's basically a maiden over. That's what you need.
Yeah, putting a bit of pressure here. Shetty to bowl.
I think you're right, Bots. Very impressive. Obviously struggled with the bat, and obviously looks like bowling is his strongest suit, and I think he's able to develop a bit of pace there too, and actually bowl it in the right areas. And he's sort of following it up in the field. He's in a pretty key position there at cover.
He's added a whole new dimension, Ahmed. The covers have been completely standing still for UAE, and he's added a whole new dimension to it as Shetty gets ready to bowl.
That was third ball, short and wide, put away for 2. Wait for the call. He hasn't. Okay, let's listen in.
No ball. You change sides. I've been called to change sides. If you stick an arm out when I'm not there.
So what's happened there is Shetty has changed sides of the wicket, says he's put his arm out, which doesn't really mean a great deal because the rule is you actually have to wait for the umpire to acknowledge it.
This is where it's the standard of cricket they're playing, right? I'm sure when you're playing in-house in UAE, that's not the case. You put a hand out, you come in and bowl. At this level, you've got to acknowledge it. Oh, no. Oh, so
Oh. I thought that was still out.
So did I. Wouldn't mind having a look at that.
It was very touch and go. I think, I think probably either way it could have been given out or not out, but naked eye that, well, the benefit of the replay, I think that was probably gone, Cam.
Yeah, I think so. But look, we've said it a few times on the coverage, close enough that you probably can't be too upset either way. Let's have another look.
I think Mr. Shetty is a little bit shetty about this.
Yeah, it's not been a good last 2-3 balls for him, that's for sure.
Oh, they're down the middle again.
Had a delivery there, two batters in the middle again. But Emirates unable to affect the wicket.
Well, this has been pretty sloppy cricket, I think, in the last 3 or 4 balls. And the score could easily be down 2 or 3 right now.
This is where, we're talking to Donna Dolby in the last game about leadership, and this is where an experienced leader would grab one of these sides together and go, hey, we need to settle here, finish a bit of what we're doing. For both sides, too many chances from South Africa, and just not enough being finished by a rather unhappy-looking UAE bowler. But they just need this time for a little bit of leadership here. Someone just needs to say, okay, guys, we're actually creating a heck of a lot here. Let's just calm down, bowl some good areas, and finish some of this stuff. Oh, that was a lot of work for no run.
Certainly was. The 2 overs done, 2 overs to come in this partnership. Toiling hard, the South African 22s. Certainly in touch for both this skin and for the win. Prem, who copped one in the mouth from friendly fire earlier, he will bowl the 7th over. Full and wide outside off, moving away. Dot ball.
A few more supporters slowly coming in. We haven't seen the New Zealand lady supporters, but the Peters family arrived from New Zealand. There's a few more come over to reinforce the support.
Flat shot, but a safe one. They grabbed 2. There's an interesting match taking place right now on court 1 that might determine who makes the world group. South Africa up against Sri Lanka. South Africa batted first, scored 67. Did you see this delivery? Oh, what a shot for 3. Almost 4, untidy, but they clean it up in the end. Yeah, South Africa batted first, scored 67. Sri Lanka in pursuit are on 49 with 6 overs remaining, and they've taken the first 2 skins. This Sri Lanka's last game. Yeah, Sri Lanka's last game for the rounds.
Oh, that is nice to see from UAE, isn't it? Sharp at cover. It looks far better. So Sri Lanka have the most skins in the tournament. So they're going to need to win this, probably get 3. And then the last round, they've still got India and England trying to get past them, right? So that's going to need to win.
Sri Lanka currently in 4th position. So they really need to get all 4 skins in that. And we've seen another no ball. Front foot. Brings the over to an end. So 12 runs, 10 runs from it, I beg your pardon. And they're on 24 in pursuit of this 30-run skin.
I'm coming back to obviously what you guys have been saying in the last couple of overs. I've really been enjoying that real activity there in the front court. They've actually really been jumping and trying to anticipate where the ball's trying to come rather than be more reactive, after the fact, after the ball's gone over their heads. And I think you definitely see the better teams are the ones who are trying to anticipate when the ball's coming, so they can at least, either it's a dot ball or it's something that causes some indecision and leads to a run out.
Well, that's what both these sides should be doing. They're preparing for a semi-final here. They need to be trying some different things, seeing if they can make it work. UAE look a far better side in the front half at the moment. They've got some bowling this side too.
And Prasath will bowl the final over to the pair. Yeah, just on that other game, if South Africa don't win the third skin that's happening right now, then they will definitely finish in the plate division.
I believe that. They need to win both games to get some points right.
Yeah.
He's
bowled him.
Yeah.
That's a big wicket. They're right in the hunt for this skin, the South African 22 side. And Prasath comes up with the goods for the Emirates. Let's take a look at this delivery.
Top of off stump. You just can't ask for more. A perfect area. Disappointing shot.
Yeah, ball it didn't really do a lot. It's just that it held its line. Hit the top of off. Just didn't play the right shot.
Bat feet went nowhere. A little bit of a waft, but really looked a bit undecided about what to do with it. Look at that. This UAE side is looking a lot sharper. And South Africa in this battle, don't get me wrong, but it's nice to see the South African field looking a lot more sharp.
Chance again, a direct hit. Oh, he wanted to give that. I saw the figures start to rise, but I think he's comfortably home.
I think he got it right, yeah. Everyone loves giving direct hits out, don't they?
Yes. South Africa actually have, the men's side do have enough games so that, I've misspoken there when I said they'll definitely finish in the plate. If they don't win the skin, they still have a chance. Prasath continues. Sharp bit of fielding in the front court once again.
I think South Africa today have got Sri Lanka and India, so two other sides right in the fight. So it's going to come down the wire. I think
they're playing Sri Lanka right now.
Sri Lanka now and then India later on.
Yeah.
Who are in that battle with them. And,
driven to the back court. Finds 5 off the last delivery. They won't win the skin, but that keeps them in the hunt for the match. Kleta coming up with the goods there late in that partnership, but the wicket there from Prasath banks the extra point for the Emirates. It'll be an exciting finish here in this match. They'll need 44 to win the game, the South African 22 side. You see this shot guided nicely. The hand comes off the handle, but a great shot either way. If you just joined us, folks, this is Emirates up against the South African 22 side here at Indoor Cricket's World Cup. We're live from Casey Stadium on KO Sports here in Australia and YouTube around the world. I'm Cameron Walter, and with me, Paul Botterill and Ahmed Khawaja. This is one of many matches coming up today. Coming up next from 1 p.m. Australian Daylight Time, it's England up against the host nation Australia. Hope you can stay with us for that and the other fixtures coming up today. For now, Van der Kroot and Parkinson at the crease. Dilsara has the ball. We're back underway.
That Australia-England game, absolutely crucial for England's chances to make this top 4. This fight for those championship spots continue on.
Yeah, so for those at home, the top 4 will finish in the World Cup. The bottom 4 will finish in the World Cup plate division once all the round games are done and competing for separate trophies.
Yeah, it looks like each team, so, Sri Lanka have got South Africa now, and then they'll finish up. So they'll be looking to get as many points as possible to try and cement either third or fourth. Meanwhile, England obviously want to try and get some points off Australia, and then they've got a rather winnable game against the South African under-22s later. And same with India. They've got a tough game against New Zealand under-22s, but then they'll finish against South Africa. So there's a lot to play for, I think. Last couple of games really might determine who squeezes into third or fourth.
Yeah, well, with getting down to Casey Stadium later today, you're going to see some exciting games as those guys fight out those spots. But it's really cool, isn't it? Any one of those sides could sort of opt out of this and say, I'm going to win the plate section. None of them want to. They want to get in this champion section and have a crack.
We just saw the Emirates throw away another opportunity. They have been more active in that front court. They just can't finish the play. Another opportunity.
Yeah.
Tell you what, if I'm Prem, I'd be a little bit wary of that ball coming back at me from Shetty.
Yeah, Shetty needs to hit that as well, though, Ryan. That's he's got plenty of time there to be able to get himself into a better position and hit the stumps, and if he does, that's well out.
Yeah, compare that with a very similar delivery where Emirates did the same thing and ran. South Africa, the 22s, good contact, straight back to the receiver, and an early no call. Brings you over to an end, 6 runs from it, a good start for the South African 22s. They're right in the hunt here to knock off the Emirates men's side.
So I guess it looks like Foury's partnership will be the last, and they'll be chasing what would it be 15 then, won't it be?
Just as predicted, Mr. Walter.
Jay will be the bowler. Start with a single. A wonderful shot. I'm always an admirer of that sort of leg side front court shot when the body position of the batter they get into position to manufacture that shot. It's not easy to do.
It's a real head position thing, Cam. Once the moment your head is falling across, you can't play that shot. Head's got to be straight at the line of the ball, and if it does, then you can play that shot. Joshy the bowler. But Joshy's had quite a lot of success on the broadcast court.
Emirates look to be running out of a little bit of petrol for mine. As I say that, a rocket arm back into the keeper and a clean glove. Not quite as dynamic in the field as they have been. Not as much noise out there.
Yeah. You feel as if a couple of wickets here would really lift them up.
Oh, it's a direct hit, but he's home for 2. Brings you over to an end. 7 runs from it. Another good one.
I wonder if we get a chance to have a look at that one as well.
Oh, he's home.
You sure he's home?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to believe you can. You've got good eyes for these things.
Here's a replay.
Shetty's had a lot of opportunities in this tournament. Needs to hit.
It's tight, but he's home.
Yeah, you sure on that? Okay. Going to take your word for it. I'll tell you what, he's entitled to the benefit of the doubt if he is out. It's close enough for mine. That's in that margin. You can definitely take that. It's one of the things from mine. Shetty, a good athlete, but he has had a lot of chances in this tournament. And he isn't hitting the stumps often enough. And, when he is, it's not out. And you get the feeling that he's a guy that can have a big impact here. Just needs to be a bit more positive with his footwork, getting to and picking the ball up.
Yeah. Here's Aqib, the Emirates captain.
I think maybe just realising here that his team needs a wicket. Aqib's gone, okay, guys, we need a wicket. I'm going to come here, I'm going to bowl straight for 6 balls and see if we can pick something up, eh?
It's a good bit of fielding. These 2 South African 22s batters quick between the wickets. It's always going to be tough to get a run out from point, but gee, I love the gather and turn.
Well home.
Yeah. But fielder put the pressure on him to motor home. That's what I like about it. Driven, finds the back net for 7.
Aqib having a few words there. Not particularly pleased with his back sticks on this occasion of Prem, yeah. To be honest, I'm not sure it's all Prem's fault.
Well, yeah, I mean, you bowl a half volley and go the journey. It's not really up to the receiver to save you all the time. I certainly relied on it in my
Still a few glares going
indoor
on
cricket,
up
quote-unquote, career.
You're a bit harsh on yourself as a cricket, Cam.
Gotta
My
be.
understanding is you played two Open Championships and Masters grade.
Yes, not very well.
That puts you two ahead of about 99% of the playing population, Cam.
I think that's just good fortune of being from the ACT, being the chairman at the time, trying to get a side together and
Mate,
getting out there.
Other than the weather, being from the ACT is good fortune.
Canberra's got beautiful, beautiful summers, hot summers, beautiful springs,
Yeah.
colourful autumns and very cold winters.
Both days of summer are spectacular.
Says the bloke from New Zealand.
Yeah.
Come on.
We get 2.5 weeks in March every year, mate. Don't you worry. By the way, New Zealand could be the only country in the world that global warming's actually helping. it won't be 40 degrees in our summer this year. I don't mean to joke about global warming. That's not really a funny topic. But
No, probably not. Isaru will bowl the final over to the partnership and in the hunt or in front for the skin, the South African 22s.
positive start off his legs. Just hammered that Van der Kroot.
Oh, leg side. I thought he might have snuck that one in there.
Yeah, me too. That was tight.
Let's have a look at it.
One of those either way calls for mine.
No, good call. Just shaping back into the batter, right onto the line. Well watched by the umpire there, Guest. Oh, ball watching. Did he have it? Yeah, that's out.
Nice to see a line fielder from the UAE convert one and just keep this game exciting, right?
Absolutely. And the running between the wickets between these two has been so on song, but just kept looking at the fielder there, Ahmed.
Yeah, absolutely. Just ball watching. You can probably see on the replay. Hit it straight to him. Nice click, nice gather, and yeah, I think it was just ball watching really. And yeah, they've just let them back into the game really. I think before this, the wheels seemed to be falling off for the UAE, and now all of a sudden it's still 20 and very much game on.
Skin back in play.
Oh, again, they've done it. A big wicket, straight to the fielder in the second effort. South Africa 22's running on contact. They can't believe it. You see him just kicking himself.
Skin very much back on play now. Great work, honestly. Yeah.
That's what you're going to ask for your front court. Occasionally you're going to wear one there.
Yeah.
Your job's just to get in the way, follow the ball when it comes off, and cash in on an unforced error. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Emirates right back in the hunt for both the skin and the win here. Oh,
Boy, that's a yard quicker, isn't it?
yep. Get a couple of wickets, get a bit of energy back in the side, get your tail up. Isaru bowling well for the Emirates here. 2 balls remain. Skin on the line. So is the match. Straight to the fielder again, the throw, and it's out. It's 3 wickets in 4 balls. The Emirates right back in this.
All of a
That's 3
sudden,
great pieces of fielding, Paul.
all of a sudden they're converting some stuff. And this is what happens, right? You create a bit of motion, it doesn't work, you stick at it, you stick at it, you stick at it, and all of a sudden a line fielder gives you 2 great outs, you get one off the body of the front court, and no complaints from the South Africans, I'm afraid. In reality, possibly 3 poor calls in a row from the South African. Perhaps all of them should have been no.
And they'll now need 7 to tie the skin and send it into the final partnership.
It's just been that kind of game, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
Just been that kind of game. Might even happen here.
Isaru, the last ball. And they quite happy to take to the South Africans, the 22s. But what an over that was from Isaru. Well bowled and creating 3 opportunities. And the Emirates, they pounced on them. -9 from the over. Let's take a look. Is that first one? See the little ball watching. This will be the drive into the fielder. Bang. Follows the ball. Falls nicely. Makes no mistake. A third. The drive again. Straight to the 3-line fielder. Bang. 3 wickets in 4 balls and the game turns on a dime.
I really like the second one. Most fielders hits the body. He could have tried to tap that. Instead he goes, I've got time, gets it in hand, takes the step, underarm into the stumps, high probability of finishing that, you know. It's really good composure. That happens, it's easy to talk that stuff through, but live, that happens really quickly.
So it's this partnership that's actually on -5 to start. So they're now on -3, courtesy of that too, because the South African captain is at the crease, and it is against him whom the time penalty that South Africa copped will apply. So the skin is -3. The total is 59. Schwartz started with 2. And 2 to the South African captain. So still very much game on here. Just to your point, Paul, about that piece of fielding, the deflection off the body, what I like about the fact that he summed up how much time he had is he just knew that instinctively. He didn't look. He didn't have to look anywhere. He knew that he's got time. And he made that decision without looking at either batter and affected the run out.
Prem the bowler here. 22 required now off 21 deliveries, and you get the feeling that UAE need 1, maybe 2 wickets to wrap this up. South Africa are going to need to be pretty solid from here to get home.
Honestly, for mine, I'm backing the South African 22s in here. I think they've got plenty of time. I think they've saved 2 quality bats to close out the innings. I think they'll get across the line.
I've noticed in a number of their games their last partnership is twice the next highest partnership. It's not unusual for them to have a very strong last partnership. So we'll certainly watch this with interest. Certainly these two teams have put on an interesting spectacle so far.
Sri Lanka beat South Africa by 2 runs on the other court, I can tell you.
South Africa have had that kind of season, tournament, haven't they?
And let's have a look at the final over. Mankad to run out, to win the game by 2, Sri Lanka. So South Africa took the final skin, but Sri Lanka...
Mankad, wicket.
No. Mankad to run out,
So they were -8, so they were 6 in front in the last over.
No, they were 10 in front.
So they could have gone ... run,
yeah,
and got home.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
There's some game management stuff to be done around some of these. First time we have seen Joshy right arm over on this court.
And the last time, maybe.
Yeah, and making very clear the umpire, give you a call back. Whichever team loses this game may look back and think there's a couple of things they could have done a little bit tidier.
Let's hit the sticks. And they've run again. That's good awareness while the entire Emirates side is complaining about the run out. I don't know, some of them weren't even looking at the stumps, let alone the batter. I don't know how they can be so certain it was out. Looked home for mine, and the South Africans 22s turned it into 4.
The play from Shetty to the keeper was a good play. A couple of players in the way. If they could have got out of the way, Shetty could have picked him off at the keeper's end.
Yeah, he's well home. Oh, it's an edge. Aggressive running. It's a good call.
Seems like a bit of, I think in UAE have been guilty of this across the match, but just lack of game awareness, really. You know, you've got 1 or 2 guys appealing, the ones who can actually see the stumps in front of them, and someone should be backing up and getting it, making sure that the ball's taken care of.
Someone might want to check with Shep. The Australians are supposed to put those chairs back on that seat, on that court.
Yeah, I think they have done that. I hope they have done that. 2 balls remain in this over. It's been a good one so far for the South African 22s. Oh, it should be out. It is. It was a good early call of no. but he just was too far down. He gave up.
And really nice bit of work again by the UAE. Again, took some time. He hasn't off balance, hasn't stood up and thrown. It's just underarmed it and hit the stumps and comfortably out. And it's nice to see the UAE creating some chances in the front half.
And finishing the play.
Yeah.
I was quite critical of them early for just not finishing a couple of plays. And we'll just listen in here.
You can go with that, Bob. It's up to you. Last ball.
It's interesting. They're just asking whether or not the keeper had to wear a glove. But he puts one on anyway. Just rushing at that ball a little.
Yeah, he's got a couple of outs. He's pretty excited over there. I have a feeling. This is about the time clock starting to get a bit closer. UAE starting to move around a little bit. How long to go, Cam?
3 minutes. They've got basically 3 minutes to bowl this over and get into position.
It should be okay, right? They should be comfortably okay.
They should be, but I wonder if they're aware of it. We were certainly not aware of it during the South African fielding innings.
Certainly a bit of a rush to get gloves and those kind of things sorted out. It should be completely fine.
Well, a 5-run penalty would be
bad.
Yeah, it would be bad for them.
They just these two teams look almost determined to put on a tie here, don't they?
Yeah.
Every time the game swings one way, it swings straight back the other.
Prasath bowling. Oh, they've done it again. Didn't have to do too much wrong. I'm not really a fan of underarms at the best of times, but they had enough time. They're just making sure of it. Take a look on the replay.
The line fielder has just, in the last 4 or 5 overs, that leg line fielder has just had an absolute ball, hasn't he?
Yeah, Dilsara there on the 3 line. And get the feeling the South Africans are going to go here. And they've run again, have turned it into a 5 and immediately negated the wicket.
I think between now and the semi-finals, the South Africans have some long talks about when to call no and what the non-striker needs to do. It's caused them a few problems, hasn't it? Running when they shouldn't run and calling no and the non-striker not being able to get back.
Seems like they're just running on instinct, and times they just seem to be bunting the ball and they're going straight in, and I'm not sure that both batsmen are really on the same page, and it's been pretty evident with the last few dismissals.
Two balls remain. Tight in at the body, and again some ball watching. There's something that the coaching staff have got to get out of the South African under-22s as well as this ball watching. That there's no point looking behind you at the fielder. You've just got to get to the crease. Last ball. Driven.
South Africa taking control towards the end of this over.
Absolutely. They are going to have to contend though. Oh no, I thought they had Isaru. He's already bowled out. Isaru, who bowled the last over to that third partnership. It's going to be Shetty instead.
Boy, Cam, I can see the English and the Australian sides warming up for the next one on this call with the next broadcast game. I have a feeling that's going to be, that English side needs some points, and they were brilliant against Sri Lanka yesterday. Day before, night before. Brilliant. This could be another superb game on the match court.
Here's Shetty, the final over. Oh, they win it in one ball. Both bowler and receiver just let it hit the net.
Shetty still having a chat with the back 6 fielders. How about you stop that?
Oh, it's out. I can't believe it. What are they doing? Both sides doing their level best to lose this game.
They're on track for a tie, Cam, I promise you. This has just been a fantastic con. Could you imagine this if it was a plate final?
Yeah.
It's just swung and swung and swung. And, yeah.
There's that running on contact again. It just made contact and bang, out of the crease. So back to 80 are the South African 22 side. 4 balls remain. Oh, deflection, that'll be out! Oh, everything he touches has turned to gold. Dilsara there on the 3 line. He's come up with A bunch of excellent plays, and that one just riding his luck in South Africa, the 22s. They cannot believe it.
Shitty goes crook at the back 6 from upfield and doesn't even go over the back of the line field for the out. Just walks to the back. Ah, brilliant.
Look at that.
I reckon there's drama to come. There's another back net coming here, if you ask me. And a bit of a weird field again, UAE.
3 balls remain. He runs at it. Straight to Dilsara again. Best on ground in the field for mine.
8 needed off 2. Captain facing.
Surely they've got to get.
There's back net coming.
Yep.
It'll be 2. So it'll be Schwartz to face the final delivery, and he will need 7 runs to win the match here against the Emirates, the South African 22 side. They've stayed in the hunt. Here it is, the last ball. He's driven it. It won't be 7.
They've got to run 2.
Yeah, well, they can't. The Emirates have the ball, and they secure it, and the Emirates have done the job. What a contest we've just seen. It's been a roller coaster indoor cricket match here at the World Cup between the Emirates and the South African 22s, but the Emirates in the job, in the end, they got the job done. That's what counts, and they take 3 points plus the win out of the game. They'll be happy with that in the end. Some interesting indoor cricket as we catch some of the highlights. Ahmed, where was the game won and lost for yours?
Yeah, I think you probably hit the nail on the head, Cam. You know, both teams seem to be doing their best to lose it, and I think really, in the end, South Africa's decision-making, especially with the bat, really just cost them, and it cost them dearly, especially in the last 8 overs.
How about you, Paul?
You could run a highlights package for this game that lasted 15 minutes. There's just been so much stuff go on in the game with back nets and calling errors and run-outs and direct hits to the face, all kinds of stuff going on here. I tend to agree. In the end, it was a decision-making, but I think both these sides should be able to go away from here with some really good stuff to work on coming up to semi-final, right? South Africa call well here. They get home quite comfortably. Nice to see a bit more fielding from Emirates, both in the front half and on the lines. They'll both take away some stuff of real interest moving forward, I think.
Yeah, no question. So an exciting fixture here just coming to an end. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next from 1 p.m. Australian Daylight Time, it's the hosts, Australia, up against England in what will be a cracker. Lots on the line there for England. They'll be doing everything they can to try and get up into the world group, and will be throwing everything they can at the defending world champions. But thanks for your company here on KO Sports and on YouTube. Until our next match, for Paul Botterill and Ahmed Khawaja and the rest of the broadcast team, I'm Cameron Walter. Thanks for watching. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Casey Stadium for our live and continuing coverage of the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. We're live on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube right around the world. I'm Cameron Walter, and with me Ahmed Khawaja. And coming up now, it's the men's clash between England and Australia. For the Aussies, the host nation, on the line is first or second spot. And for England, well, they'll be desperate to take as much out of this game as they can and make their way up into the World Group, Ahmed.
Yeah, absolutely, Cam. They've fallen short on a couple of occasions and games that they really would have liked to have won. And obviously with that Sri Lanka-South Africa result that we've just seen, they're going to need to take, obviously they'd like to win, but they're going to need to take as many points as they can before they have a match against South Africa under-22s tonight. And really that's how it's going to be for England. On Australia's side, I mean, they're going to keep doing what they're doing. They, obviously had the first night loss against New Zealand, but they're going well. Just want to go through the teams. For Australia, Lyle Teskey's the skipper, Matthew Flores, Luke Ryan, Josh Drever, Reece Dearness, Bo Zilko, Clive Rose, and Gregory O'Connor. And of course the coach is Brenton Bryan. For England, Nav Patel's their skipper, Jaden Bartosh-Sort, Matthew Galea, Michael Galea, Maveen Rashid, Liam Brazier, Ollie Green, and Nathan Remington, with Matt Henderson the coach.
So there are the lineups. The umpire for the match is Andrew Potts from Australia. We'll be batting first. And for them, it's all about trying to make the top four, as we've said. So you can check out the ladder at indoorcricketworldcup.com. We were talking, Ahmed, before we came on air after the last game around just how many possible combinations of results there are here. That you really can't pick it. Sri Lanka, they've finished. India, England, South Africa. Well, India and England have 2 games left each. South Africa have 1. And all 3 of those sides, as well as Sri Lanka, any combination of those 2 could round out the top 4 here at the World Cup.
Yeah, how exciting is that? That it's literally going to come down to the last round for who is going to make that top 4. I mean, in the 2017 World Cup, obviously New Zealand, Australia well ahead, and same here as usual. Sri Lanka and South Africa finished 3rd and 4th, but now you've really got a couple of good teams in India and England who are playing some good cricket who might be able to sneak in, and it'll be great to actually see a bit of a different combination of teams leading in that world stage. But I think both, and obviously Sri Lanka's done, and they've gone on their collection of skins for the tournament, which has helped them despite winning 4 out of 10. But India and England, they've both got probably one tough game apiece, and then one sort of winnable game. So it's going to be quite important how many skins they can grab out of the next game.
Yeah, no question. And just on England, they've won the last 2 World Cup plates. And I've said before on coverage, I'll say again, I was chatting to some of the England players during the week here at Casey Stadium, and they've made it clear they don't want to win the plate anymore. They want to make that World Group, and that doesn't mean that of course they'd love to win the World Cup, but they consider a loss in a semi or prelim to be superior to winning the plate, and it is. You want to be in that World Group, so it's really good to see that they've got that stated intent. They've come here with a mission, and, well, they know what's ahead of them. They've got the world champions here. Whether they can knock them off or take some skins is going to help them. And then their final game later to see if they can achieve that stated aim of getting through to the World Group, folks. If you've just joined us, I'm Cameron Walter, with me, Ahmed Khawaja. We're here at the World Cup. We're live from Casey Stadium. It's England up against Australia. As you can see, England will be batting first. Jaden Bartosh-Sort and Mike Galea opening the batting for the English, and Luke Ryan, who has been bowling at pace for the Aussies, will bowl the first over of the match. We'll just wait for everyone to get set. The umpire is ready. Luke Ryan is ready. The batters are ready. And we are ready, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is, England against Australia, World Cup indoor cricket. Oh, a great piece of fielding straight away. Dearness there on the 3 line, keeps it off the net and creates a little opportunity. If that's not a sign of how on the money the calling between these England batters will need to be, I don't know what else is. 1 run to Bartosz Short. Galea will face his first ball. Pushed through the covers for 2. Bartosz Short, 120 runs to his name, averaging 15 for the tournament. You can see while he's opening. McAleer averaging 13.2. Left alone, just inside that line, a dot ball. But again, you can see why these guys are out here batting first.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, the first partnership in any indoor team is really the one that has to set the momentum, and I don't think they can afford to be on the back foot against this Australian team.
Beaten outside off, almost falling out of the crease. Gets something back, and it is another dot ball and a 3rd ball opportunity here for Australians. The England side will have to change the score. Yeah, just not getting across to that Bartosz Short. I'm not sure he picked it. And Luke Ryan sends Clive Rose across to the point position. Prior to that, he's at backward point. Prior to that, he was at backward square leg. I think that's projecting a full and wide one here. Here it is, 3rd ball. He bowls in at the legs. Chance at the top. And given out. The big dive from Bartosz Short is not enough. Australia just too clean in the field. And already looking on song the Australians. Let's take a look at the replay. Yeah, throwing off balance. But all he had to do was get it in the vicinity for Zorko to do the job, and do the job he did. First wicket falls.
Absolutely, almost seemed like a bluff, like you said. He had 2 there on off, but he bowled it on leg stump and right into the arc of Driver, and it was pretty simple for him, actually.
It's a good finish to the over for England. 2 runs off that delivery, no runs off the over. Yeah, what I like about that run out from Driver is obviously good position, but he's throwing off balance. If we have another look at it. So he's moving across in the air, still way off balance, but still an accurate throw, and that's what you need. You're not always going to be in that perfect position. You're not always going to be able to have perfect balance or a solid foundation. So you need to be able to throw on the move like that, and that's exactly what he just did and earned Australia the first wicket.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably see that if you slow down the replay, you could probably see he waited until he actually got the ball in his hands, and that he actually had a position which he could throw off. He didn't just grab it and try to get rid of it straight away. And, it wasn't perfectly over the stumps, but it was enough. He had Zorko had much time, and the batsman had too much space to get down to the other end.
Here's the Australian captain, straight to Dearness. The big call of no, and it was the right call, but Bartosz Short had absolutely taken off, and a clinical wicket for the Australians. Have a look at this. Right on the leg, straight to Dearness. Again, throwing in the air, direct hit, out all day. Leading edge. Could just as easily have fallen into Luke Ryan's hands there, but it's down at the court. Straight into the non-striker. It'll be a dot ball. Reece Dearness, the ball following him there at the moment. He's been involved in a lot of plays already. Teskey continues. Another dot ball. One to come. Can't get him away, England. He just puts that one behind the legs. A little bit of pressure off, but an otherwise brilliant over. -2 from it. Australia well and truly on top here early in this match. How do England respond here, Ahmed?
Yeah, very good question, Cam. It was a very good over. I mean, he's not Express's Lyle, but he can swing the ball. More importantly, bowling to his field. I think they've got to really try and think about the score that they want from this pair that's going to set things up. And I guess as hard as it is to do, just need to reset. They just don't seem to be getting any leeway from the Australians. There's no missed fields. Everything it's clean, and there's dot balls. They're not really getting that shot into the springs to kind of lessen the pressure.
Clive Rose, the bowler, and beats the bat outside off from ball one. I think he surprised Gallier. Ball hooping around on leg side. Sent back, very tentative, rightly so. This Australian field is on song. Down, up, back down the pitch. Safe single in the end. 2 balls remain. And another dot ball. Bowled 8 of them so far from 17 deliveries, the Australians. Oh, and straight through, Clive Rose. Played all round it, did Bartosz short. Another wicket falls and the Australians large and in charge here at Casey Stadium. Let's have a look on the replay. Gee. Little cutter back onto leg stump.
Yeah, I think he really surprised him with that. He'd been bowling seam up for most of that over and then just slipped one right in, got through the gate. I think Bartosz short and both players seem to be leaning into their shots, trying to get way too forward instead of waiting for the ball and trying to play it a bit late.
Here's Floros, the Australian vice-captain. Another opportunity at the top. Oh, I tell you what, Bartosz short would want to be careful. The DJ thought it was out. The music started for a second. Have a look. Oh, is that out?
Yeah, very, very tight. Very tight. Tough for the umpire.
And said before, we'll say again, when they're that tight, the umpire doesn't have the video umpire available. I have zero issue with that being called not out.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about a 5% margin, really, for error. It's very tough, especially from that position.
Oh, just falls safe. Maybe off the leg. Oh, it gets through or over the 3 line into the backcourt for 3 runs.
It was much better. He actually waited on the ball when he stroked it into the offside net. That made him get that elevation out of it.
That's a handy shot. A little bit too little too late from this English pair, but it is important that they try to finish positively. They've got 7 runs from this over so far. 1 ball remains. A chance here. The flick needed a hit. It does not. They grab 2 from the final delivery. And a 5-run opening partnership. Australia certainly on top here. And an England side that needs points. That skin's just not enough runs.
No, and I probably assumed that Australia won the toss and decided to bowl, because I couldn't imagine England needing as many points as they did, would decide to bat first. They would want to know what skins they needed to get and could kind of focus their pairs on it. But I mean, you kind of, you know, it was sort of midway towards the end of the 3rd over. 8 out of 17 dots came. It's just they're not misfielding anything. They're bowling to their fielders, and England were, I think, just trying to go a bit too hard at them early on. And so 5 seems like an appropriate score for that pair.
Moobs Rashid and Matt Gallagher. Now Greg Connor to bowl. Work to do for England. Australia on top. Andrew Potts signals playing. We're back underway. Starts with the leg side. Connor. Two runs on the leg side for the left-handed Rashid. Chance for Dennis. He hits again. This time.
Oh, that was very close.
It was tight. Matt Gallier puts in the big dive. I think he was home. What do you think, Garmid? Naked eye?
Yeah, I think he was just home. I agree, Cam. I think, but a direct hit. Oh no, actually. Oh well.
Yeah, you slow it down. There's always a difference, and well, that was out. Another great piece of fielding from Dearness.
He's been very good there. He's been attacking the ball. Ball's been coming cleanly into his hands. He's been hitting the stumps more often than not. He's been very good there.
Straight to Luke Ryan. A 2-man lakeside field to the left-hander now.
I guess it's probably where that those video umps it's really going to come in handy come tomorrow, you know. And when games are a lot going to, you know, likely to be a lot more tighter, and calls like that could make the difference.
A chance for Matt Floros. Oh, he's got such a rocket arm and great movement. This time he just can't hit the stumps. That would have been another out. 6 runs from it. A tight run-out chance. It didn't go the way of the Aussies. England building well, perhaps towards a skin that they can look to try and steal from the Australians. Remember, England fighting for points to try and get up into that top 4, the World Cup finals. This is the penultimate game for them in the competition. In the round stages, anyway. Lyle Teskey, the Australian captain, about to bowl his second over. He bowled a brilliant first over. Got 2 men on the legs, one at square leg, backward square. Driven straight to the 3-line fielder. The throw from Drever doesn't hit. Keeper doesn't take it. Connor, it is keeping in Teskey's stead. There's a chance. Thrown away by the Aussies. Straight to Dearness, who holds onto it. So interesting to me how the brain, it's a muscle itself, but just the rapid decision-making Dearness makes there to hold onto that ball. So in the air, it's out of the reach of Zorko, it's into the backcourt for 4. We've seen, 3 or 4 examples where Dearness has got it and gotten rid of it really quickly. He held onto that, and rightly so. The English batters weren't running, but the time taken to make that decision, it's tenths of a second?
Yep, and how many things you have to sum up and assess within that split second? Are the batters running? What position do I need to be in?
Am I going? Which end am I going to?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And do absolutely nothing with it. I think viewers need to appreciate that. That's a very underrated skill in itself.
Two runs to Rashid. It's another good over so far for England. Largely courtesy of that back net 4 from Galea. He'll face the final ball from Lyle Teskey. Oh, finds the edge. It falls wide of a diving Clive Rose in the front court. It is a dot ball. Again, though, another good over for England. They've moved to 13 now. Remember, they're just trying to put good partnerships on the board here.
Yeah, so 13, I think, by the halfway mark, that's good. And I think unlike the last pair, they're not trying to go too hard. They're not trying to test out the field. And they're certainly playing their shots where it's needed. Obviously, Australia had that chance there with Drever, and I think that probably should have been run out. But other than that, they're just trying to work towards probably something that they can defend. That sort of that 20 to 25 mark.
Josh Drever's going to bowl. He's been bowling fairly rapid. Be interested to see if he can go through the English bats and if they're ready for this. Here he comes. Right up and at the hip. Moves Rashid, just raises his eyebrows at Drever as he trots down the other end. He grabbed 2.
He did pretty well to fend that off, actually, and not let it pop up.
Oh. Clears the front foot and has a big swing at that. Toe of the bat, a dot ball. Change up. Oh,
no,
you can't do that.
No.
Not while Rhys Dearness is just on fire in that position. He'll take them all day. And the English batters just undoing some of their hard work here. It was the change up. Ran on contact. There was never really a run there, and that's out all day.
It was just, it's very disappointing. It was just needless, really. I mean, Dearness will eat those for breakfast, but he really just pushed it straight to him.
Two to come now. Oh, finds the 3 net. He's had enough width, waited for this one. Guided it on the offside for 3. Important runs. They fought their way back to 0 off the over. 1 to come. And a leg side to finish the over. 2 runs from it. Ahmed, you keep saying things like important runs as if every run in a World Cup game isn't an important one. They certainly are. It's a good battle we're seeing this pair. They gave up a wicket there. They're fighting hard, and they've got 15 on the board at the moment, and an opportunity to put on 20 plus against Australia.
Yeah, absolutely, Cam. You're right. It's important, but I think for England, they need those. They need any runs they're going to score here for each partnership is going to get them very important runs for points. But it was good to see they didn't lose their head after that wicket. Quite often, how often do we see, they start panicking, they need to score runs very quickly, and they'll lose 2 and 2 balls. So it's good to see them just keep their heads about them.
Here's Dearness. Starts with the leg side. And England will have that re-bowled. Driven, be a dot. Rhys Dearness with, again, very colourful shoes and different one on each foot. Bit of variety from Rhys. An opportunity at the top. The flick is absolutely nowhere. So get through for 2. Chance this time to throw. Needed a hit. So 3 balls remain. England have made their way to 20. $25 for the total. Oh, he's got a big piece of that. And Rhys Dennis continues his fielding exhibition, this time off his own bowling. A little shake of the head, but he did exactly what he had to do in a good position after he let go of the ball. Just knocked it back up in the air and takes the catch. And that hurts for England. Finds the net. 2 runs and 1 ball remains now. Moves Rashid to face. Tucked around. Backward square. I believe it is a single. It is. 18 runs for the partnership. And Ahmed, there's this partnership they can have a go at. They can bowl to 18.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say the same thing, Cam. It's something they can bowl at. I know they probably can walk off disappointed knowing that they're probably left 5 or 6 runs out there, but at least it now means that they can position and have the bowlers that they want to choose to try and defend that skin. And really all they need is something decent that they can work with.
It's World Cup cricket action from Casey Stadium. We're live on KO Sports and on YouTube around the rest of the world. Luke Ryan will bowl his second over. Nathan Rimington and Liam Brazier at the crease for England. $23 on the board. England fighting hard. Australia converting almost every opportunity they're creating. And Luke Ryan will get us back underway. Starts with the leg side. So Luke just checking with Zorko as to whether or not the ball swung at all. The jam out a run. Chance at the top, direct hit from Drever, but Brazier's home. Not much interest from the Australians, they know it. And this is good pace between the wickets there from Brazier. Just have a listen. Questioning the state of the ball, I believe, the Australians. Just listening. Yeah, immediately. Immediately, yep, is what you hear from Andrew Potts. He's agreed that there's an issue with the ball and has replaced it. So this will be interesting to see whether the replacement ball will offer some more movement here for Luke Ryan.
They generally try to replace it with a ball that's also almost 9 overs old, Cam. It'd probably be a bit of a hard thing to do unless they've got them obviously in plentiful supply.
Yeah, I think that opportunity goes begging for Australia. I think, and this is why it's always handy to have someone like Gary Lowe around because he always looks up the rules. But my understanding is that at this point of the innings, if there's a ball failure, then they get an innings-old ball as a replacement. If it happens in the first partnership, I think they get a new one.
New one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I could be absolutely making that up, but that's my understanding. It'd be in the match regulations, which is in our folder somewhere. Brings the over to an end. A good one for these two from England. 9 runs from it. And again, looking to build a partnership here that they can defend.
Yeah, they both come in with a pretty good mindset. Good running between the wickets. Just trying to poke it into the gaps and just make Australia work for it there. They're really hustling, so it's a good start.
Oh, Ahmed, I'm a happy man. I've absolutely nailed that rule. In the event of a ball failure within the first 4 overs, the ball will be replaced with a new ball. In the event of a ball failure after 4 overs, the ball will be replaced with a ball used in 1 completed innings. Oh, another great piece of fielding from Reece Dennis. Can't hit the sticks. And they're through for 2. This is Clive Rose's second over.
That would make a bit of a difference, actually, if you're thinking about, let's just say, for example, happened in the 5th over, and you're talking about a 5-over-old ball and a full innings. That's quite a bit of difference, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. I think it's one of those practicalities. It's not like there are many half innings balls around, so I think that's a pragmatic rule. And I think it'd be a bit unreasonable to, if a ball were to fail in, say, the 8th over, to give the fielding side a new ball.
Yeah, absolutely. That I agree with.
Yeah.
I think certainly the new ball makes a lot of difference here.
Yeah. And look, sometimes the ball fails. That's what happens, and Australia would obviously prefer to have an innings-old ball rather than a new wrecked ball. Little sweep for a dot. 2 dots off the end of the Clive Rose over. We'll put them on 3rd ball. You just see that cutting back in. 3rd ball to start the next over.
Sort of noticing they're not really trying too hard to hit it hard into the surface and get those traditional down ups. They've been sort of keeping it along the ground and just trying to find gaps and little corners. It'll still reach the net, still get the same result, but sort of noticed they're just trying to, and they're also trying to keep that in the front half of the court.
That was 3rd ball. They get away for a single. Just having a flick through the notes on the England men. And I'm not sure who typed it for them. I'll just comment this a second. Here's Zorko. And there it is. There it is. Brazier trying to run past it. Well, not trying to run past it. He did run past it.
I think he was trying to run towards us.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. That's craziness.
Oh, wow.
That is craziness.
I don't know. He sort of seemed to have lost his head. He was batting really well.
Yeah, that wasn't 3rd ball. I don't know. I'm not sure what was behind that. But yeah, the description for Nathan Rimington, 39 years old, right-hand bat, right arm, and then in capital letters, medium pace. I think someone's having a stitch up there. He was bowling quite express last time I saw him bowl in this tournament. The leg side there. Down up sweep. Through for 2. 1 ball remains. A single to finish the over. Despite the loss of a wicket, they kept it positive and taken 1 from Zorko. They've moved to 15, so again, they're in a position here where they can post a reasonable little partnership to attempt to defend. Just want to try and squeak it at least above 20, if not up to 25. They'll have to deal with Matt Floros, though.
Yeah, they seem to have the luxury, obviously, in the of trying to bring in the bowlers at the right time, especially when they think they're threatening that 20 mark. But yeah, I think this is very key. They really want to hit over 20 here and give them something to bowl at.
Floros to Brazier. This will be out, surely. The throw. Brazier's quick. Yeah, Brazier debuted in 2014 for the England side, so he's been around for a while. Plays a bit of hockey as well.
You think that's why he ran down the pitch at Bo Zorko? He was pretending it was a hockey stick, trying to just flick it?
Yeah, that, I suppose that's as good an explanation as any. Trying to play across the line there. It's 3rd ball now, an opportunity here for Australia. It's Floros to Remington. He's played that almost directly behind him. And through for a single. 2 to come. Greg Connor's sort of been roving around in the field, filling the hole where the bowler was. It's just got to be a little bit cleaner. It's tough to move to all the various positions. There's a chance for Dennis again. But it is a dot to finish the partnership. 19 runs from it again. Not a bad little set of 4 for England. Maybe something they can bowl at. Here's the replay. Just in. Good response there from Remington. So that brings the captain, Nav Patel, to the crease. His partner will be Ollie Green. And Nav, captain of England, previous captain of New Zealand.
Yeah, played in 2016 Trans-Tasman Series in Port Macquarie. And I believe he was player of the series, certainly for New Zealand in that. And then obviously after the 2017 World Cup, he went to go and try his hand in outdoor cricket over in England, and he's kind of ended up staying there ever since and made his way into the England indoor setup. But yeah, he's a fine player. Very, obviously you would have seen Cam, but very quick bowler, good all-round cricketer.
Greg Connor, the bowler. It's going to be 3rd ball now. An opportunity straight away here for Australia to strike. Target this final pair. Chance at the top. Needed a hit. Would have been out. Yeah, well out. Don't know how comfortable I'd be fielding at the back sticks here with arms like Matt Floros and Drever sending a couple of rockets back towards the sticks. Good shot. Finds the net. Does Green.
Well, we saw in the last game, Vikrant Shetty gave his receiver a bit of face music. So, I presume he wouldn't have as good an arm as Forrest or Drever. So, yeah, it's going to be hard for Zorko. Best of times.
Look, I tell you what, if someone like Matt Flores throws a ball and hits you in the face, I don't think you go off for a blood replacement. You're leaving the court.
Yep, I think you may wake up the next day too, probably not know what's happened.
Looks like it's going to be Bo Zorko.
Kind of feel like the way they've been batting, Cam, sort of in the, after this first pair, they've kind of, I mean, obviously you want to win games, right? But you kind of feel like they are batting for those skins in a way.
Yeah.
Not trying to play anything too aggressive, just trying to find the gaps, making sure they're not doing, I don't see them going for 5s or 7s or driving too hard. It kind of feels like they want to try and get 3 points out of this game.
Oh, has he played it on? Oh, wow. He's turned that right around. I think he's hit it twice. And that very nearly rolled back onto the stumps. Here's another look at it. There's 1, 2 contacts and just past his leg stump. Back live. Upish. And Luke Ryan comes across the court to field that.
It's very rare that in the space of 1 second for a delivery could almost be 3 outcomes. Almost look like a wide, a 2, and then or nearly a -5.
Yeah. You mentioned, England trying to, potentially just win some skins here in the game rather than win the game itself. Well, I mean, good luck to them. They've posted 18 and 19. They can probably bowl at that, and they might do the same thing here. Australia aren't exactly slouches with a bat. They're not going to worry too much about chasing a skin of 18 or 19. So, maybe England really do need to try and press their case here. A couple of shots into the back net, maybe they can put 80 on, and then it's game on. Oh, it's 2 in a row. Well, it's not 2 in a row. It's 2 in the over. They've nearly gone back onto the stumps. Let's have a look at this. Oh,
Wasn't even really turning much either. He just sort of
got big on him, didn't it?
Yeah.
And Zorko finishes a well-bowled over. Just 3 runs from it. He bowled 4 dots. And England will start the 15th on 3rd ball.
Yeah, I think you're right, Cam. They need not 18, 19 are useful, and I think probably against the sides of sort of not Australia or New Zealand, probably that could be competitive. But I think I've seen Australia play enough to know that they probably won't be too worried, and even if they ended up, even if they happen to lose a couple of wickets early, they can easily make it up in the last sort of 8 or 9 balls.
Two runs to start. Retriever over, short and wide. Sent back. Needed a hit. Finds an edge and a dive. It's bump. Well, it's hit some grass before it hit the hand. I thought for sure he'd got underneath that.
Just hit the ground first, but he's looking a bit uncertain really in his batting stance.
It's third ball. That'll be out. Nav Patel looking for the leg side.
It was
out.
good.
Third ball.
It was good. It wasn't called.
Yeah, look,
Yeah.
I think it was a fair ball. Yeah. Yep. We'll have a look at it here. That's the edge, just hitting the grass. Yeah, I think that's inside the line.
Really nice setup by Drever, wasn't it? Went two away from him, and then the third ball. I don't think Nav was expecting that to come down leg.
That one is a leg side to finish the over. -1 from it. England need a big over here to, well, A, give themselves another skin they can try to defend, and B, to put on something of a total that they can defend.
What do you think, Em? Is it, obviously 49 is not going to win them this game. 7 is certainly not going to win them a skin. They may as well just have a go.
Oh, yeah, first couple of balls, just try and knock their twos, but yeah, then I wouldn't mind seeing them have a crack. Easier said than done.
Of course. Oh, there you go.
2 to start. Yeah, that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 dot balls at Nav Patel's face. Just struggling to get it away at the moment, isn't he? Yeah, not that ball.
Nice shot.
Not at all. Stayed nice and still and just bashed that into the backcourt for 4. That's what they need. Some late runs here for England. And no feet. Just hung the bat out there. It'll be a dot. Back live. Oh, Matt Floros, he had all the time in the world there. He thought about going to the keeper. Then he went to the top and he's missed by millimetres. Here, have a look at this. Straight in hand. He thinks about the keeper's end. No, I'll go to the top. How did that miss? Last ball, back live. 2 runs to finish. And 15 for the final partnership. England have posted 57 in their clash against the reigning world champions here at the World Cup of Indoor Cricket. We are live from Casey Stadium. And what do you make of that innings, Ahmed, as we take in shortly some of the highlights, mostly from the Australian fielding?
I think it was a real grind for England, Cam. They were really made to work, and they were on the back foot sort of straight away in that first 4 overs. And I could kind of see the strategy really from then on was to try and just get some skins together that would allow them to bowl at it and try and get some points. But fortunately, Australia didn't really allow that, and I think you'll see a lot of the highlights here with Reece Dearness in the field, just absolutely fantastic. There were a couple of missed chances, but on the whole, I think that they fielded very well in the front court. And 57 probably seems like an appropriate score.
It does indeed. We are coming here from Melbourne, the state of Victoria, and the Murray River. Well, it's got a temperate climate. It makes it the perfect year-round holiday haven. Manicured golf courses, acclaimed culinary experiences and exciting water sports are top attractions, while the banks of the Murray River bordering New South Wales are admired for their natural splendour. The famous mighty Murray River, one of the world's longest navigable rivers, stretches 2,700 kilometres from the mountains of the Great Dividing Range in northeastern Victoria to near Adelaide in South Australia. It's got everything. The Murray, the mighty Murray, plenty of destinations along that for you to visit in Victoria, this wonderful part of the world. So come on down and check it out here in southeastern Australia. We're live on KO Sports and on YouTube internationally. It is England against Australia in the Men's World Cup. And we might just take another quick look at the ladder and consider what England need to do here. As you see them on screen, this is their second last game. They're currently 4 points outside of the top four. India currently playing against the New Zealand under-22 side, who have scored 63, and it has to be said, there's lots of skins on offer there for India, 11, 16, 12 and 24. So for mine, I think India are going to get 6, maybe 7 points out of that and go ahead of Sri Lanka. And so Sri Lanka is going to be the new mark that England need to get to. And if they don't win at least 2 skins here, it's curtains for England.
Yep, I think it's a good summation, Cam. So, yeah, they probably need to target second and third here, I would say, and maybe save those bowlers, save the likes of Nav Patel for that. But, yeah, I think New Zealand under-22s are going to be pretty hard to defend that. And I think if India only grab sort of, maybe say a skin out of it, then it leaves something there for England, but it's going to be very hard.
Certainly will. Bo Zorko and Lyle Teskey will open the batting for Australia. Matt Gallier, the number 9, the 19-year-old from Birmingham. Zorko grabs 2 to open his account. Now, I've just got to question something here, Ahmed. I'm just again looking at these England notes. McAleer 19. No, I can see what I've done. I'll explain that in a second. It said men's debut in Dubai. I'm like, well, Dubai was 2017. Are you saying he debuted at 14? No, there was a tournament in 2022 this year in Dubai.
That's right.
Makes much more sense.
Tri-Series, England, South Africa and the UAE.
Another 2. And while I was reading the notes, I didn't comment on Lyle Teskey helping himself to 5 to start his innings. It's not a bad way to get your first runs in a World Cup match for the day. 5?
Oh, absolutely. For this 68 runs in 5 games, he's been averaging 14.
Beaten outside off. And 2 dot balls to finish the over, but still a great one for Australia. 11 runs on the board here against England. Be interesting to see how England approach the next 3 overs. They're not going to win this skin. They need to win at least 2 skins. So they just get rid of some bowling here at the rest of this and then go all guns blazing at the 18 and 19.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, you don't want to say that, one bowler is lesser than the other, but I think you want to use your best bowlers up at the times you need them, and this is one of those times.
Single to the Australian captain. Oh. Inside edge. Could just as easily have played that on. Great position from Zorko. Grabs 2 through the leg side region. Can't bowl there to Lolteski. Grab 2 all day. Oh, it's half a chance. Teske responded well, made good his ground. Final ball. Another 2 all day to Teske. 8 runs from the over. Australia in cruise control at the moment with the speed set to win.
1 dot ball in the first 2 overs, Cam, and I think that tells you a lot. Sorry,
we're on 3rd
2.
ball at the end of the first. Yeah.
I think in between that, obviously they're just picking up 1, 2, 3, 6 twos. You know, when they're getting the opportunity and they're able to free their arms, and you've seen Teske played really well on the offside and Zorko played very well on the leg side. And England just, you know, there's maybe 1/2 chance, but other than that, there just hasn't been the pressure.
Mike Gleer. To bowl over number 3. Targeting the legs here, but pushing that behind them for a leg side. Oh, and they claim a wicket, and Ollie Green is pumped. Not sure Teske's happy with the call. Let's take a look at this piece of work here in the front court.
Yeah, I think it's maybe a bit hard done by there.
Well, I think it depends on whether the ball hit the stumps on the way through. Let's have another look. It's not out. Back live and driven. 3 to the Australian captain. But a good piece of work anyway from Green there at a square leg position. And a diving Matt Gleer keeps it to a dot. 1 ball remains. No ball off the pitch. So 2 runs from the over with that wicket. Still Australia in charge at the moment. But a little wicket there for England. Here it is on the replay. Green follows that into the corner well. Yeah, can't give that, can you?
No, and I think that would have been easier to pick up than, you know, if he was running obviously at pace and it was a throw from a further distance. But I think probably the thing there was good execution, really. You know, got into a good, you know, obviously not out, but you know, got into a good position, and that's clearly what they need, is creating some chances.
Yeah, and that'll give them a hope that they can do the same in the next, you know, sort of 8 overs, well, 9 overs, to press a case to grab a couple of skins here against Australia. Moobs Rashid will bowl the last over to the batting pair. Oh, he's played it on. And another wicket falls. All of a sudden, England showing some spark. We saw Nav Patel do the same thing, hit the ball twice, and it ended up safe. Not so for his opposite number. Check this out.
That's very unlucky.
Yeah,
very
that's
unlucky.
almost a carbon copy of what happened to Patel. back live. 2 runs to Teskey.
Not happy as Lyle, but he executed the same shot correctly this time. Yeah, just very unlucky. Almost exactly like Nav Patel, except with the bails coming off.
Rashid turning around and appealing to the non-existent umpire at the bowler's end. I've not seen that. That was funny.
That's muscle memory, isn't it? Clearly an outdoor cricketer.
Rather non-striker there, make sure he's got right of way. Thank you.
Yeah, just being asked not to get in the way of the batter unless fielding the ball. One ball remains in the opening partnership. A quality shot from Zorko to finish. Another 2 to his tally and 23 for the Australians. They'll claim the first skin here. And that's 1 point that England can't take in their hopes of making the top 4 here at the World Cup. We're live on KO Sports and YouTube right around the world. Thanks so much for your company. I'm Cameron Walter alongside Ahmed Khawaja. And this is one of the skins England feel they might be in the hunt for here, Ahmed. Let's see if they come out all guns blazing.
Yep, absolutely. And I don't think they can really afford to kind of labour on this and wait to try and make those strikes sort of, in that sort of late second or early third over. They've got to get something up front and make these guys really earn it, because they don't really want to be playing catch-up by the end of the last. And as I say that, they're going to bring Nav Patel on. Well, the captain's going to bring himself on to bowl first, and I think that's a really, really good move.
Yeah, and look, if it's effective, he should bowl again. And, if whoever bowls next to them is effective, they should bowl again. Just come in all-out attack.
Yep, absolutely. I think they're going to grab one, try and get some momentum and bring that into that third skin.
So, Greg Connor, Clive Rose, who was on strike, and batting second for Australia. And here is the England captain. Comfortable 1 to start for Rose. Played a bit of cricket, Clive Rose. Up in the Big Bash. Also down in Tasmania. And obviously for Victoria here in indoor cricket and now the Australian men.
You kind of feel like he's been waiting for this opportunity for a bit of time, Cam. Obviously he's had, outdoor commitments and, he's a good player in his own right at a, one of the higher levels, and now he's really getting his chance to show what he can do on the world stage.
Through for a single. One of 2 Big Bash players on the court, the other, of course, being Nathan Rimington. So good to see once the outdoors out of the way, they can get out here and represent their country in indoor cricket. It'd be even better one day if they if schedules didn't clash and they complemented one another to see a few more.
I think that's the ultimate aim, isn't it?
2 to come for Patel. There's a single. Through for another single, 6 runs off the first over. Well, England, they need a wicket, probably 2 in the next 3 overs to try and claim this skin and stay in the hunt for the top 4 here at the World Cup.
Yep. Well, a fair over from Nav, but Rose and Connor just sort of settling into their work and weren't really willing to take any heavy risks, and nor do they really need to be fair. But I think you're right, Cam, and I think that 1 wicket really needs to probably come in the next 7 or 8 balls.
Brazier tasked with hunting one of those wickets down. Here he is to Rose. Bowls with a bit of pace, angling away, outside off stump. 2 runs to Rose. Slightly unorthodox piece of fielding. Try and flick down to Stubbs. A single in the end to Greg Connor. It's well guided by Rose. Patel can't keep it off the net. 3 runs.
It was just a freebie, really. Can't really afford to be giving those away at this time.
Early call of no. Two to come in the over. Australia looking well on track to take another point away from England's hopes. Or sent back. Yeah, the service in there just needs to be cleaner. They create a little half chance. They drag the batter out of his crease. Got to pounce on those, England. It'll be 3rd ball. Another opportunity for them here.
Slightly unlucky, I think, as well, when it hit the net and it kind of just thudded into it rather than bounced right back off.
Tough to do, no question. Presence in the front court. Keep it off the net. It is a single. And if they're not going to be taking a wicket, at least saving a run here and there does keep them in the hunt for the skin. So if that wicket does come, they might be an opportunity. And little tap from the keeper straight back at Connor's face while he's on the ground. It's just a little bit unkind.
That's why the keeper needs good service.
Yeah. So Matt Gleer, he bowled the first over. He's going to bowl now. Attempt to get a wicket here for England. Shape and a diving effort. Spills it into the side net for 3, but probably saved 2. He's not happy, Matt Gleer. Making it a little too easy at the moment for the Australians. He's got 3 opportunities left here, and they need a wicket. Change up, goes for leg side.
That's all right. It's good. Yep. You can see Rose signalling to Connor there. He's going to bowl a leg cutter outside the back of the hand. Good intent. Just needs the execution here.
Finds the net, but they don't run. The conservative calling there for the Australians, and 1 ball remains. Well, life looks pretty difficult right now for England. They're going to need a huge finish here to this partnership to try and get a much-needed point. They are on the hunt for a top four berth. India up against the New Zealand 22s on court 1. They're about to take another point and well on their way to winning that game, which will move them up into 3rd position ahead of Sri Lanka. So it's them that England need to get in front of, and they're currently 9 points behind with this and 1 match remaining. So without 2 skins in this match, they're in some trouble. I like this move to bowl Remington. In fact, I would have bowled him earlier. He can send them down. Here he is.
Yeah, I think you're right, Cam. I think it would have, you got Nav Patel at the top. You probably should have been using Remington and trying to get that key wicket in the first couple of overs.
I would have bowled him at the first over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so you just try and rush the batters up. Okay, they're good enough. They probably get away without losing a wicket, but you're in the hunt. They get no runs or 2 runs off the first over. In the hunt, they got 6, then 7, then 10. Now Remington has to take 2 wickets to win them the skin. It's 3rd ball now. A real opportunity here for England. 2 fielders on the leg side. Here's Remington to Rose. It's a no ball for front foot, short and wide. And, 3 runs from the delivery and an extra delivery almost puts the skin beyond doubt. Little bit of hesitation there. The call was there, but Connor had to get on his bike. The bounce good enough for them to get through for the single.
There's a bit of England traffic there in the middle, but he managed to find his way through it. I think you're right, Cam. If you say, you get 2 in that first over, that still leaves them with, 17 to get in 3. And it also means that they might be on a 3rd ball come the 2nd over, and they're starting to feel that pressure. Play a shot out of the ordinary and get themselves out.
Oh, that's he's attempted a man-cad now.
He's conceded a no ball.
Well, it's not a no ball.
Sorry, not a no ball. Conceded 2 runs though, hasn't he?
I'm just seeing, is that an international rule? I know it's certainly a rule at the Australian Nationals, but is it a rule?
I believe it's the same in New Zealand too. So
I don't see that rule in the match conditions. So I'm not sure that should be a 2 runs to the batting side, but that's what's happened. So they've got 2. And a partnership of 32, and the all-important point, they've taken it off them. So I'm just flipping through the match conditions here, and I just don't see any reference to that. I'm just not sure that it is part of the international. So it's certainly not in the official rules of indoor cricket, unless it's been moved. I could be wrong about that. It may have made its way into the rule book out of the match conditions. So it could be that Andrew Potts has got that on the money. It's for England. They've got a mountain to climb now. They're going to need to try to win these last 2 skins.
If we've got 2 overs between Remington and Patel, and you presume, if they're going to try and get a skin here, that they're going to have to bowl in the one pair. They still really need 2 points. So, yeah. And as I say, that Patel is going to open up at the top, and hopefully bring Remington early into this pair this time. But it's not going to be easy against Luke Ryan and Josh Trevor.
No, it certainly won't be. But that's the other thing to consider here, right? It's easy to say, well, England need to do this and do that and try and win the skin. Well, Australia can bat, right? So Luke Ryan and Trevor at the crease.
Yep. Hence why I guess when we were talking about earlier, we were looking at skins they could get, and we're saying 20, but in reality, if you're going to have these pairs be tested, it really needs to be at that 30 to 35 mark.
Here's Patel again. It's a no ball. And I've looked it up. Andrew Potts, as they get through for the run, Andrew Potts is right on the money. That now has made it into the rules. I know that when David Shepley introduced that condition, it was part of the match conditions, not the rule book, but it is now part of the rule. So, actually, that's not true. This is referring to an illegal man-cad. So that wasn't an illegal man-cad. So
an illegal man-cad being one where they do a man-cad but still in his crease? As opposed to...
where the man-cad is not like changed hands or not a complete action or something like that. Yeah, but there it is. That's a different rule. I've found it now. It's what section is this? Scoring, Rule 11. Section A, subsection 8. If the non-striker holds their crease and the bowler makes an unsuccessful man-cat attempt, the non-striker will be credited with 2 runs.
That's right.
So there it is. Andrew Potts on the money. Took me a while to figure that out. Bear with me there, folks. And while I've been fiddling with the rule book, the Australians have been off to a great start.
Yeah, and England a bit sloppy in the field. Nev Patel bowling a no ball, went down leg side, and the batsman also got through for an extra run. This is not what you need when you're defending 19.
Yeah, 9 runs off the first over. And again, I really want to stress the situation here for England. The next 7 overs are going to determine whether or not they can make the top 4 in the World Cup. If they can't defend 19 and they can't defend 15, they will finish in the plate group once again. And yeah, that's life. That would happen, but it'll be disappointing for them. They've had a reasonable tournament, had some close losses, and their stated aim, as I said at the top of the coverage, was to be part of that world group. It's Brazier. Comfortable 2 for Drever.
Yeah, I mean, if you look down the results, beat South Africa on opening day. It's just been a bit inconsistent. I mean, they've beaten the UAE, they've beaten Sri Lanka, who are currently in 3rd spot. But they've lost to India, and then I reckon they will really be ruining that game against Australian under-22s when they were chasing 99 and they needed 7 in the last over, and I really thought they would get over the line. And ended up losing 2 wickets in the first 2 balls of their last over. And as we're going to find out, that sort of 4 or 5 point turnaround is going to be very crucial.
Yeah, I tell you what else is going to hurt them, skins. So Sri Lanka, I think England are actually going to finish with more wins than Sri Lanka. You see, comfortable 2 for Luke Ryan, and finish below them on the ladder. So it looks to me as if England aren't going to get a point out of this game. Australia will 7-zip them. I'm fairly sure England will win the last game. Although actually they're playing India, aren't they? Are they playing India?
England? They're playing the South Africa under-22s.
Oh, right.
So yeah,
they should win that game.
Winnable
so
game.
They'll finish with 1 more win than Sri Lanka, and will finish below them. Because Sri Lanka have got skins. They've just won a lot of skins. They took 3 off New Zealand, for example. So that just shows, in the first game this morning, Paul Botterill, Donna Dolby and I were talking about, don't try and win the skins, you've got to try and win the game. But in the course of winning the game, you need to get a couple of skins behind you, and it makes a difference at the end of the day when the ladder gets sorted. Another good over for Australia, 8 runs from it. They've moved to 17 and well on their way to, for mine, knocking England out of the top 4 or preventing them from getting in there. It's probably more accurate.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting scenarios because 7 points up for grabs, and you can still lose a game, get 3 skins, and end up with almost more than half the points. Just for really competing. And I think obviously, like you said, Sri Lanka have done it twice. They did it against New Zealand. They did it against India.
Yeah.
And it's going to be very telling.
It's the right move here. Remington's coming into bowl. Chance. And they get through. Yeah, so I don't mind this option. Remington picks up a wicket, maybe 2, or just a collection of dots, in England they're still alive. At least for the skin. Yeah, bowled back of a length. Treva rocks back and up and hits a 2. And they move ahead in the skin. No ball front foot. It was a brute of a delivery.
Yeah, it was rapid. Almost took Ryan's head off. And unfortunately, he's gone front foot no ball. But it just kind of shows you the difference that extra yard of pace can do to a batsman, unsettle them. Got 2 on leg now. Very good option if he's going to try that again.
It's good bowling. At pace. A little bit off the deck. And to be fair to Luke Ryan, did very, very well to get something on it and send it down rather than up into the air.
Yeah, it was that was rising on him, and he did very well actually just to drop his hands.
Push through the gap for runs. Change up delivery, and Ryan responds with a 3.
Absolutely unfazed by that pressure. A couple of really good balls came at him short, and then waited for that one that came full, straight off his legs.
Luke Ryan might not feel it, but he certainly is one of those guys that soaks that pressure up. Can just see it in the way he approaches the game. It doesn't look like he's a robot or anything. You can see that he's a human out there, but he's just such a tough customer.
Yeah, he's a very tough competitor. Very level-headed with the bat, and he's got an extra yard of pace with the ball.
So, they're asking a lot of Jaden Bartosz Short here. He's going to have to take 2 wickets to keep England's hopes of a top 4 finish alive. The way these guys are batting, 25 on the board, it's just hard to see where they're going to get a wicket.
No, asking to get 2 wickets. I would think if Bartosz Short's bowling that left arm into Ryan, I would have put 2 on leg, but let's see what he tries to throw up.
Yeah, 2 fielders and off, both forward of square in the front court. Advanced, misfield, a chance at the keeper's end. He can't get a hold of it. It'll be 3. And when it rains, it pours, doesn't it? Well, that'll be a no ball, +7. Drever's not going to miss out on that. You can't bowl a big fully like that right over the waist. That's just a free hit.
Well, the wheels have well and truly fallen off, Cam. You could see what he was trying to do, but
you just can't stop this flow of runs from the Australians. This can well and truly beyond doubt.
You can kind of see he's lost a bit of confidence in trying to turn the ball, and now he's just resorted to seam up. But in the process, it's just basically he's just sort of dragging it. And this is just easy pickings on the offside now.
I think, as you see another one, it's almost 3 identical. Yeah, I think that's definitely confidence and a fear that if he overpitches again, the ball will go the journey. So it certainly is defensive. Can't really fault it at this point. 2 to come. It's better.
Yeah, much better. Came out of the hand well. Slight amount of turn. Give himself some confidence and finish off well here at least.
Final ball of the partnership. Yeah. And just textbook indoor cricket from the Australians as they bank 45 runs in that third partnership, 20 of them coming in that final over. And they're just driving a stake through the heart of the England team. And that will mean, folks, that England cannot finish in the top 4. Even if they win this last skin, there's no way they can get in front of Sri Lanka. And India are about to go in front of Sri Lanka.
Yes, and you can see on that wide court that India have just, obviously the game's not over, but India have just passed New Zealand under 22 scores.
Yeah, they lost that third skin there, India, but the win is going to be enough to send them in front of Sri Lanka, which means, again, Sri Lanka are now the target for teams trying to get up and into the top 4.
Yeah.
Folks, it's World Cup indoor cricket action. We're live from Casey Stadium on KO Sports and on YouTube. We've got 4 overs left in this match. But don't go anywhere. Plenty more World Cup indoor cricket action to come from 3 p.m. Australian Daylight Time. It's South Africa up against New Zealand in the Women's World Cup. We hope you can stay with us for that and the 2 games after it. As I said, World Cup indoor cricket action. I'm Cameron Walter, with me, Ahmed Khawaja. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. We take you through the last 4 overs of this England-Australia clash. Matt Flores and Reece Dearness batting last, and here is Moves Rashid. And 2 runs to Matt Flores. Starts well.
I thought Rashid bowled pretty well in his first over, actually. Had pretty good control. And you can just try and get a bit of extra bounce. He's got 2 guys that are on leg.
Driven.
The Speaky throws up a half volley.
Yeah, it deserved to get sent. And it just pinged off this side net here. Yeah. So there was actually a little half chance there for England. A direct hit would have been out. Finds an edge. Forrest gets through for a single. Look back at Luke Ryan. 22 of those 45 runs. You remember, Drever hit a no-ball 7 and got 23. Luke Ryan, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dots he faced. Just see this delivery. He's faced 5 dot balls, everything else in 2s and 2 3s. To score 22. That's just quality batting.
That's very impressive. I mean, obviously knows when to soak in the good deliveries, but he's putting away high percentage shots when he needs to, without needing to actually find the back net. You know, he lets his partner do that big hitting, so he definitely knows his role.
Oh, there's another chance there. Australia being a little bit cheeky at the moment. They've taken a couple. 1 run. Might have been home. Keeps it off the net. Be a single to finish the over. A good start again for Australia, 8 runs from it. I said it before, I'll say it again. They are well and truly in cruise control at the moment.
Kim, you mentioned, obviously, England, putting out that message that, they obviously won the plate title a number of times, and they really wanted to reach that cup stage. But I guess the other thing to think about is now it's India's turn, obviously. They've quite often finished in that plate stage, and I know a few of the guys in that team, and they've really made that effort to sort of transform their game, opened up new centres, and really seem to be paying off. They're making a big play for the cup.
Well, yeah, I don't think no one can get in front of India. So they have booked their place in the top 4, which is brilliant, absolutely brilliant to see. This is Mike Gallier bowling the 14th over. Australia looking to bank 7 points from this match. And go back into first position. One less win than New Zealand, but should be 3 points clear of them after this match.
Yeah, they've done very well, and obviously just converting the skins that they need to. There's been nothing really that they've slipped up on. And when Flores and Dearness have been playing, they've been closing together and been doing it very effectively.
Third ball, so a little opportunity here for England. Oh, he's too good there. I've watched Matt Flores play cricket since he was probably 10 or 12, and I've seen him play that shot too many times to have any words left to describe it.
That was fantastic. Yeah, it's just that's textbook. That's textbook for me. Got his eyes right underneath it. Played it very late, and they're just putting it away. They know how to put it away, and not give fielders a chance. Well, that's very close actually.
It was,
wasn't it?
yeah.
I think Dearness he didn't need to dive there, so it was very close. But
well, look, I think they've won the game. They're probably still going to win the skin. You want to be busting a gut for your country, but I wouldn't really want to be risking an injury or something from diving at this point. You don't want to throw something away at this stage of a game when you've got a big final series coming up here at the World Cup. Is Bartosz short?
Yeah, it's a pretty good point, isn't it? The game's in the bank. They're going to get 4 skins regardless. Both batting very well, both calling very well and placing very well, so there's no need to take any undue risk.
I've got to tell you, we've given India that game over there against New Zealand under-22s. They're not going away, the New Zealand under-22s, taking a couple of wickets and just staying in the game. And as I say that, India hit a 7, so bit of roller coaster indoor cricket over there. There's another 3 to the total for the Australians. It's all a little bit academic now. Sent back, rightly so. And look, obviously, we haven't seen the strongest performance from England here, but we have to acknowledge the fact they are playing the world champions. This is a quality Australian outfit. There is a big leap from the plate division and up into teams like Australia. England have enjoyed a strong tournament. They'll feel a little bit unlucky to not be up there in the top 4. And I know certainly wasn't their goal for this tournament, but they, for mine, will probably be favourites to take out the plate now. Although UAE and South Africa, I'll give them a fair shake there.
Yep, absolutely. I think probably at least, I guess at best they'll still have that major prelim or sort of major semi. So at least they'll get 2 chances as well, and probably likely to finish 5th or 6th. But yeah, I mean, I think you're right. It's just they come up against some very good teams, and on occasion they just haven't been able to get across the line when they needed to. And just a couple of good examples, though. Probably the difference, Brazier in the front court, a couple of really good pieces of fielding, getting it sharp into the keeper, good service, but they're not running for those, So it's not like he's converting, but against other teams that could be a run out, and it's just that's the difference between them and Australia.
Too good, Floros. One of the features of that shot from Floros and others that play it so well is how late they hit it, how they're hitting it under their eyes, and absolutely driving it into the ground. So it's hit with such authority. It's one of the safest shots there is. And Dearness helps himself to 4 in the backcourt.
I don't think it should be underestimated how hard that is and how much practice that actually takes. It's not like the balls, it's not like a throwdown coming at you either. It's just, some of them coming at decent pace. So if you get into position, hit it very late under your eyes, it's a quality shot.
It's a no ball over the waist. They're asking if they want it again. They will have it again. I said it before, I'll say it again. You've got to get your money's worth here. It's another 2 to Dearness. 3 balls remain here in the clash between Australia and England.
He's played that shot very well on this pair. Anything on his legs, he's managed to sort of hit it into that mid-wicket area. It's looked very good. He's Matt Floros.
He's Dearness. He's normally a weapon playing this shot as well. He's probably just moved too far across. Yeah. And trying to play it on the move. That's normally something he freakishly manages to do. Just misses that one. And it'll be a dot to finish. A comprehensive victory for the world champions. 136 to 57. Unfortunately for England, Australia have ended their chances of finishing in the top 4. And we might look at a few of the highlights from the match. And unfortunately for England, it'll be all green and gold. Too good in the field and with the ball were the Australians, and then absolutely sealed the deal with the bat. Here's some of the first innings. There's a good shot there from England. It was Ollie Green grabbing 3. And the drive from Nav Patel. Certainly 2 of their batting highlights. And then, well, a good piece of fielding there. Kept it to a dot. And there's that little play off the bat twice onto the stumps. A good shot there from Luke Ryan, having soaked up all the pressure. Well on their way to the 45-run partnership, those two. There's the no ball over the waist, sent into the backcourt for 7. Big runs in that over. And Dearness was almost out. You can just see playing a miss there. Certainly a couple of plays and misses there, not indicative of how dominant Australia were with the bat there, but a wonderful performance from them, the world champions. Don't forget, coming up next at 3 p.m. Australian Daylight Time, it's South Africa up against New Zealand in the women's division. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed watching this match. For Ahmed Khawaja and the rest of the broadcast team, I'm Cameron Walter. Thanks for watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wherever you're watching this broadcast right around the world, a very warm welcome to Casey Stadium here in Melbourne. And welcome to the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. There is a smorgasbord of activity happening here this evening, and we've got an absolute mouth-watering affair coming up. My name is Gary Lowe, joined here by Donna Dolby, Indoor Cricket Hall of Fame inductee, the very first, or one of three, but inducted all in the one night. Donna Dolby, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks very much, Gary. Good to be here.
And Ahmed Khawaja, who's made his way all across the Tasman to be here. Off mic, he was telling me that he was seat 1A, business class, leg room galore. Welcome, mate.
Thank you very much, Gary. Yes, and I'd love to say that I was flying business class, but it's a good coach ride for me, unfortunately.
Out the back in steerage, that's fair enough. Look, might just go through these two teams. We've got about 3 minutes until we get rolling, and I understand that we've got the team list for New Zealand that Donna Dolby might assist us with.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. So we've got Regina Lilly captaining the side today, Ambly Parr, Ros McNeil, Gemma Krebs, Natasha Von Tilbury, Katie Morris, Aria Mashevsky, and Michaela Mason-Jones.
Coached there by Natasha Williams. And for South Africa,
skippers Kaylee Tapp, vice captain Dorothy Van Wyk, Rosanna Cote, Kim Becker, Kyla Stiles, Michelle Homan, Shamone Brett, and Yankee Dietrichs. They're coached by Lenise Wilson.
Thank you very much to both of my colleagues. As we look out on court there, we can see South Africa currently sitting third in the competition. 10 games, 5 wins, 5 losses. And how's the coverage been? I'll ask you first, Donna Dolby. You've been following it closely, I understand.
Oh, I've been having a bit of a look all week, so it's been good to watch. And I think you've got Australia, then New Zealand, then South Africa, but all capable on their day of beating each other. And particularly South Africa, probably a little bit behind, say, Australia and New Zealand, but they have the batters that can really pile on some runs in a hurry if you get your line and length wrong.
And Ahmed Khawaja, what do you make of this game?
Yeah, I tend to agree with Donna. I think South Africa haven't really probably gotten the results they would have liked to, and it's probably been a bit outplayed by likes of Australia and New Zealand. But yeah, I mean, I've seen them been able to put up some decent scores, so I think really that'll probably be the key for them. And I think that'd be okay with chasing a bigger total. In terms of New Zealand, I mean, they'll obviously be smarting. They've lost a couple of times to Australia, so they'll be looking for the last couple of games, kind of get their formations in order, try and finalise any sort of strategies, because they're going to be playing again, and it's going to be in a prelim. So it's the last chance for them to get another good look at South Africa.
Well, there's just over a minute to go until first ball goes down range. The official for today's match is Michael Guest from Australia. Was Michael Guest umpiring when you were running? He was.
I think so.
Wouldn't surprise me, actually.
He's been around a long time anyway. And quite rightly so.
Well, the atmosphere is starting to build here at Casey Stadium. The DJ, he's got the volume up to about 99 on the 100 scale. Getting things rolling here for South Africa. The number 3, Rosanne Kalite. We've worked hard with team management throughout the week to try and get the names correct, the pronunciations. I know if I was going to put my Australian slang on it, it'd be Chloete, and that's very Australian and quite incorrect, or so I'm informed. Kalite, the number 3, Michael Guest at the top of the stand, ready to roll. This is the first time you've joined us today. Welcome to the World Cup. It's a pleasure to have your company.
Okay, players ready? So Rosanne.
And we're underway. Outside off, and a beautiful down up 2 to get underway. Gemma Krebs there, now down at the non-strikers end. Donna Dolby, how important is it to get bat on ball early and just find your way into the game?
Oh, I think when you're batting that you love to get a bit of bat on ball. Don't even like being bowled wide early up. I think everyone wants to just hit that first one out the middle to get the confidence up and just know you're on your game.
Now, you've had a lot of experience in captaining sides and coaching teams. Watch this delivery come down. Scampering through for a run is New Zealand. Opening up the bank account now is Mason Jones. Is what you say as a coach or a captain different? Or is it pretty much the same?
Oh, I think almost off the court it's the same. In terms of the game and the tactics of the game and those sorts of things, I think off the court it's the same, and on the court it's a little bit different. You've got to have the momentum of the game in play, and that actually decides what you say in the moment on the court. But as a coach and a captain, you might be different. You'd want to be different. One of you might be good cop, bad cop, and those sorts of things at any given time. So it's nice to always have a little bit of a difference and be able to have a difference of opinion as well.
Third ball opportunity presents itself, Ahmed Khawaja. For those unfamiliar with indoor cricket, what does third ball mean?
Just means that there's been 2 dot balls, so the third ball that the batters must score off, or at least need to cross. And if not, it's going to be an out and -5.
2 runs scored, and that is the over. 5 is the total. I'll ask both of your thoughts, and I'll start off with you, Ahmed Khawaja, because I don't want Donna Dolby to lead the witness in terms of what might be a good run chase or a good total here. What do you think is par score here for New Zealand? What would they like to post?
I think probably around 100, 110. And, look at the first couple of games. They beat South Africa 94-79 and then 108-41. And I think on most occasions, even around against Australia, they've sort of been hitting that 100 mark. So I think anything in that 100 to 110 would probably get them a win.
Diedrich's into the attack now. 2 scored. Jumping highly there in the front court. Unable to get that one is Roseanne Cleety. And Donna Dolby, it's okay to disagree with other commentators, by the way. Don't feel as though you need to agree with each other, for heaven's sake.
No, I don't feel under pressure to agree, but I tend to agree. 100, 110. You'd even go 90s par. Like if you hit 90 in a final, you'd probably be all right with that. But later in the week in a round game, I think you've got to be 100, 110 thereabouts, because without the adrenaline, everyone's a bit tired. So the scores do tend to get a bit higher.
South Africa on the hunt for their first wicket.
I would suspect New Zealand would be disappointed with less than 110.
110 is the watermark. Agreed upon by both commentators here today. Diedrich's in for South Africa. Sharp bit of fielding there at the front.
Both teams appear to have a bit of strength on the bench as well, so giving some players rest coming into the finals by the looks.
And they've played a lot of games, haven't they?
They have.
10 games so far this week.
Yeah, that's a lot of games in a week. I don't think too many teams would have played 10 games in a week for a long time.
Chance there on the 3 line. Not taken. Again, another third ball opportunity here. How important are third ball conversions?
I think third ball conversions are critical. You don't want to relieve the pressure. You want to make the most of that pressure. And I also don't think third balls have been converted particularly well this week. We see a lot of bowling at the body, which tends to make it pretty hard to convert on.
Yeah.
Very much is converting those threes.
Yeah, good point. Very good point. And Ahmed Khawaja, do you generally have a school of thought about the delivery that should be bowled on a third ball? I know some people like it into the body, some people like the full and wide. You've watched a lot of indoor cricket in your days. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the full and wide, and I think also, not that. Generally bowlers are trying to get wickets and fielders are trying to back them up. And the other thing is that no one's probably thinking. Sometimes bowlers aren't thinking about the 3 balls that are going to get them the wicket. But I'm generally of the school of thought that if you've done something right twice, you can try and change it up for that third one because they're not expecting it. And I think that's what we saw in the last game between England and Australia. But I reckon you're right. Like a ball that goes full, a ball that goes into the body, the batsman still has an advantage. They can try and run over it and try and create a bit of traffic between them and the fielders. Whereas if you miss it full and outside off, and the keeper's good enough to take it clean and you're gone. You don't want to sort of leave anything to chance.
Jammed out of the block hole there for 2 runs. That ball coming through to the field just to that nice juicy eye level. It's pretty handy when you're in front of the court when the ball comes through at that height, Donna Dalby.
Absolutely, you love it.
Your eyes light up like dinner plates, don't they? You think, you beauty, I'm in here. 15 the total here. New Zealand building. Hooping. Delivery there on legs, finishing on middle and off. Ball getting a lot of movement. Two to come. Coming to you live from Melbourne, the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. Pretty good line and length, Ahmed Khawaja.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. Try and bring it in back into the batter because I think they've been going a bit too full and both batters have been able to jam it out into the offside. So try and bring it back into the body with a bit of in-swing.
Hit high into the netting there, completely removing the ability of the fielders to get to that one. The score moves along to 19, well on target. The score, that 110. Now, for fear of being insulting, for heaven's sake, and I don't mean to be, but I will ask, your last World Cup campaign, what year was that?
As a player or coach?
I'll take player and coach. I'll be a bit greedy.
Okay, 2004 as a player and 2017 as coach.
The ball, has it changed much? Because when was your first World Cup? Or when was your first international debut?
First World Cup was 1998. It's the first time they had the women in the World Cup.
Tap in at the body. We're just going to go on a little walk down memory lane for you during this game. Look, when I've got you in the commentary box, I'll take full advantage of an Indoor Cricket Hall of Famer. You're a bloody legend of indoor cricket. I'd be mad if I didn't ask you a few questions. Again, full. Good bit of bowling there. Another third ball opportunity. This is the third ball opportunity. Talked about those conversions. So has back in 98, was it a similar kind of ball?
The ball's changed a fair bit over the years, I think. I was actually just talking to Ben Ridgway, one of the umpires, and we were discussing the original balls were blue seam and rock hard.
Were they?
Yeah, and when they hit the pitch, they did some work too. And that gave the bowlers a bit of an advantage, I think. At the time. And then I think it was switched to red stitch, so a bit softer, swung a lot more, not so much off the pitch, not quite as rock hard. And then I think it ended up there was a blue and a red stitch after that, and they probably are somewhere in the middle of all of that. But today they tend to be a little bit softer, and they swing for half the game, and then changes the game a little bit after that.
It's a really good point you make, because the courts here at Casey Stadium still quite abrasive. It's a newish type centre. It's only a handful of years old, and so the balls do come back a little bit scuffed up. And we do tend to find that towards the back end of innings, not getting that same amount of movement through the air.
Yeah. And so it's really important how you make the best of your bowlers. If you've got swing bowlers and you want to get them through early while the ball's still swinging around.
Well, that is the end of the batting partnership. Krebs 15, Mason Jones 9. 24 the total. Ahmed Khawaja, what do you make of that first batting partnership?
Yeah, they weren't really troubled too much. I mean, there were a couple of third balls, but think we had discussed, I don't think they went the right option on those third balls and kind of let them away. They didn't seem too troubled. They were able to play a few dots, and then in between they were able to, I guess, free their arms and get the balls, I guess, through cover. So I think they just got to try and find their way to sort of apply a bit more pressure and try and get some more dots, but also just not allow them to turn over the strike too much. I think you saw in that last ball, actually, it was a misfield, but hit it straight to the fielder, and if she'd taken it cleanly, I think probably would have been out. So it's just these small chances they've really got to grab, because I really don't think they want to be chasing over that 100.
Will be Michelle Warman, Parr and McNeil out here now for New Zealand. Again, checking closely with the South African team management about name pronunciations. The H is more like a W for this particular player, Woman. And wide called by umpire Michael Guest. One of the best in the business is umpire Michael Guest, and all throughout this week the standard of umpiring has been incredibly high. And of course, towards the back end of this week, we'll have the luxury of third umpire.
It's going to make a difference in those crunch games. I mean, the first couple of games, obviously, I've been on this morning and afternoon, and we're analysing in excruciating detail the sort of the replays. They've got the slow-mos, but in reality, the umpires have a split second to decide, and sometimes their views are a bit obscured. So it's a bit hard. It's a bit hard on them, and yeah, I think most of the time they're getting it right.
I did give Guesty a hard time before the game started that I would definitely give him a bit of a razz from the cheap seats if he got it wrong. Given we've got 3 looks at it.
Pressure on. Hit well into the netting there. Last delivery here in the 5th over. New Zealand still waiting for their first wicket. They're on the hunt. They're on the move. They're hungry for it. Can it be this delivery? It can't. It's blocked out. 29 the total. An over will be called. Sport for choice when it comes to our broadcasters this week. We've had Cindy Cross in the commentary box, Australian Indoor Cricket Hall of Famer. Earlier on in the week we had Jude Coleman, Australian Indoor Cricket Hall of Famer. We've got Donna Dolby, Australian Indoor Cricket Hall of Famer. Tomorrow we've got Ross Gregory, Australian Indoor Cricket Hall of Famer. And then you've got Ahmed Khawaja and Gary Lowe. Nobody of any great influence. What's going on?
No Indoor Hall of Fame.
No.
Yeah. Well, I'm really looking forward to having Roscoe down here.
I'll tell you what, you're pretty positive. You said no Indoor Cricket Hall of Fames yet, so you think you're a shot.
Well, is there a commentating Hall of Fame wing that they might have, at some point?
Gee, with Ross Gregory on, I might have to listen to the coverage while being live at the game.
Well, we need to make sure there's that kind of 3 to 4 second delay, so there's the dump button in case he says anything that he shouldn't.
Well, he's a man of few words, so good luck.
Styles in now, rolling the fingers on the ball, getting that grip and the rip. Again, the courts here in fantastic condition. Ahmed Khawaja, was this your first time at Casey Stadium?
Yeah, first time. Really enjoying it. I mean, obviously I've watched a couple of national championships here and really enjoyed what the facility looked like. But, up close and personal, it's a great place to be holding a World Cup.
Off legs in the front court there, off Becker. 2 scored. Styles, one of the few players for South Africa into the double digits for the wickets, taking 10 wickets from her 7 games. Only conceding around 2.5 runs and over. Very economical.
I like how they've moved 2 fielders across the leg because she's running with fingers across the ball, obviously trying to bowl off cutters into the batter. So I think having 2 on leg is actually quite a good option here.
We'll see if it pays off.
commentators, Chris.
I think ideally you'd probably, but to that ball it wouldn't have mattered, but ideally you'd probably straighten one of them up and bring the other one around a little bit.
You'd straighten up the front court fielder closest to the 3 line?
Yeah.
So why would you bring that one more closer to the
I
pit?
just think they've got that there. They're looking to take wickets, get them for a start in the line of sight of the batters for just to make them think a little bit. But I think the wickets are a little bit straighter.
Yeah.
And you can tend to get in each other's road a little bit when you're both around the corner.
Becker now for South Africa, coming off the short and run up. We see that a few times with some of the players this week. Well, they have their allocated set paces that they want to come in and bowl. They don't take full advantage of the entire run-up.
Do you think it provides a bit of an advantage coming, when you see obviously some bowlers coming right off the corner? Do you think it sort of, it's easier to come straight up like you would in traditional outdoor cricket?
Chance not taken. 2 Kiwis down the one end. Getting through, McNeil cops an indoor cricket ball in the back for her troubles. So we watch the replay here. He just squirts in the corner, and then they are 2 New Zealanders down the one end. That's never a good idea. 43 the total. South Africa still chasing that elusive first wicket. Good energy in the field here for South Africa, up and about. Lots of high fives and claps. And again, another Kiwi cops an indoor cricket ball in the back. Thoughts on that, Donna Dolby?
I don't think there's anything in it. I mean, she was running up the middle of the pitch. The keeper's thrown it back. Wasn't any malice in it. I think as players, we often run up the middle of the pitch because it's better get the ball in the back than it hit the stumps. So.
Yeah. There's a way to avoid being hit with the ball, I guess, and that's don't run on the pitch, but you'd rather take a few bumps and bruises for your country, wouldn't you?
Absolutely you would.
Last ball of this over, 45 the total.
It's a quality shot.
Yeah, nice bit of play. Ros McNeil, 10. Emberley Parr, 14. 24, the batting partnership. Donna Dolby, talk to me about, obviously Australia not playing in this game. The longer Australia go with winning World Cups, does the pressure increase on them because they just have to win?
It's a really interesting one. I think anyone who say that they don't feel any of that pressure, certainly players that have been there a long time, I think they're probably kidding themselves. Like I honestly do think you feel a bit of that pressure, and I even know I felt a bit of that pressure. But the challenge is to let it inspire you and motivate you, and not consume you.
Easier said than done, hey?
Once you're in the game, you're in the game, right? You've got to be thinking about what's in front of you, not what might be.
There are some pundits out there that feel that anything less than a World Cup victory is a failure. They're pretty hard markers.
That's a pretty hard bar, because the teams are getting close enough now that anyone can win on the day.
Beautiful segue over to our New Zealand counterpart. The world is getting smaller and smaller in indoor cricket. Tucked around the corner, 2 scored, and some may argue that the gap between Australia and New Zealand is shut. And New Zealand are really competitive now, and they're a chance to win some silverware this week. What are your thoughts on some of those comments?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good possibility, and I think not to say that it won't happen after this, but I think this probably represents one of New Zealand's best chances to do so, and I think that all teams across all grades have sort of shown that there is going to be some very close games come the end of the week, and a good chance for New Zealand to take home some silverware. I mean, I'll come after this ball, but sort of two schools of thought. I mean, obviously it's, no one wants to lose, and certainly where Australia is concerned, you have this level of domination, you want to keep it up. At the same time, if you see another team win, certainly for indoor cricket as a whole and its growth and development, I think that's going to really improve things, because that would most likely, improve the exposure and the resources that, those countries would get, which would include New Zealand if they were able to win.
That comes now an end to the second batting partnership. And at the moment, on track for a score of 104, which is right in the middle between the 100 and 110 that Donna Dolby and Ahmed Khawaja suggested would be about par. So in terms of fortune telling, they're right on the money, which is great. It's interesting, the games between New Zealand and Australia, there's around about a 20-run gap every time. New Zealand 87-107. It's about 20 runs short. Next game that they played, 105-122. It's about 17-ish runs. And then the next game, 114-134, it's exactly 20. It's a similar gap for each three games. So somewhere along the way, New Zealand either need to bat better or bowl better. I'm not sure which one it is, but there's a 20-run gap in there that on 3 occasions has prevented them from winning. And the next time that these two teams will be seeing each other, when it'll be at the finals time. They've played their last game together.
Yeah, so it's probably almost sort of, I think for this grade, maybe 3/4 of a skin, probably, a difference, sort of partnership, that 20 runs. And it's probably an accurate reflection, I think, of where Australia are at the moment. It's sort of probably what I was thinking, New Zealand get 100 and 110 here, because I think Australia are pretty capable of putting 120 plus on them.
For New Zealand at the moment, we've got the captain, Lilly, and on strikes, Morris. Warman, 66. Might have some insight about the captaincy here from Ahmed Khawaja, possibly. Chance. Oh, finally gone. Talk us through it, Donna Dalby.
Just not quite getting over the top of that one, Morris, and takes a relatively easy catch. So it's nice to see South Africa get a wicket.
Yeah, you can see that one coming up. Just not able to get over top of that delivery. I throw to a Donna Dolby, not ready to talk us through the replay, but I'm going to do it a few more times throughout the course of today.
I almost have to concentrate more commentating than I did playing with Gary Lowe. Like, it's pretty tough going.
Ahmed Khawaja, there's something about the captaincy.
Oh, yes, sorry. I just got my wires crossed. I assumed, I thought for a moment Lucille Matthews was playing, who's obviously the normal skipper, but
generally, yep.
Regina Leahy, vice captain, and obviously captain New Zealand at the last World Cup. So she was obviously captain on court for this one.
We're very lucky to have Ahmed Khawaja as a part of the broadcast team. He's got a fantastic insight about the New Zealand outfits. As in not what they're wearing, but the actual teams.
I think the game's relatively evenly poised at the moment. Like, if South Africa can keep it a little bit tight with a few dots and ones, build a bit of pressure and take a wicket or two here, if they can keep New Zealand too around that 90-100 mark, that's well within their reach.
Yeah, South Africa have been known to put on some totals, averaging somewhere around 113 to 124 throughout the tournament. So they could chase it down. And that's a pressure release there. 3 to Lilly. Where's this second wicket coming from? Who's going to stand up for South Africa here? On the legs. No run. Employing just the one leg side fielder, a traditional indoor cricket field. It's Becca there on leg side, a lot of room to move. She's got to move at the speed of 1,000 startled gazelles to get to the ball if it gets tucked around the corner.
Third ball.
Where are you putting this one, Donna Dalby, if you've got the ball in your hand for a third ball?
Me, I'm going full and wide.
Full and wide. Let's see what Brett does. Into the stumps. Nice touch, and that is out. Very, very sharp fielding there in the front court. We love that kind of stuff. Woo! Watch the replay. Ahmed Khawaja, talk us through it, baby.
Yep. Great setup. 2 on leg, 1 on off, and I think Morris was, instead of really trying to stroke it through cover, she just sort of tried to bunt it and hope that it would go over the fielder, but great reflexes there by Clote and at cover, and just, standard indoor run out. She was able to push it back to the keeper and did the rest. Good anticipation though. She was waiting on that almost as if she thought she would try and just push it over her, and she anticipated that jump and got it, timed it perfectly.
Might ask a question of Donna Dalby in relation to fielding after this delivery. The last ball. On legs, dot ball. That is over 52 the total. When you're in that front court, Ahmed Khawaja just talked about it, anticipating it well. How the heckaroony do you do that?
I think it's a combination of a few things. It's A, knowing who your bowler is, and B, watching the bat.
Tell me about part A. What do you mean by that?
Well, what's the bowler do with the ball? What do they bowl? Do they bowl outswing? Are they bowling back into the batters? Have they got a change up? And knowing kind of what that is. So I always think you watch the bowler come in for a start. So you're looking, if they do have a change up, what does that look like? So you've got some idea how fast the ball might come off the bat, and then sort of halfway down you switch to watching the feet and the batter of the batters, and that gives you a good start in where the ball's heading.
Nice. Hope you've got the pen and paper out at home, jotting this down.
I've got mine, just making those notes.
Yeah. And the good news is the lessons are free.
Well, that's just one way. I'm sure there's plenty of others.
Cleete. Third ball, another third ball opportunity. Wicketkeeper and bowler having a bit of secret squirrel communication there. Full outside off. The ball of choice for Donna Dalby. 55 the total now. That was interesting there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I wonder what the signal was. Was the signal saying for it to be out there?
Yeah, I think it was, for sure.
And maybe a little further might have been the plan too.
So what I like to do when I've got people like you in here, Donna Dalby, is I ask a lot of these questions, right? And then a few games later, I say that exact same stuff and pass it off as if it's my own. And people think that I'm some kind of indoor cricket whiz. One of the greatest lessons I've ever been taught about indoor cricket. We'll watch this ball come down. And good run there. Sometimes it's difficult to know the pace of the ball and if it's actually going to get through to the receiver, but it's lobbed up in the sky and able to get through. Cindy Cross taught me a lot about body position and feet position when you get the ball and throw it towards the non-strikers end. You don't just get it and you throw it. Your actual feet and where they are is a really important aspect of that.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. And you need to be getting your feet right long before the ball's got to you.
Yeah.
And you can do that in split seconds. And so your body should be positioning itself as the ball. You've got your eye on the ball and it's coming to your hands.
Now, she taught me that about 5 years ago, and I've been passing it off as my own ever since. And everyone's like, gee, Lo, you know a lot about fielding. I'm like, no, I just know a lot about listening to good players. 2 scored.
And it's interesting. It's while that sort of thing comes easy to a lot of people, you can coach to it as well. And and that's just all about movement patterns.
Well, this is a good set of 4 here, Ahmed Khawaja, you think? Depending on which jersey you've got on.
The South Africans a lot better. And I've just enjoyed probably see the bowling's been a bit more tighter. Morris has had a bit of trouble, obviously, with her feet movement. Lali's looked quite well in control of her shots, but I like that they've been bowling to the field.
Kaylee Tupp for her second over. Kept off the net. Pretty sharp fielding in there today. Tilbury. And my apologies, that's Cleety.
Yeah, they've been good, particularly Cleety.
And she's a big, tall presence in there. Reminds me a lot of Charlotte Voss from the Australian outfit. Just a great athlete. Straying onto the legs, push through the field for 2. This is a good set here for South Africa. Only 12 the batting partnership.
Quite an important 3 balls. Could easily stick into the 20, so they really want to try and keep this down.
Regina Lilly leading the way for her country. The expectation of a nation on her shoulders today as we get closer to the final games. Last ball of this batting partnership. It's on 14. South Africa will be looking to attack this when they come out for their batting innings. Throwing the hand to that one. 16 the batting partnership, 68 the total. How do you see things, Donna Dalby?
I think South Africa are incredibly happy with keeping that pair to 16. Any partnership that includes Regina Lilly and keeping them to 16 is a pretty fair effort. And the game is well poised. If South Africa have a good 4 here, they're well in this one.
Will New Zealand get to 100? Ahmed Khawaja.
I think it's a pretty good chance. I think obviously South Africa, got to appreciate they did a pretty good job in that pair, and they definitely keep Morris closed down. But especially with Natasha van Tilburg out there, who can hit a decent ball. I think we're probably looking more towards that 90 mark, which will still be pretty competitive. Still looking at sort of that average of 22, 23 a pair.
Becker with the ball. Van Tilburg on strike. Van Tilburg averaging 10.67. Mashevsky a nice even 16. 64 runs from her 4 games. On those averages, you'd think they'll be up around the 26-odd mark, which would get them near the 100.
Keeper in outdoor cricket. Just started up playing for the Auckland Hearts in domestic cricket back in New Zealand. So, likes of her and Amberley Parr and Sky Bowden are all sort of part of that Auckland setup.
Talk us through that shot, Donna Dalby. Very, very tricky.
It's a great shot down up for 2 off the legs. What a great start, very confident start from this pair.
I could see you particularly enjoyed that one. Again, Cleety, she's been so sharp in there.
Yeah, really sharp. A good call.
Beating herself into that great position too. Not off balance either. Just that, she's obviously had the anticipations, but she's giving herself enough time to adjust.
Not a bad delivery there with 2 on the leg side, just trying to get in that awkward hip type area there. Not quite exactly where she wanted it. but I understand what she's trying to do. Last ball, the 13th over, 77 the total. South Africa pushing back in the arm wrestle here. Right on the stumps there. Played with a nice straight bat. And overcalled. The pathways for female indoor cricketers and outdoor cricketers for that matter changed a little bit since 1998 when you first had your international debut.
What pathways? There was only opens back in those days. I think they were just starting to get under, I think it was under 21 at the time, was probably the only age group in terms of juniors, so it was just starting to come through, but not yet at an Australian level.
And I don't expect you to make too much comment on it because you're fantastically modest and particularly shy, but you must feel a little bit proud that, you know, you were one of the pioneers that have paved the way and allowed for these kind of things to happen. If it wasn't for people like you setting the standard, we might not be here.
Oh, I think there's a whole lot of people in the indoor cricket family that have been absolute pioneers of the game. Many of those players have been centre owners at times as well, who were truly pioneering the sport. I would say.
A lovely classic Donna Dolby deflection, putting the spotlight on others. 81 the total. And you're telling me off air that you had the opportunity to go out for dinner with the Australian side?
So yes, last night was family night for the Australian women's team, and so family and friends all gathered at one of the houses of the Victorian team, and we all had a barbecue dinner. It was 40 odd people there. It was
wow,
cracking night, but an early night, lots of laughs, and they all know there's still a job to be done, but it was really nice to be included as part of the family, and it was just a great night to have a few laughs with everyone.
.84 here. This game very precariously sitting on a knife's edge. Off the legs, no run. Very, very interesting. Now, Ahmed Khawaja, you've landed just recently, but you'd love a bit of performance and theatre. You look like a performance and theatre kind of guy. You'd love a bit of that gear, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Well, mate. For you, and just for you, at the halftime break or the innings change, I'm going to talk to you about the performance and theatre here in Victoria. It's unreal.
Absolutely.
It's great stuff.
Love to hear about it. I mean, obviously, lived in Melbourne from 2017 to 2018, and obviously took in some of those activities. So quite lovely place, great place to live.
It is.
Love it.
One of the greats. Von Wyk, the wicket keeper with ball in hand, beats the edge. It's the beautiful thing about indoor cricket. There's nowhere to hide. You have to be pretty good at everything. Third ball opportunity.
It's interesting. Outdoor cricket, they want to find that one quality all-rounder per side, and they're hard to come by. And indoor cricket's got to be a team of them. We expect a lot from our players.
Would like to see more traffic there by South Africa with that ball just kind of being bunted down the pitch. Good opportunity for everyone to get involved.
Yeah, totally agree. And sort of, lets the batters know that they're here and the runs won't be easy to get either.
Nice easy pathway for New Zealand. Strong shot there, Ahmed Khawaja.
Yeah, very nice off the legs. Bit of a freebie really, half volley on the legs, so he converted that very nicely. And I sort of find that in terms of the come to you after this ball. In terms of that traffic, I see Australia and New Zealand obviously are very well established in the field, and they know how to kind of get in there, and then they're happy to sort of be a bit more aggressive. But the other teams are, don't mind giving the other team a little pathway, a little pathway through to the other end. It doesn't mean you have to, run interference, but you certainly got to let the other team know that you're there, and I think that's part of fielding too.
It's actually a little surprising for the South African sides. I know over many years they've been pretty aggressive,
Pretty robust, haven't they?
pretty robust.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a surprise.
And again, it's been a feature throughout this fielding innings for South Africa. There's some pretty beautiful things to witness in life, but there's nothing more enchanting than a sharp front court touch in indoor cricket. And I really like Styles. When she gets the ball in hand, the focus that she has.
Just a competitor, right? There's no greater compliment than...
Oh, absolutely.
She knows every ball she's bowling matters.
She reminds me very much of a Sky Bowden from New Zealand. When Sky Bowden bats, she is a lady possessed. She is like, I am here, nothing's going to stop me. Keep your eyes on Styles here with the ball in hand. Sets herself, comes in when she's ready. Mashevsky dispatching that one with expert precision. Here she is. Styles comes back to her mark. Refuses to go until she's settled. Look at the focus. What does she need to be doing differently here? Oh, as we see an extra run there. Good game awareness from New Zealand. There's been 2 deliveries where she's been put away pretty comfortably. What does she need to be doing to make things a bit more tricky for the batter?
She was probably just a little bit short there.
Just a little bit short. Let's see if she can correct that. We're pretty close to the place here in the broadcast area. Maybe she's heard. This time probably taking it to the extreme. Over pitching slightly, and a very, very interesting target here.
Yeah.
Starting to bubble.
I think she could almost benefit from coming around the wicket. I mean, she's obviously clearly trying to rip the ball, trying to get into the body, and now she's got 2 on leg.
Or get a bit closer to the stumps. She's bowling from pretty wide, so if she could even directly over the top of the stumps, would help that angle a little bit more too.
Yeah, so she's coming a bit wider. She's still giving them a chance to either sort of give themselves a bit of room and still hit it into the offside.
Yeah, because that ball earlier, like, it was probably too short because the batter rocked back, but it wasn't actually that short.
Last delivery. They'd love a sneaky little 3 runs here. Let's have that mental advantage of being 100. 100 looks so much harder than 99 for some reason. Just short of the net there. I thought it was 3, but umpire Michael Guest in the numero uno position for that one. 99 the total. It shall be 100 for victory.
It's the umpire with the only opinion that matters.
That's right. And he is in the box seat up there, that's for sure.
He absolutely is.
As we look through some of the highlights from that first innings, and that was that first dismissal. It was a long time waiting. We finally got there, just not able to get over top of the ball, and New Zealand were really off to a flyer. And then in that third batting partnership, they were pegged back a little bit.
It just shows you in this game, there was no glut of wickets, a couple of dots, a couple of ones, the odd howler here and there, just in 6 ball overs, just pulls the score right back.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting second innings. And at the request of Ahmed Khawaja, let's talk about performance and theatre. Look at this place. I mean, it's unreal. It's the best in the world. From live music and comedy to theatres filled with everything from musicals to cabaret. I mean, who doesn't love a bit of cabaret? It's great stuff. That's, hold on, Ahmed Khawaja just turned me down when I'm talking about the exciting stuff. Hold on a second, mate. Poor old the Victorian State Government will be in a tizzy. Let's talk about the ballet. The Melbourne Symphony Orchestra. Live music. It's all here. I thought Ahmed was interested in it. Apparently not. He's turning me off. I thought you loved your performance in theatre, mate.
Oh, no, I am.
Okay.
No, sorry about that. I was
Unreal.
not quite accustomed to all this
Well,
media technology. But I mean, obviously, I've like I said, I've lived here a couple of years. I've taken in the ballet and the theatre, and taken many a trip there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the one thing people say. Tell me about Ahmed Khawaja. Man loves ballet. That's what he does. He's a ballet guy. Unreal. Loves it.
Well, I don't know about ballet, but I'm off to Harry Potter next week. So, got to take it in.
I mean, Wingardium Leviosa and all that kind of gear. I mean, it's top shelf. Becker and Von Wyk for South Africa. And it'll be par for New Zealand, taking 6 wickets in 8 games.
She bowled pretty well this morning against Australia.
Well, particularly economical, 4.63 a game, quite low. That's what you want. That means if she's not taking wickets, she's getting dot balls. Here we go. Second innings, 100 to win here for South Africa. Game on. Tucked around the corner, hitting high on the bat. I think the officials sent me in the wrong direction when it comes to the two batters out there, because I think it's Von Wyk and Diedrichs, in fact. On the legs, well, bowling to the field. Par, one of the taller players in this New Zealand outfit. Chance to the non-strikers and given. Oh, dearie me. That's an early wicket and one that could have been avoided. Donna Dalby, your thoughts on this dismissal as we watch the replay?
Yeah, just taking too many steps and then, too slow to turn around. Fielder, we spoke about traffic earlier, just stayed where they were and they had every right to be there.
Yeah.
So no path home.
Yeah, no path home can be a scary place to be when you're out on show court 1 against New Zealand. The clap in unison goes up for New Zealand. 2 to come in pars over. Von Wyk all over that one. Last delivery here. 25 required for the skin.
Good maths, Gary.
Yeah, thank you. Oof. Now I've worked that out, I'll put my shoes and socks back on, put away the abacus and the calculator. 24 plus 5, 25, got it. 25 required. And we talk about skins. What on earth is a skin, Ahmed Khawaja, for those who might be dialing in for the first time and wondering what on earth we're talking about?
So a skin is essentially a partnership. Each innings is built into 16 overs, 4 overs for each partnership. It's called a skin, and a skin is worth 1 point if you can obviously win that 4 over partnership. So 3 for the win, and then the other 4 points are made out of a skin. So it can be quite vital points as you go through a tournament.
Mashevsky in right at the stumps. I've been meaning to ask, he's called tournament referee for this tournament, usually tournament director, but I've been meaning to ask tournament referee David Shepley where the term skin came from. Do you know anything?
No.
I've been meaning to ask him. I shall ask him after this and report back. It's an odd term.
That will be good to know. And there will be a bit of trivia that you will be able to use every game
Again,
from here.
Pass it off as my own. I'm a big plagiariser. So, I mean, I don't even know if he knows. It might just be one of those things. But if anyone's going to know, it's going to be him.
Do they use the term skin in golf, in match play?
I think they do.
Is that... Maybe that's where it's come from.
I think you've just cracked the code.
Probably taking skin off the other team, I guess.
That's a little bit more vicious than what I think. Yeah, skins game. Skins is a game of golf where players compete for a prize. Well, we love that. Yeah, the prize at stake is called the skin. I mean, I guess the lesson here is I should be doing my own research in my own time, not when we're going live around the world, but we'll try and get back to you on that one. But the beautiful thing about that is there's always something to play with batting partnerships. No matter what the total score is, there's always a level of interest going on. Competition point vital here for South Africa. What games do they have left? They've got this one and then Australia. So if they do well here, South Africa, and then they can beat Australia, they might leapfrog New Zealand. Long look by Michael Guest.
I guess in any case, they'll still be playing off against each other, but that would be pretty good for their momentum coming in. You know, getting that win over New Zealand being the last time before they play each other.
Oh, we just looked at that replay there. That's a bit closer than what I first thought. Be interesting to have another look at that. What do you guys think? Watch this replay. We're slowing it right down thanks to our broadcast partners. Are the bails gone? So we're looking. Bails off. Now, is that out?
That's out. That's a tough one, though. That is very close.
Now, you promised us that you were going to tear strips off Michael Guest if he got anything wrong.
I said I'd give him a rousing, but
rousing.
To be fair, I think to the naked eye, that one's pretty damn close.
Well, we all were pretty satisfied with it.
Let's not take away from the fielding, though. What a great effort that was.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing as well is we're looking at that from the reverse angle. So when the official's looking at it, he's got an entire athlete that he's got to see through. He's got hands and a bat. And obviously, from a consistency point of view, he is always looking at that run out from that same spot every single ball.
Yep.
So he calls that one in. That exact same run out for the other team, he's also going to call that in because he's getting the one viewed at every time.
Yeah, absolutely. And, important to point out, benefit of the doubt goes to the batter's way.
Yeah. 100%. Again, not in the rule book, that benefit of the doubt, but what it does do, a bit of an unwritten rule.
It is, isn't it?
It ensures consistency. Because if you always do that, then it's always going to be the same for every team if you give the benefit of the doubt.
Can't believe I'm standing here, defending Guesty.
I know, you've really changed, haven't you?
Maybe it'd be good if he gives a bit of a shocker so we can give him a hard time.
Oh, straight through. Nothing's going to stop that one. Hooping back into mile. Ahmed Khawaja, big smile on your face.
Yeah, great delivery. Hoop, nice late in swing, hoop back in, looked for the cut, and it cut her in half, really, didn't it? Oh, geez, that swung a mile, Lowy.
Yeah, it swung and cut.
Looked to play it late under her eyes, and really it would almost need it to be a straight bat.
Nasty little delivery there.
Oh, geez.
Big backlift too.
Yeah, as a result, she was very, very late on that stroke, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Just getting down on top of that one.
Well, it was almost a replay, really, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, that was the delivery that got her. You can see how vicious it was off the pitch.
Well, I heard you obviously make a call, which I obviously did a Facebook post about the other day when Michael Barry from New Zealand bowled something pretty similar, and that was a vicious in-swinger, left arm around the wicket. That was pretty good from Mason Jones.
Yeah, pretty handy. For mine, ball of the tournament so far from Barry in the Open Men's New Zealand side.
Oh, wow. That's a big call.
It was unreal.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I'll have to have a look at that one.
Oh, yeah. It's almost started off the pitch. I mean, it was pretty much right on the line of the pitch where the green and the black meet. And I don't know how it's done it. It's just gone. And it was just.
Was it late too, was it?
Oh, very late.
Oh, wow.
I think Ahmed Kawaj is going to assist with the delivery. Look at it, all the way out there. Like it started on that line and then came swinging back in. Here it is again for Donna Dolby's view. You can see the ball. Yeah, it's the Jaffa. We just watched the replay here in the commentary box. Oh, dead ball.
Dead ball. Work. Work. Dead ball. Ball will be rebound.
So, as there's been a little bit of contact with the head, sports trainer Luke, he's a bit like Madonna or Cher, just one name. Sure, it's on his driver's license, just Luke, that's it.
I think they're all Luke too.
Yeah, they're all Luke. No HIAs back in your day, Donna Dalby.
No.
You just get on with it.
We did just get on with it.
I think I remember watching on ABC back in the day some indoor cricket, and people were taped up like mummies.
Let's just say you did a lot of healing in the weeks after a tournament.
Oh,
not a lot of skin left.
I bet.
Yeah, plenty of bruises. How times have changed.
Well,
and science, for that matter.
Yeah, for sure.
Drinks are ready. Please just come on, ladies.
Looks like Sky Bowden's come on as a replacement.
So that now means that player has been replaced or substituted out. So she ain't coming back. So as soon as someone else takes the court, because this isn't a blood-related thing, I didn't see any blood. A blood replacement player is different to someone who's substituted out of the game. So that means she shan't be returning if Sky Bowden's in. And Sky Bowden at the receiver's end. So we might have to try and see which New Zealand player that was who's left the court. Do we know?
Yeah, I think it's Mason Jones.
Mason Jones.
So she's bowled one over.
And that's interesting as well. So South Africa have come over and asked why Sky Bowden's receiving. There was a rule that when replacement players come on or players that have been substituted out, chance here. Oh, I love indoor cricket. There it is. Someone come along and catch it.
Oh, that's gold.
Stays up there. The ball will be rebowled. The umpire's got another ball up there. That's indoor cricket, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful sport.
Just a little bit of luck running the South Africans' way there. I think that one would have been swallowed.
Yep.
Here
Absolutely.
it is. Up there, and the camera pans up. Welcome to the World Cup. Indoor cricket ball just hanging out on the roof doing its own thing. So there was a rule once upon a time that when that replacement player comes on, they weren't able to wicket keep or receive. And the argument there was that the receiver is a specialist position, much like a wicket keeper. Contrary argument to that is which position on the court is in a specialist position. Leg side field, you think Matty Flores, or on the 3 line, you think Rob Fitzgerald. So then they've pivoted on that and said it's just a wicket keeper. Because obviously the wicket keeper is the only one with their own designated area.
Yep.
They're the only one with specialist equipment.
Yep.
So Sky Bowden, well within her rights to receive, and South Africa came over and asked that question.
It obviously just so happens that she's a specialist in that area, but I mean, it'd be the same for any fielder coming onto the court, take their own specialist area. It just obviously happens to be a receiver.
And look, the thing is, I mean, you look over there on leg side sweep position there, or leg side 3 line, whatever you like to call it. You got Gemma Krebs over there. Comes down the pitch and hits it through. 4 runs. It's a beautiful stroke, and that's the end of the batting partnership, and that actually wins them the skin, I think you'll find. Very, very nice win off a pressure delivery there. I mean, there's nothing to stop a 3-line fielder to then quickly come in and take the stumps at the non-strikers anyway. And then what? Are they automatically then a receiver? So they got rid of that rule and just keep it for the wicket keeper. So it's interesting that bowling 1 over has Mason Jones. So that means what will happen is at the commencement of the 13th over, their batting team will select 1 bowler to bowl again. and the fielding team will select which over they bowl within the last 4 overs.
Is it just for a blood related that they can come back on? I would believe.
Correct.
I thought it was perhaps if there was also a head injury or a head assessment that they could also come back on, but I could be wrong, obviously.
Yeah, I know that there's been a bit of a shift and pivot in rules, particularly around the HIAs. Going by the rule book, I mean, I walk around 24/7 with an indoor cricket rule book in my back pocket. Par to bowl her second over, leg side just. Good call by umpire Guest. Par comes back to a mark and thinks to herself, yeah, pretty close, but probably right. Look, you might be right in terms of they could be assessing her for a head injury assessment and she could come back. I didn't see it in the tournament rules.
Oh, no.
That's a good bit of fielding.
Talk us through it, Donna Dalby.
Oh, it was just a great body position. Like, it was hard. The ball come well across the front court fielder, but the player had to go round her. The batter had to go round the fielder because the fielder was fielding the ball, and because she was stuck behind, it gave her a lot more time to get that ball back to the stump, so she just tapped it on. So, great piece of work.
It was, and she got onto the ground in a position, so it was actually quite hard. It's not the sort of, where you might run through a fielder who's also standing up. You're obviously going to trip over if you run straight, so quite difficult, but great fielding from Bowden.
So just looking through the tournament rules, I see a lot of things about uniforms, scoring, cricket balls, umpires, team lists, time fielding innings. Rules looks like us. It just says we'll use the official rules of indoor cricket. So it's an interesting point that you raise. But traditionally, in everyday indoor cricket, once that player's been substituted out, you can be replaced when you're batting. That's the only time when that happens. So if you get injured when you're batting, you are replaced for that period of time, but you can come back into the fielding. Substitution only occurs during a fielding innings. So
doesn't look, for those playing along at home, she looks okay, but doesn't look like she's coming back on court either.
No, probably not. They've asked her for the recipe for Anzac biscuit. She's been able to recite it pretty well. She's all right.
Yep.
But, just sporting a little bit of ice there on the bonce. But she does seem in good spirits. So a nice little partnership win there for South Africa in the first batting partnership, and it keeps them exactly to the very run, in fact, exactly in line for a victory here. Can I ask you the question, who's winning? I know it's a silly question to ask in cricket. It's not like rugby league or AFL or rugby union where you can say, I know who's winning, but who's winning?
That's okay. I'll sit on the fence as well. I think the game's pretty evenly poised, and the next couple of overs are quite critical.
Do you think anyone's got more momentum than the other team?
I think getting a wicket in that over gave New Zealand just that little bit more momentum, but look, it's pretty tight at the moment, so lots of patience required from both sides.
McNeil, the leading or second leading wicket taker for New Zealand. She's the only one to be in double digits. She's taken 10. The only one better is Gemma Krebs with 13. Pretty handy strike rate, 10 wickets from 8 games. Can always count on her to take at least one.
Half a chance there too. I think the batter lifted their back foot, so
You've got to take every opportunity in a World Cup, that's for sure. McNeil in. Up his shot. Catches just a piece of the side netting, 4 scored. Not far off a 7 there from Tap. We always talk about playing sensible, prudent indoor cricket shots, but that ball was in the slot and there to be hit. No risk associated with it. South Africa really steadying the ship now after that early wicket in this batting partnership. Two to come. McNeil in for New Zealand. Hit towards the backcourt, but that is some expert fielding there on the 3 line.
Sky Bowden's made a bit of a difference to the field as she's come on as well.
Yeah, she's a handy cricketer. And you look at her there, it's as if she's just shelled a peanut. Absolutely no frills about her. She does her work. Gets back on task. Chance! Sky Bowden almost coming in to collect a crumb. Gee whiz, that was close. As we watch the replay here, you see the deflection. Hit back strongly. Keep your eyes on the 23 to the left. It's up. Sky Bowden reaches down. Just doesn't get there.
It was a tough chance to McNeil in a follow through. Would have been a great take. But yeah, that's absolutely right. She made a big difference to the field. Just see how she's ready there to try and take a catch just in case it bobbles up.
Yeah, just reading the game, putting herself in the position that she can take wickets.
Van Tilburg. Getting a few revs on that one. Takes a deep breath as she comes back to her mark. Getting a feel for the ball. She's ready to go. Up-pitch delivery. Just seemed to have lost sight of that one. Gemma Krebs there. If we watch the replay, you can see it go past her and she didn't really move too much. It's gone past and she goes, oh,
yeah, initially,
what happened to that one?
Yeah, initially I thought it just was too fast for her, but it actually just went past her eyes.
Perfect bowling there.
That's the traditional leggy she's been looking for this over. Puts it there, it's going to be very hard to put away given the amount of loop that she's giving it.
Sharp running between the wickets. Kaylee Tapp, the captain for today for South Africa. Making her way quickly down to the striker's end. A little bit of contact there between the players, but that's what happens when you've got 10 athletes on a court. Sometimes you have a few bumps. Two to come. Using the feed and not glove. That's an important missed opportunity there. Did everything right. Tossed it up right above the eye line. A bit of dip, a bit of grit. Watch the replay. Beautiful. And you really got to glove them. Last ball. The ball called good. Gee, tidy over. Unlucky not to take a few wickets there.
Yeah, very unlucky not to take a few wickets there, and on third ball, for the first ball of this over. So, yeah, puts the team in a good position.
You don't select a bowler just because it's third ball? Because it's only one delivery, or do you?
Yeah, not usually. Yeah, I was only giving that some thought the other day. Would you do that? As wickets become less and less in the game, do you choose a bowler just to go after a third ball? It's just something I haven't formed a view yet. Worth some thinking.
All right. Well, Mashevsky appears to be the person, the third ball specialist. A wicket falls, desperately needed by New Zealand.
Yeah, it's really good fielding there in the front court. The interesting thing, yeah, I think she thought that she was going to get more on that, but she ended up actually inside injuring it onto her leg, and that kind of stopped the momentum of the ball. So I think the non-striker was always going to be very well short, and that's a crucial blow at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, well, it puts the skin in jeopardy from a South African perspective, that's for sure. Hit back down the ground. Chance at the non-strikers end. Didn't get too much assistance from the field to let her know. Mind you, it was all happening within a fraction of a second. South Africa showing their hand a little bit with what they're going to do with the remaining deliveries. They're looking for back net material. Good delivery there. Gee, this is a very, very handy over from a New Zealand perspective. Third ball opportunity. This is her second third ball opportunity in the over.
Yeah. This over right now is putting New Zealand very much in the box seat for the game.
Yeah, put it in your black book.
And you can give a bit of credit to Van Tilburg for that as well, applying the pressure.
Using the feet well.
Yeah, she, Natasha very much set that up on that. You're very right in those last 3 or 4 balls of her over. Kind of meant as a result they've had to try and play a bit of catch up in this over and it hasn't worked out.
Oh, that's great ball, right? Team under pressure and probably going a bit too hard and looking for a shot that's just not on to a quality ball. So well bowled, Mashevsky.
Yeah, I mean, the ball swung in slightly, didn't it? But, I mean, she seemed like she was winding up to play a flat shot. Really should have tried to go through the line.
Yep.
But I guess, a wicket, 2 third balls in and over, there's just pressure for the right shot to be played.
Yeah.
Well, the entire complexion of this game's changed. It's been popped on its head. At one stage there, South Africa were looking as though they were going to go ahead and collect the skin. They were looking as though they were going to be getting a score of just over 50, which put them on target for 100. Then all of a sudden, indoor cricket does what indoor cricket does, and the whole game's changed. Momentum is a cruel beast. She can turn on a dime with the slightest mistake. And now South Africa up against it behind the 8 ball.
That's what I love about this game, and I think it once was an 8 ball over game, and I think 6 ball overs has made that even more critical, and it can turn on a dime. With 1 wicket or a couple of dot balls, it just tightens things up very quickly.
Yeah. Now, were you someone who was quite resistant to the changing? So I know there were some people in the 8 balls, and they were like, no, it's always going to be 8. We don't want 6. I know in the Masters competition, I think they were one of the last ones to adopt changing to the shorter ball format.
No, to be fair, I didn't really have a view. I think I even played in a World Cup that was 6 ball overs -3 for an out in South Africa back in the early 2000s. That was an interesting game because it made the back net. Value for runs. How much risk you're willing to take for the reward, etc. So, I think it just makes it a better game. It brings teams closer together.
Was that the only World Cup that happened?
Yeah.
-3? And was it for both men and female division? So just that World Cup -3?
I think it was 2000.
Yeah, right. Going to talk to you more about that in a second.
Good decision, I think, to bring Van Tilburg back on, just to continue on with her own momentum and the momentum of the game from the New Zealanders.
Yeah, and to have a spinner on first ball over to a pair when they haven't settled in, aren't using their feet, it's a good move.
And someone that can take it away from the batter. I think it's pretty underrated, and I think even in this format of the game, the more leg spinners especially that you can have here, ones who can genuinely turn and have control, I think I've seen a lot of teams find them a handful.
Yeah, pretty fair comment. Here she goes, Van Tilburg, throwing it up, using the feet, coming down the ground. 5 scored. New Zealand trying valiantly to protect this skin of 16. It's going to be hard. They can do it. They're going to need a few wickets, though. 2 to come. Last ball. Good to see McNeil doing a job of a sweeper there. On the leg side 3 line, coming back in case the ball gets fumbled or bumbled and goes into the corner. Good to see a hard-working fielder. Again, another missed opportunity with the gloves out the back. Could come to rue that chance. They need every wicket in this batting partnership. Third ball opportunity. So they had -3 in that World Cup. Do they do -3 traditionally in their domestic league?
I'm
or
not sure why or how it came about. And it was interesting to get used to in the first couple of games. Sort of didn't think too much about it, but it does change the game. I think it brings teams closer together.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. And they would have had the old digital scoreboards back then, I'm sure.
Oh, I can't remember that much.
Been,
I only remember the bigger things.
Oh, the indoor cricket nerd in me will go away. Here comes Lily.
They might have still had the abacus.
Yeah, they may have, yeah. The old cement block and the chisel.
Yeah.
What were those scoreboards called? They were like...
Oh, the ones with just 4 quadrants.
Yeah, what was that? I'm going to have to have a look.
They still have those in New Zealand. Still very much a fixture of the older centres.
Yeah, what was it called? No, it's not Data Score. It's one of the new ones. Oh, I'm going to have to ask someone. It was like... No, it's going to make me angry now. I'll find out.
Good shot from Becker. Nice easy 2. It's all right, Gary. You research the internet. We'll look after the game.
Yeah,
mate.
yes, yeah. I'm trawling through the internet here. I'm not going to be able to find it. Al, another day.
Very watchful.
Mixing it up there. Going one for over the wicket and one around a wicket. Depending on the batsman.
Lily in. Throws the arms at it. Just the one run. When do you start pressing the button to score max runs? I mean, are they doing that now with this kind of intent? That's Woman there really going after it. Do you have to press the button now?
I don't think you have to press the button now.
No.
You can score a lot of runs if you just build up with 1s and 2s and you keep the wickets down. Like you can accumulate quickly, and then you put some pressure back on New Zealand and wait for the loose ball and make sure you put away the loose balls.
Well, I mean,
because there will be enough of them under pressure.
2 runs every delivery is 48 in a batting partnership.
Yes. Absolutely.
So simple, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why they just don't do that. Now, obviously, it's difficult, but you're quite right. You can accumulate quickly. So it's just interesting to see this type of strategy. They just feel that they need to do this against the New Zealand side. This young lady here.
It's a little bit the way they've played. Like they've chanced their arms throughout the tournament, and it's come off for them on many occasions.
Krebs is the best bowler for New Zealand. She's taken many wickets, 13 from 8 games. Hardly conceding any runs. Equal lowest runs conceded each game, 4.63.
It's impressive, almost counting on her to take almost a wicket and over, really.
Yeah, a wicket and over and conceding about 2 runs. I mean, that's not bad.
That's pretty handy.
Very handy. She's got almost the highest run average with the bat, 131 from 8 games. What a weapon. Foolish delivery. It's going to be a no ball too high and 7. That's 9. Well, we talk about moments in a game of indoor cricket that can change the complexion of things. That makes a huge difference in this match. Bang! 7 runs. An almost run out. Hit it too crisp.
Would have been a 14-run turnover.
All right, South Africa now with a little bit of pep back in their step.
Got Chloete coming in as well, and she can hit a ball.
Yeah, not afraid to go the back net. And it's a good point made by Donna Dolby as we watch this last delivery. And I tell you what, that's a freaking pretty amazing outcome from the person who concedes usually 2 and a little bit runs per over and takes a wicket each time. They've blown her average right out of the water, taking 13 off the one over. Interesting point made by Donna Dolby earlier on. We've seen that throughout the course of this World Cup, that there have been teams that are just playing their see ball, hit ball. India, Sri Lanka, in the men's side of the competition particularly. UAE as well. Just throwing the rule book out the door and going, you know what, if this ball's here, I'm going maximum runs. And they've been using it to good effect.
Well, the courts are pretty big courts, so there's a lot of space. So there's a lot to be said for that. The bowler knows they can't get the line wrong, so a little bit more pressure goes back on the bowler. And the field just slightly on the back foot. So not a lot of teams are used to fielding to that, unless they play a lot of in-house. So it's not a bad thing if you are good at it.
Okay, well, this skin is well in hand for South Africa. From here, you'd think they'd bank it. Unless an absolute disaster occurs.
Well, not only that, they've got themselves in a position, they're back in a position, that there's still a bit of scoreboard pressure for everyone. The game's still in the balance. These 3 balls really matter for South Africa.
How many runs do you think the last batting pair want to be chasing? Obviously, the answer is 0. They don't want to be chasing anything, but what's the most you think that they can absorb, or what you'd be happy with?
Was it 39 they hit against Australia last night? I'm not sure. I know who the second of the pair was, so I'm not sure on the pair. But 35 is probably the maximum number you'd be looking.
Yeah, and I think a number between 30 and 35, it just allows them to, play a normal game, for the first over or two, without having to feel like they need to go, 10, 10, 10, like 40 plus.
Yeah.
South Africa scored 40 runs against Australia, and it was Cleety and Von Wyk, and we've got Styles and Cleety coming out now, if my memory's accurate.
Yeah, Cleety she can hit a ball. 1-7, 32 off 13 balls last night. So I think this game is very well poised. But, as Donna was mentioned, they did exactly what they needed to do in that pair. They played some pretty smart cricket. If there was a dot and it was a good ball, they played it out. When they took advantage of a bad ball and it turned it into a 9, and then outside of that, they were just playing 1s and 2s. It was pretty smart, risk-free cricket, really. Yeah. And very impressive.
Yeah, and they did that from a rough start. So, they composed themselves well.
Yeah, there are only 3 after the first over. Sam Dixon bowling particularly well. And then Cleety said, I'm having enough of this, and started bombing 5s and 7s. Styles on strike. She hit 13 in that game. Just short of the 3 line. Now, for mine, Styles needs to understand her role in this batting partnership, and all it is to stay busy between the wickets, rotate the strike, and give it to Roseanne Cleety, who hit 32 the other night against Australia. And she's got some pretty big levers on her there, this Cleety. She's a taller player, strong, athletic player, can really hit the ball pretty hard. Styles, again, look at her, focused. Knows the call, they go through, and it hits the 3 net. Well, that's a big, big delivery. Again, moments.
Sloppy, really. Bit of miscommunication there. Pick up maybe what happened.
Yeah, just got in each other's way.
Yeah, unfortunate. Oh, there she goes.
Well, she's a serious customer. You can see her as she comes down the court there. Look at determination. The fist pump. Game on in a big way here. The crowd starting to build. They'll take that, South Africa. The momentum beginning to shift. If you've just joined the broadcast, You're watching New Zealand versus South Africa in the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup, coming to you live from Melbourne, Australia. Good running between the wickets. That's a great start.
And she's doing exactly, obviously that's just one ball, but doing exactly what she needs to is she's just trying to turn the strike over.
Gives herself a lot of room.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we've got no idea which way this game's going to go, but what I can guarantee you is it's going to be entertaining. Coming to you from Melbourne, the undisputed major events capital of Australia. The city's cultural and sporting calendars teeming with world-class events, and this is one of those world-class events. 8 nations competing here in the World Cup. Lily in for New Zealand. Good communication there between striker and non-striker. The atmosphere here building. The New Zealand men's team has now arrived in the house. They'll be cheering on their sisters out on court.
Styles is playing the perfect role.
Yeah, good sensible cricket. Now at home, just be careful because this ball might feel like it's coming straight through your television sets.
Giving herself a lot of room. She's got to be a bit careful that she doesn't try and york herself, and I think that's what Regina's looking at. Probably almost a good idea to probably just follow her. Or even bowled it a bit wide. She's got 2 on off.
It's really interesting. Got themselves into a position they don't need to do that, but that's her game.
Look at her come down the court again. I love that. Ooh, I'm feeling a little bit of indoor cricket magic in the air.
What hard to feel that.
19 this batting partnership. 2 to come in the 14th over. Lily in. We heard Donna Dolby mention it earlier on. Styles playing the perfect role here at the moment. The tension here at Casey Stadium in Melbourne, Australia, building. Electric. Last ball. Donna Dolby, talk to me.
It'll be interesting what happens here. Now, they've got themselves in a position where they probably should win the game, whereas chasing 35 is a massive ask.
Yeah.
And now they've sort of got themselves where, it's very gettable, and whether that tightens them up, it'll be very interesting to see how it goes, see how each team reacts to the situation.
Well, they should not cruise home, but they can do it comfortably from here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if, obviously when Cloteau's batting last night, the game was done more or less, and so she probably had the freedom. She's still batting like that now, but it'd be interesting to see whether she continues on, knowing that they only just need 8 and over.
Yeah, and New Zealand need a wicket. That's all. And a couple of dot balls apply an enormous amount of pressure.
Well, third ball opportunity here. This is pressure, pressure, pressure. Can South Africa afford a wicket here? Maybe 1?
Potentially 1 with the way Cloete bats.
Okay, not 2 though.
I think 2 would make it real hard.
Chance if she hits, or maybe she should have thrown at the stumps instead of going for service.
Needed a direct hit. Yeah, needed a direct hit there.
Moved really well to get it in the hands.
Because Styles was meeting the ball. She was coming down to hit it, so it just been too careful.
Oh, the pressure, the nerves.
And probably didn't need to be back there to Styles either. Sitting back can afford to be up.
Cleety, 2 runs. Good crowd now. We've got the South African 22s that are over here. We've got the New Zealand men that are here. We've got a stadium full. I hope you're enjoying it at home. It's going to come right down to the last ball. Morris in for New Zealand. Foolish delivery, hit into the front court. Yes, no, chance given out. Michael Guest, the official, puts his finger in the air, and that could prove costly for South Africa. Ahmed Khawaja.
Yep, there was just a bit of pressure on her. Wanted to get off strike. She'd been doing it very well. but I don't think it went as far as she thought it would off the net. Very nice pick-up by Mason Jones. Good flick and tidy work by Van Tilburg.
Had to be a direct hit.
And probably not the shot she'd been playing. Going a little bit hard at the ball, harder than she'd gone in the previous overs. So just that little bit of pressure, being close to the outcome they want.
Well, second wicket. Donna Dolby said they can't afford to, and that's exactly what's happened. New Zealand refused to go quietly into the night and strike back with 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. What a game of cricket here this evening.
Yeah, I think she tried to go back to the shot that she'd been playing, trying to play those late cuts into the surface, and this time she played on. Big time to lose a wicket.
Oh, costly, very costly. That should have been cleaned up, and all of a sudden, that wicket's completely negated. That shouldn't have happened. That is a costly error, and if South Africa can win from here, this will be one of the great World Cup run chasers. Can they do it from here? It's possible.
It's possible?
Is it probable?
It's not probable. That's a lot of clean hitting.
Yeah, and point is, at best she'll get the second ball onwards. So, you would think Styles is probably going to just try and turn it over. And you've also got to contend there with Golden Arm Creds.
And they've timed their run perfectly, haven't they, New Zealand? They've got the right bowler bowling at the right time. This is exactly who you want.
And they've now got their fielders back, so not so much room.
Two. Now, for mine, Styles would be very happy about that.
Oh, absolutely. And I think they could have afforded to have been up to Styles.
For sure.
And now need to be back to Chloe.
Because Styles probably isn't going to be the one who's going to be playing the backcourt shot.
Well, we saw that bring the false stroke earlier.
All right, here we go. Important delivery. Must be a back net. Goes for 3, goes for 4, looking for an extra run. They're not going to go for it. 88 the total. Here we go. 4 deliveries remain.
You live for this, Gary.
Oh, dearie me. Everybody on the edge of their seat. Two scored.
Fielders are all deep, even in the front court. Just giving her basically an open passage for 2. I'm pretty happy to concede that.
10 to win, 3 deliveries. Again, this will be one of the greatest indoor cricket run chasers. Into the field, looking for a second run. They're not going to get it. 91 the total. They need 100 to win. It could come down to a 7 off the last ball if Styles hits the 2.
If Styles hits the 2, the right batter's on strike, so could happen.
Will Styles try and play a backcourt shot?
I don't think that's her role. I think she's better off playing the 2s and leaving that 2.
Oh, it's 1 or is it 2? I think it's 2. It is. Here we go. Has she read the script? Does she understand the sense of occasion? It's 7.
Yeah, that's good. Moving their tallest players to the back's the right move.
Yep.
Here we go. The crowd, they're up and about. South Africa cheering on their heroes. This is it. Must be 7. The chessboard pieces are set. This is the final play. 7 to win. And it's a 2. They win this skin though, which is important. They come away with the best possible. Oh, and it's a 1. No, of course not. She doesn't. Oh, goodness gracious.
Well, the 7
get too excited there, mate.
The 7 would have been a skin and a win too.
A skin and a win. Unfortunately, not a skin and a win. They fall 1 run short. Donna Dolby. What a game of indoor cricket. Your thoughts, for heaven's sake. Tell me, my heart's about to beat out of my chest.
Oh, just what a great game. You want games to go down to the last over. So great to watch. And, 2 class sides never giving up. Then that toed and froed a bit and just shows you what I call the great excitement of indoor cricket. That, an over or 2 here or there just changes things really quickly and momentum shifts many times in a game.
Ahmed Khawaja, your take?
Yeah, I think New Zealand just got out of the blocks very fast. You know, they got made 50 by the halfway mark of their innings, and I think 100 was always going to be pretty tough. And South Africa sort of chasing the tail a bit in the chase, and they've got the batting there at the back end, but I think they need to find some runs first up. And there was obviously a few chances that didn't go for them in the field and converting third balls, but ultimately, I think they'll be happy because they've proven that they can compete with New Zealand, and that's what they're going to need to do come the prelim final.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point, that they are competitive and they know that they're a chance of winning. Well, what a very entertaining match that was. Thank you very much for your company as we watch some of the final highlights. Gee, I tell you what, I thought maybe the 7 could have been coming. I thought it was on the cards, and it was the player that you want on strike as well. There were so many twists and turns in this game.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the last of Rosanna Cloete, though. I think she's a serious player, and you know she could make that game-changing difference for them in such games. And I think in a knockout, it'd be very important.
Well, there's still plenty of indoor cricket to come after this. We've got New Zealand versus Australia 22s. Later on, we've got South Africa versus India in the men's competition. So we just finish up the final few deliveries here. We'll leave you with this vision. There's Team South Africa just going through their debrief. Donna Dolby, thank you very much for joining us throughout the broadcast.
Thanks very much to you both.
Hopefully I didn't make you work too hard, because it was good to have you here. Ahmed Khawaja, thank you very much for joining us, of course.
Thank you, Gary Lowe.
And my name's Gary Lowe on behalf of the entire broadcast team. Thank you very much for tuning in for this match. It's a pleasure having your company, and we look forward to next time we see you here at the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. For now, thank you and goodbye.